Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the another amazing audiobook. Today, I want to take a moment to thank the amazing author of this novel. Their creativity, imagination, and hard work have brought us this incredible story that we all love and enjoy. Truly, their talent is inspiring, and we owe them so much for creating this wonderful world. If you love this novel as much as I do and want to support the author, please check out the link in the description. Supporting them helps ensure that they can continue to create more amazing stories for us to enjoy. And if you enjoy the audiobooks I create and want to support me, you can become a Patreon member. As a Patreon member, you'll not only support my work, but also get the chance to request novels that are freely available on the internet. Depending on your Patreon tier, I will work on creating an audiobook for your requested novel. So let's show our appreciation to the author and keep this amazing community growing. All the details you need are in the description below. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care.
Chapter 51, Instant Kill, Ana's Feelings. Wow, what is that? It penetrated that thing in one go. Diana said blankly. It seems to be magic. Dion thought for a moment and then said. Instant magic. Beside Morning Star, AC glanced at Morning Star and murmured in a low voice. Ace-san, that was not magic just now. I didn't feel any magic. Lafia, an elf who is very sensitive to magic, corrected. Although Morning Star's current appearance is indeed easy for people to associate with magic, she can feel that the three streams of light released by Morning Star, including the light wrapped around Morning Star, have nothing to do with magic, and there is no magic fluctuation. Is that so? AC nodded in realization. Hee, my Morning Star is amazing. Hestia puffed up her chest, her nose was raised high, and she said to Loki proudly. It's not your family, what are you proud of? Loki curled his lips in disdain. Although Morning Star performed very brilliantly, she was only at the second level at most. With so many first-level followers under her, how could she envy a second-level adventurer? Besides, Morning Star was not Hestia's follower, so what was Hestia proud of? Hee, Morning Star and I are lovers. Morning Star is great, so I am also great. Facing Loki's contempt, Hestia didn't care at all. She hugged Morning Star's arm excitedly and raised her eyebrows proudly at Loki. Hearing this, Loki was shocked. Oh my god, the Virgin Goddess actually found a partner. After being shocked, Loki's eyes fell on Morning Star, wanting to see what Morning Star had in mind for Hestia. There were so many male gods in the heaven, but this guy didn't like any of them. But in the few months in the lower world, this little one found a child in the lower world as a partner. In an instant, Loki developed a strong interest in Morning Star. Hestia also noticed Loki's naked eyes, and Hestia immediately showed a look of vigilance. Loki, I warn you, don't try to take my Morning Star. Loki didn't say anything when he heard this, but his eyes narrowed again, with a half-smile, which made Hestia feel a little scared, and she always felt that Loki was planning something shady. Listening to the conversation between Hestia and Loki, the eyes of the people around Morning Star fell on Morning Star. They were also very curious about what was so special about Morning Star that he could be favored by a god. As for Aegina, when she heard Hestia declare that Morning Star was her partner and Morning Star did not refute, for some reason, Aegina felt a little uncomfortable. She felt like her beloved thing was taken away, and her eyes flickered slightly when she looked at Morning Star. She didn't know why she felt this way, because she obviously regarded Morning Star as her younger brother. But just when Ana was thinking about why she had such an idea, Dion and Diana came over. Morning Star, your move just now was really powerful. Holding her head with both hands, Diana smiled and waved to Morning Star. Well, the shell of that thing was so hard, but you penetrated it in one go. Dion also nodded in agreement. The piranha plant that appeared just now was really hard to deal with. Its shell was too hard, and it was difficult for the two of them to kill it without using weapons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought for so long. You know, even without using weapons, they are still level 5. And Morning Star just used magic and killed the monster instantly. To some extent, Morning Star's strength can be compared with level 5. However, Dion and Diana didn't know that the reason why Morning Star could kill the piranha plant monster so easily was entirely due to the power of the Seeking Dao Jade. Because the Seeking Tao Jade is not something that ordinary people can touch. If ordinary people touch it, they will be annihilated by the power of the Seeking Tao Jade. The reason why Dion and Diana retreated was also because they were afraid of accidentally hurting the two of them. The piranha plant just now was killed instantly because of the special power of the Seeking Tao Jade. If there was no Seeking Tao Jade, it would be a bit difficult to kill it with the power of Morning Star. Just as Dion and Diana thought, even if they didn't use weapons, they were still level 5. How could he possibly kill a monster that was difficult to kill at level 5? His current combat power was only at the level 3 limit. He could indeed kill it with the Samsara Eye mode, but apart from the two big moves and the Seeking Truth Jade, it would take a long time to kill it with the other moves. Thank you for the compliment. The two thought that Chenxing was powerful in magic, and Chenxing didn't refute it. Chenxing couldn't take the initiative to explain the Seeking Truth Jade to the two. Just as Chenxing finished speaking, there was movement at the place where the piranha plant just appeared, and the ground shook again. The next second, 3 piranha plant monsters broke the ground and soared into the sky. Anything else? Seeing that 3 new piranha plant monsters had appeared over there, Diana blurted out. Then, Diana's eyes quickly shifted to Chenxing, and she spoke to Chenxing with a mouthful of white teeth. Hey, brother Chenxing, please help me. Since Chenxing has already killed the piranha plant in seconds, let Chenxing kill the next 3 piranha plants in seconds. After all, this is the ground, and if you can kill them in seconds, then kill them in seconds, otherwise it will cause damage to the street. This is also the reason why they let Lafia release magic after they rushed out just now, just to end the battle as soon as possible. Others also looked at Chenxing, and they seemed to have the same idea. Please help me, Chenxing. As a guild staff, Aina attaches the most importance to this matter. Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, she asked Chenxing for help. Chenxing heard it and nodded slightly. The next second, the azure streamer bloomed again. Swish. Chapter 52 Dionysus. Ah, Brother Morningstar is incredible. Before, I thought Brother Morningstar only had strong fighting skills, and his own strength was only in the range of LV2. Even if he had powerful fighting skills, at most, he would have the fighting power of LV3. But now it seems that it is far more than that. To kill those carnivorous plants in 1 second, you need at least LV4 strength, and you must be equipped with corresponding weapons. But Brother Morningstar didn't even use weapons, and didn't use any fighting skills at all, he just used magic to kill them in 1 second. Tiona-san, Mr. Morningstar didn't use magic, it should be a skill. It doesn't matter, either one is fine, anyway, it's all Brother Morningstar's power. Tiona waved her hand casually. It should be because Brother Morningstar has upgraded. Didn't the half-elf lady from the guild just now ask Brother Morningstar to register for the upgrade as soon as possible? Brother Morningstar should have upgraded from LV2 to LV3. It's normal that his strength has increased after his grace has been upgraded. Tiona thought for a long time and then came to this conclusion. That's too much of an upgrade. He just jumped a level right after upgrading. Tiona frowned and said. After hearing this, everyone else was silent. Because Tiona was right, the gap was too big. Morningstar had just upgraded, but his strength had already reached LV4. This is too exaggerated. This is because the two of them joined the Loki clan a little late, and they didn't go out of their way to inquire about other clans. Otherwise, they knew the leader of the Australia clan, Elise, and they wouldn't think it was exaggerated. Because Elise was LV4 at the beginning and had the combat power of LV5. However, when the guild announces Morningstar's level, or even if they can understand the situation, they will definitely be more shocked. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Advertisement. What do you think Loki is doing? Why doesn't he go back with us? Diana shook her head and put aside the topic, and then curiously talked about Loki with the other 3. Just now, after they separated from Morningstar and Hestia, Loki also ran away without telling them what he was doing. I don't know. AIC and the other 2 shook their heads when they heard it. They didn't know what Loki was doing. On the other hand, after dealing with the monster riot, the monster festival continued. Morningstar and Hestia once again joined the monster festival and strolled on the streets of East Street. For an afternoon, Morningstar and Hestia were shopping, eating snacks, and buying various small toys. Morningstar also gave Hestia a set of exquisite dresses. After strolling around for an afternoon, the two found a pub and had dinner before returning to the library. Morningstar, I'm going to talk to Belle about the guidance first, and I'll be back later. At the entrance of the library, Hestia waved at Morningstar and said, Well, go ahead, and come back early. Morningstar nodded slightly and waved back. Well, I'll go then. Hestia replied, and then trotted away. Morningstar watched Hestia's figure gradually disappear before returning to the library. At the same time, on the other side, in a luxurious building, in a dim room, a blonde nobleman held a yellow magic stone in his hand and observed quietly. When did such a powerful adventurer appear in Orario? Looking at the magic stone in his hand, the blonde nobleman murmured as if talking to himself. This blonde nobleman was none other than the villain in the world of Dicuo, the god of wine Dionysus, a god of Gobi who planned the destruction of Orario. For an existence that wants to destroy the entire Orario, Dionysus will not leave behind any adventurer who may threaten his plan. In today's Orario, he knows many powerful adventurers, and he also has a good grasp of the information of these people, and will take these people into account when planning. The emergence of a sudden force like Morningstar is what Dionysus least wants to see. Because it is easy to destroy his plan. It is necessary to firmly grasp the information of these powerful adventurers. Lord Dionysus, I'll check it right away. In the dark corner, scarlet pupils flickered slightly, and the black-haired elf stroked his chest with one hand and bowed slightly to Dionysus. Advertisement. Felwise Shalia, an adventurer who was resurrected after death, is one of the monsters and the strongest one among the monsters. His strength is comparable to that of LV7, enough to compete with the strongest adventurer in the city, Oda. Be careful, don't be discovered. Dionysus nodded slightly and ordered in a gentle voice. Yes, Lord Dionysus. Chenxing didn't know that he was targeted by Dionysus, the big boss, just for making a move today. However, even if he was targeted, Chenxing wouldn't care too much. Chenxing was not afraid of Dionysus, but Chenxing didn't want to provoke Dionysus for the time being. At the same time, on the other side, in a single room in a gorgeous hotel, Freya and Loki were sitting opposite each other. You released the monsters today, right? They caused us a lot of trouble. Loki looked at Freya with a smile and said, How is that possible? My plan today has gone down the drain. Not long after your sword princess started to clean up the monsters, weren't the rioting monsters destroyed by an unknown existence? Freya said that she would not take the blame. Although she did cause the monster riot, she did not let the children of Loki's family work hard. Sword Princess Ace had just started to clean up the monsters, and the monsters she released were interrupted by an unknown magician, and all the monsters were completely wiped out. Although the monsters in front were destroyed by Morningstar, the monsters behind almost hurt my Lafia. Loki raised his eyebrows and said a little unhappy. Lafia is one of her treasures, and nothing can happen to her. Are you saying that the magician who cleared the monsters was the child we saw before? Freya ignored Loki's step away and focused on what Loki had just said. It was the child of Lucifer's family. He killed all the monsters with a magic trick. Loki did not hide this and said it truthfully. Hey, don't change the subject. You almost hurt my Lafia. How should this account be settled? However, Freya completely ignored Loki, smiling at the corners of her eyes, and muttered in her heart. Really, it turned out that it was you who released the magic. It seems that you are very powerful, Morningstar. It seems that my plan has not been ruined. Chapter 53, The Higher Light Spirit. The next morning, Chenxing rarely went to the underground city and slept in at home. The library was not open today because Hestia was going to take Belle to the guild to register and create a family. While Chenxing was still sleeping in, Hestia had already woken up and left the library, went back to the underground church to find Belle, and took Belle to the Pantheon. Chenxing slept until the sun was high in the sky. I haven't slept for so long in a long time. Opening his eyes, Chenxing looked at the sunlight shining in from the window. His expression was slightly dazed. But soon Chenxing recovered. He got up and went to the bathroom, washed up briefly, and then returned to the bed. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chenxing habitually looked at the system to see if there were any new prompts. The system received a drifting bottle when Chenxing was asleep. After that, Chenxing would check every morning to see if there were any prompts. But today, when he looked at it, Chenxing was slightly stunned. Because there was a prompt flashing in the system at this time. Ding! You have a new drifting bottle, please check it. System, check it, open it. Ding! The drifting bottle has been opened, congratulations to the host for obtaining the upper-level light elf. As the system finished speaking, a ray of light appeared in front of Chenxing, turning into mini elves that were only the size of Chenxing's palm and covered with light feathers. There were 6 wings of light flapping on the back of the little girl, just like the elves in the previous life. After the little girl appeared, she floated quietly in front of Chenxing, with a pair of blue eyes flashing a faint light and looking at Chenxing, motionless, silent, as if observing Chenxing. Looking at the elf in front of him, Chenxing was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, this time he actually obtained a living being, and it was a mini elf in the novels of the previous life. Then, Chenxing read the system's annotations on this elf. Upper Light Elf, a newly born upper elemental elf with light attribute, possessing light attribute magic. Its current strength is comparable to the LV6 adventurer of this world. When it grows to its limit, it is comparable to the LV10 adventurer of this world. It has a long growth cycle and can be fed with various powerful light attribute items to assist its growth. It has a unique elf space and can usually sleep in the elf space. It can possess anyone or any object. The host can summon it at any time to possess and borrow its power. After reading the introduction of the system, Chenxing opened his mouth slightly. I didn't expect this little guy to be so strong. It was just born, and its strength was comparable to that of the LV6 adventurer of this world. Moreover, when it grows up, its strength can reach the level of LV10. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Little guy, do you have a name? Looking at the elf in front of him, Chenxing reached out and touched it lightly on the head, and then asked softly. The elf tilted its head, and then shook its head. Although he didn't speak, Chenxing could understand what he meant. No. Then you will be called Xiaoguang. Chenxing poked the little guy's face with his finger and softly decided the name of the newborn elf. The elf was amused by Chenxing's finger and laughed, his face full of smiles. After playing with the elf for a while, Chenxing thought about the help the elf could give him. The introduction of the system is only these, but in fact, a lot of confidence has been passed into Chenxing's mind, which makes Chenxing have a deep understanding of the elf. He can let the elf possess himself and instantly have the strength of a LV6 light magician, but only for 1 hour. Once an hour is up, even if Chenxing does not want to remove the possession, the elf will take the initiative to exit the possession state. Because the possession is too long, both parties are in danger, and Chenxing will be assimilated into the element of light by the elf. And in this 1 hour, Chenxing can almost be said to have unlimited magic power. As long as there is light in the place where Chenxing is, Chenxing's magic power is unlimited, and he can use light magic at any time without any burden. Very powerful ability. In addition, there is summoning. Because of the contract, Morning Star can summon the elf to his side at will. No matter where the elf is, as long as Morning Star has a thought, he can summon the elf to his side through the contract across space. It is completely available at any time. In addition, the elf also has the ability to split into thousands, and can split into countless clones. It will only reduce the strength. The more clones there are, the weaker the strength of the main body and the clones will be. The clones have the ability to locate each other, and the main body can go to any clone at will. Morning Star does not need the help of the elf again now. Even if he needs the help of the elf, Morning Star can summon it at any time. Therefore, Morning Star has made a decision about the whereabouts of the elf. That is, let the elf possess Hestia's hair ornaments to protect Hestia. If you want to say who Morning Star is most worried about in Horario, it is Hestia, and everyone else has to step back. Because after yesterday's date, the two have become a tacitly understood couple. Morning Star is naturally very concerned about his lover. After Hestia went to the lower world, her divine power was sealed, and she was powerless. Once she encountered danger, she had no resistance. So Morning Star needed to protect Hestia's safety. And now, the appearance of Xiaoguang just relieved Morning Star's urgent need. With Xiaoguang attached to Hestia's hair accessories, the strength of LV6, and infinite magic power, who can hurt Hestia through Xiaoguang? Xiaoguang, later you go to a sister, attach yourself to the sister, and take care of that sister for me, okay? Looking at Xiaoguang holding his finger, Morning Star said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiaoguang nodded repeatedly, without any hesitation, and directly took over the task of Morning Star. Well, then I'll leave it to you. Morning Star gently poked his little face and thanked him softly. Xiaoguang's face suddenly bloomed with a bright smile, as if he was happy that he could help his master. Chapter 54, Egina's jaw drops, Morning Star keeps her promise. After leaving the library, Chenxing went directly to the guild headquarters to find Egina. When he separated from Egina yesterday, Chenxing promised Egina that he would go to the guild to register for the upgrade today, and tell Egina about his adventure experience. Chenxing was not going to hide it. The main reason was that he was witnessed by the people of Loki's family when he encountered the monster feast before. So it is easy to be exposed if you make up adventure experiences. You make up some false intelligence information for the guild, but many of the assistants that can be enjoyed in the guild may not be available in the future. For things like consultants, the guild will not provide you with convenience. Moreover, Chenxing is not worried about his information being exposed. Because even if the people in the guild know about his adventure experience, they will not tell it out. Will they tell other adventurers and let them fight against the Minotaur alone? Or even surround the Minotaur group alone? It's incredible to think about it. As long as it can indirectly improve the level of adventurers, the guild will disclose information within the scope that will not affect each family. This is to increase the rate of collecting magic stones that can bring huge benefits. As the level of adventurers improves, the number of sacrifices will naturally decrease. It is the duty of many adventurer consultants to ask about the adventure experiences of upgraded adventurers without invading their privacy. But in the case of Morning Star, how can this be sharing information with other adventurers and increasing the channels for other adventurers to become stronger? This is clearly asking other adventurers to die. The protagonist Bell in the original book only fought a Minotaur alone and then upgraded. After reporting his situation, he gave the senior staff of the guild a headache. Claiming that such information must never be leaked is completely sending people to die. And Morning Star's experience is even more explosive than that of the protagonist Bell in the original book. One newcomer destroyed the monster feast of the Minotaur tribe. Can you believe this? Anyone who knows will be shocked. At least, Aina was shocked. She knew that Morning Star was very strong, because Morning Star's magic could kill so many monsters in an instant, and the power of magic was far beyond the LV1 level. But she didn't expect that Morning Star's strength was so terrifying that it could not only kill the Minotaur, but also kill the Minotaur's monster feast. Even though Egina was an ordinary-ite, after hearing such news, she had some guesses about Morning Star's strength. Morning Star's strength definitely exceeded LV1 and even exceeded LV2 to reach LV3. The people of Loki's family can confirm this. When I was dealing with the monster feast, Finn and his family from Loki's family happened to come back from the expedition and encountered it. They witnessed it all. If you don't believe it, you can go to them to verify it. Looking at Egina with her mouth slightly open, Morning Star said again. The brave men. Hearing this, Egina understood that what Morning Star said was almost true. Because if it was false, she would be exposed immediately when she asked this question. Aina didn't think that the people of Loki's family would help Chenxing cover up. It would not be good for Loki's family. I understand. I will pass all this information up, and the senior staff of the guild will make the decision. Aina took a deep breath, then looked at Chenxing with a serious expression and said, Yeah. Chenxing nodded. It's hard to imagine that your talent potential is so terrible. The upgrade speed alone is so amazing, and I didn't expect your strength to be so terrible. Your grace improvement speed is more than 10 times that of the current fastest record holder Sword Princess AIC. I didn't expect that not only the improvement speed, but also the strength is so exaggerated. Once it is leaked, it will definitely cause an uproar. Although I don't think the senior staff will leak your information. Aina put away her serious look, smiled gently, and looked at Chenxing. She was happy for Chenxing's changes. The stronger Chenxing's talent and strength, the more beneficial it is for Chenxing. Because Chenxing can grow up quickly and will not die. She was responsible for so many new adventurers, but none of them could grow up. From the beginning, she didn't want Chenxing to repeat the mistakes of the new adventurers she was responsible for before. Well, even if my adventure experience is not leaked, the upgrade speed is enough to cause an uproar. I just confirmed that after tomorrow, the eyes of the gods of the entire Aurario will fall on me. Chenxing smiled and said. Ah, yes, the gods like to see these amazing things the most. Your situation is so special that it will definitely attract the attention of many gods. But don't worry, although the gods like special things, they will not affect you. Aegina nodded with a smile and said. However, the next moment, Aegina seemed to think of something. Your grace has increased so quickly, and you have entered the middle level so early, and the gains must be very high. So, you came to the guild to exchange for Valis before and concealed your situation. Morning Star. Aegina said, her face gradually became unhappy. Ahaha, I'm afraid you'll worry. Aina, you are very responsible for me. I don't want you to worry too much about me. After all, with my experience, if I let you know early, I'm afraid your heart can't stand it. After hearing what Aina said, Chenxing instantly understood what Aina was talking about. It was nothing more than saying that he concealed his income, which made her spend a sum of savings. This made Chenxing a little embarrassed, and he explained with a laugh. Haha, forget it, it's okay. But, Chenxing, you really didn't take my words into account at all. Aina looked at Chenxing for a long time, and finally sighed and said helplessly. No, I didn't. I always keep your words in mind, Aina. Adventurers must not take risks. I have always kept this sentence in mind and have always acted according to your words. Chenxing heard this and shook his head repeatedly. His expression became serious. Looking at Aina, he said in a firm tone. Aina was slightly startled by Chenxing's serious reaction. It seems to be true. Although Chenxing deceived himself, Chenxing really didn't seem to take risks. Every time I saw him, Chenxing only had some superficial injuries, and never was seriously injured. What does this mean? It means that Chenxing has never been in danger, and it means that Chenxing has never taken risks. Thinking of this, Aina's heart warmed slightly. Thank you, Chenxing. It seems that only you really take my words to heart and act according to my instructions. Looking at Chenxing in front of her, Aina's heart trembled slightly, and an unknown emotion officially sprouted at this moment, and the speed of her heartbeat accelerated. Chapter 55 Consulting Hyde, Finn's Affirmation. After Chenxing told Aegina about his situation, he chatted with Aegina for a few words and continued to work without disturbing Aegina. Now Aegina also knows that Chenxing's talent and potential are very strong. In the future, Chenxing can openly ask Aegina for information on each floor, without having to hide it as before. After separating from Chenxing, Aegina immediately reported Chenxing's adventure information to her superior. In the office, Aegina's boss's reaction was not unexpected. After seeing the consulting materials she submitted, her boss, the team leader, was stunned. The office was unusually low-key. After a long while, Aegina's team leader slowly spoke. It's really a big deal. If that's the case, then this information must not be made public. No one can grow according to Morning Star's growth path. However, Aegina, I'll give you a task. Go and confirm this information with Loki's family. From the time he became an adventurer, he fought all the way from the first floor to the 17th floor, half of the time he was in the middle floor, killed thousands of Minotaur, and once encountered a Minotaur monster feast. Is this something a new adventurer can do? This is simply a monster. If this kind of information is leaked and adventurers are asked to grow according to this growth path, isn't it telling adventurers to go and die? Once Morning Star's activity record is announced to adventurers as a condition for short-term upgrades, adventurers will definitely curse him. There will definitely be curses like, "Does your guild treat us as idiots?" Yes, team leader. Aegina had already known the team leader's instructions, so she didn't find it strange. After saying that, Aegina was ready to leave. However, before she walked out of the office, Aegina was stopped by the team leader. Aegina turned around and looked at the team leader in confusion. Don't tell anyone about Morning Star's information. No one can tell it. This is for the good of Morning Star. Do you understand? The team leader said seriously. If Morning Star just defeated a Minotaur across levels, this is a bit exaggerated, but it is acceptable after all, whether it is an adventurer or a god. But Morning Star's situation is obviously too exaggerated. If it is spread out, it will definitely do more harm than good to Morning Star. As for the Loki family, he will pass this information to the guild leader later and let the guild leader deal with it. But on Aegina's side, he can give some instructions. I understand, team leader, I won't leak it. Hearing the team leader's words, Aegina nodded solemnly. She would naturally not harm Morningstar. Even if the team leader did not remind her, Aina would not leak this matter. Well, go and find Loki's family to confirm it. Come back as soon as possible. The team leader nodded and said. When Aina brings back the confirmed information, he will report this matter. Yes, team leader, I will come back as soon as possible. Aina seemed to hear the team leader's urgency and promised very seriously. Well. Go. The team leader nodded, and then waved to Aina. Aegina nodded, turned around, and quickly left the office in one go. After Aegina left, the team leader looked at the information in his hand, and the whole person fell into a trance, muttering constantly. Too exaggerated. On the other side, Aegina quickly left the guild after leaving the team leader's office and rushed to the direction of the Twilight Pavilion. When she arrived at the Twilight Pavilion, Aegina's identity as a guild employee was directly let in by the guards. Sitting in the reception room of the Twilight Pavilion, Aegina looked at the red tea in front of her, and the whole person was slightly absent-minded. I don't know how long it has been, the sound of the door opening woke Aegina from her trance. Aegina looked up and saw Finn and Lavilia walking in from the door. Ah, Miss Aegina, long time no see. Finn came in and waved to Aegina. Aegina, what happened? From what the guard said, you seem to be very anxious. Lavilia asked Aegina. Mr. Finn, Lord Lavilia, there is an urgent matter that needs to be confirmed by Mr. Finn. Aegina nodded, called respectfully, and then directly told her purpose. What is it? Finn asked curiously. It's about Morningstar. Aegina replied truthfully. Is it the compatriot you mentioned before who destroyed the monster feast by himself? Lavilia was a little surprised when she heard it, and confirmed it to Finn. Well, it was Morningstar who destroyed the monster feast. I wonder what happened to Mr. Morningstar. Finn first answered Lavilia's question, then looked at Aegina and asked Aegina back. Morningstar has upgraded. I came to ask Mr. Finn to verify the truth of Morningstar's destruction of the monster feast. Aegina nodded and said her purpose without hesitation. Hey, Mr. Morningstar has upgraded. That's really a cause for celebration. However, with Mr. Morningstar's top LV2 strength, destroying the monster feast of the Minotaur group is not something that cannot be accepted, right? Why did you come to me for verification? Hearing that Morningstar had upgraded, Finn was stunned at first, then congratulated Morningstar, and then asked Aegina in return. So, this is true. Hearing Finn's words, Aegina's eyes widened and confirmed with Finn again. Well, INS saw it with our own eyes. What, is there something wrong? Finn nodded and confirmed with a smile. No, nothing. Thank you very much, Mr. Finn. I have something to do, so I'll go back first. Lord Lavilia, Aegina will take my leave first. Aegina shook her head repeatedly, then stood up and said goodbye, thanked Finn and Lavilia respectfully, and then walked out of the room quickly. This child shouldn't be so impatient. What happened? Seeing Aegina's reaction, Lavilia frowned slightly. Ah, Miss Aegina has always been very stable. Finn nodded in agreement, but then narrowed his eyes. My intuition tells me that something extraordinary is about to happen. Chapter 56, Uranus. After leaving the Twilight Pavilion, Aegina rushed back to the guild as quickly as possible and reported the information she had obtained from her visit to the Twilight Pavilion to the team leader. I see, you go to work. After listening to Aegina's report, the team leader was silent for a long time, then sighed and waved Aegina to continue working. Yes, team leader. Aegina responded and then left the room. Not long after Aegina left the office, the team leader also left the office and walked towards the depths of the guild, and soon came to the outside of a room. After knocking on the door outside and hearing the sound coming from inside, the team leader walked in. This room is the room of the guild leader, the guild pig Royman. The guild pig Royman is a male elf over 300 years old. Because of his big belly, he is nicknamed the guild pig. When Royman was about 150 years old, he came to Orario and joined the guild. It has been more than 150 years since then. For more than 150 years, Royman climbed up the guild step by step and eventually became the guild president. Royman was also a person that the guild god Uranus trusted very much. At this time, he was sitting behind a desk, diligently reviewing documents. After the team leader came in, Royman did not look up, and continued to work on the documents, but only took the time to speak. "What's the matter? President, you need to see these materials." The team leader put the materials prepared by Aina in front of Royman and said in a serious tone. Perhaps because the team leader's tone was very serious, Royman stopped the work at hand, picked up the materials, and began to read them. After a few seconds, Royman's pupils suddenly contracted. "Are these all true?" Royman suddenly raised his head, looked at the team leader, and asked sternly. "Yes, President. To ensure the truth, I have just sent Morningstar's adventure consultant Aina to the Dusk Pavilion to confirm it." The answer of the brave Finn is indeed so. The team leader nodded and replied seriously. After listening to the team leader's answer, Royman did not answer for a long time. After a long time, Royman calmed down. "I know, I will handle this matter, you go down." "Yes, President." The team leader responded, and then left. Royman, who was silent for a while looking at the information in his hand in the office, stood up quickly, left the office, and walked deeper into the guild. That was the passage leading to the underground altar of the guild. This matter was not something he could decide at will, he needed to inform the god Uranus of this matter. Only the god Uranus could call the main god Loki to come and discuss things. As for him, at most he could only call the representatives of each clan, and sometimes the clans didn't even want to pay attention to him. Not long after, Royman reached the end of the passage and entered another passage. The passage was dark, with almost no light, but Royman was not afraid at all and walked out quickly as if it was daytime. Buzz. After reaching the end, Royman stretched out his hand and pressed on the wall to push it open. What caught Royman's eyes was a dim light, followed by a tall altar. On the altar, a strong old god was sitting quietly on the throne. "Royman. What's the matter?" An old but strong voice came from the high platform. On the altar, the expression of the god Uranus did not change at all, and his expression was indifferent. "God Uranus, there is something that needs your decision." Royman shouted respectfully. "What's the matter?" Royman did not hesitate and immediately told the situation of Morningstar, and also talked about the situation that the Loki family might know about Morningstar. After listening to Royman's answer, even Uranus, who was as calm as he was, his pupils flickered slightly at this time, and he was very surprised in his heart. No matter which of the two situations on Morningstar, Uranus would not be so surprised. If Morningstar had only broken the upgrade record, and it was more than 10 times higher than the previous record, Uranus would be a little surprised at most. But Morningstar was able to leapfrog 1 or even 2 major levels while breaking the record, which made him unable to ignore it. Being able to destroy the monster feast of the Minotaur group by himself, Morningstar's strength had obviously reached level 3. With a lightning-fast upgrade speed and the ability to fight across 2 levels like the monster in the Hera family, Morningstar is definitely a monster that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. If nothing unexpected happens, Morningstar will definitely rise rapidly in a short period of time. This is a seedling that he absolutely cannot ignore. Uranus also reacted instantly to Royman's purpose in coming to him this time. Royman wanted to conceal Morningstar's situation and create a strong growth environment for Morningstar. If Morningstar's situation was leaked, the dark faction hidden in the dark would never allow Morningstar to grow up, and it is estimated that they would use any means to attack Morningstar. This matter must not be told to any god or adventurer. And now, the people of Loki's family know it. "Royman, invite Loki to come in my name," Uranus said after a long silence. "Yes, thank you for your kindness, God Uranus." Hearing Uranus' words, Royman hurriedly bowed and responded respectfully. "Then, I will take my leave now." Royman roared and quickly left here. After Royman left, the underground altar space fell into silence again. After a while, Uranus suddenly spoke. "Fells, what do you think of this elf boy named Morningstar?" As soon as these words came out, a tall figure in a black robe slowly walked out from the darkness on the left side of the altar. "If nothing goes wrong, she can grow into another silent witch." I just hope she won't be envied by the gods like the silent witch. I hope so. Fears, have you heard of the name Lucifer? No. Chapter 57, Going Around in Circles, Customizing Weapons. What happened in the guild, Morning Star didn't know. Morning Star was meeting a very special person in the library at this time. Hestia brought Belle over. With short white hair, she looked slightly different from Belle, the protagonist of the original book, but she looked like another person. The Silent Witch, Althea, the Silent Witch of the Hera Familia. Belle looked half the same as Althea, the Silent Witch. Morning Star, she is Belle, my first member of the clan. I'll trouble you to guide her fighting skills in the future. Hestia said with one hand on her waist, smiling. Mr. Morning Star, I'm Belle Crane, please give me more guidance in the future, Mr. Morning Star. Belle looked at Morning Star carefully, and said in a very nervous tone. The tone alone showed that this little girl had a 933 personality, and she was very timid. Just call me Morning Star. Don't be so reserved. Come here at night. I'll teach you combat skills and experience. Morning Star gently comforted with a smile. I don't know how this guy with such a cowardly character thought of becoming an adventurer. The protagonist Belle in the original book came to Orario to become an adventurer because he wanted to meet a beautiful girl in Orario, and becoming stronger was only secondary. What is the dream of this girl in Orario? Is it to meet a beautiful boy? Morning Star thought with interest. Yes, Lord Morning Star. Belle responded after hearing this. Okay, it's directly upgraded from a gentleman to an adult. Morning Star didn't seem to be entangled in this matter. After nodding, he looked at Hestia. The family should have registered, right? Yes, I took her to register in the morning and came back after the registration. Hestia smiled and nodded. Have you found the adventurer consultant? Morning Star continued to ask. Yes, I found it too. It's your adventurer consultant Aina. Hestia nodded and grinned, her big white teeth gleaming, looking very proud. Morning Star. Morning Star didn't expect that after all the twists and turns, even if Belle was feminized, Aegina would still be Belle's adventurer consultant. As for the fact that one adventurer consultant was responsible for several new adventurers, Morning Star was not surprised. This was very normal. Take Belle to pick out a better set of equipment. Morning Star took out his passbook from his pocket and handed it to Hestia, smiling and said. After yesterday's date, although the two did not formally confess, they had already understood each other. And since Belle is Hestia's family, Morning Star will take care of her. But Morning Star will not go with them. Let Hestia take Belle to buy it herself, and it can also improve the relationship between the family's main god and members. Thank you very much, Belle will pay you back when she makes money in the future. Hestia took it without hesitation and thanked him with a smile. Thank you very much, Lord Morning Star. Although Belle felt that this was a bit inappropriate, she couldn't say anything since her Lord God had taken it, so she thanked Morning Star directly. Well, go ahead. Hestia took Belle to buy equipment and supplies for the adventure. Morning Star also left the library and went to the Hephaestus clan base to find Chun. Since he had upgraded, he needed to change his weapon. Morning Star was going to change to a second-level weapon. It just so happened that a piece of bone fell off when he killed Goliath before, which was just right for forging a second-level weapon. Chun was Morning Star's exclusive forger, so Morning Star naturally had to go to her. Morning Star was going to let Chun forge an immortal weapon that could be continuously upgraded for him. As for whether such a weapon could be forged successfully, Morning Star didn't know whether he needed to talk to Chun. It didn't take much time for Morning Star to arrive at the Hephaestus clan base. Because Morning Star had come here many times in the past few days, and Chun had also taken special care of him, when Morning Star came here, the guards didn't even stop him and let him in directly. After walking around in the huge castle for a long time, Chenxing asked the members of Hephaestus's family and confirmed where Chun was, and then he came to Chun's forging workshop. Oh, Chenxing, I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you here to maintain your weapons again? When Chenxing came over, Chun was not forging, but was polishing a piece of metal ore. Chun immediately noticed Chenxing's arrival. When he looked up and saw that it was Chenxing, Chun smiled brightly and waved to Chenxing and said hello. Hey, N.I. I came to you to forge weapons. Chenxing also waved and said hello with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Chun's eyes lit up, the movements in his hands stopped, and the whole person appeared in front of Chenxing in an instant. You kid, I have been your exclusive forger for 10 days, and you finally asked me to forge equipment. Chun said excitedly. Tell me, what kind of equipment do you want to make? Nowadays, there are various types of equipment in Orario. I will make them at the next level. Chun said excitedly. I want to make a second-level immortal attribute long sword, which can be upgraded by further forging. The main material is this. Can you do it? Chenxing handed over the bone of Goliath that he had been holding for a long time, and then expressed his request. Is it an immortal weapon that can be upgraded? No problem. But where did you buy this bone? This thing is at least a material dropped by a monster of level IV.4. It is more than enough to forge a second-level weapon. Chun agreed to Chenxing's request without thinking, because she had forged several weapons that could be upgraded through subsequent forging, and she could do it. But she was more interested in the bone in Chenxing's hand because she had never seen it. Well, don't ask. Chenxing said with a smile. Chenxing didn't intend to tell about Goliath's 5.7 incident, and there was no Goliath-related thing in the adventure experience he gave to the guild. Okay, no questions, give me 2 days, 2 days will do. But, are you sure you don't need defensive equipment? Chun nodded, and didn't ask any more questions, but asked about Morningstar's defensive equipment. Ah, defensive equipment is not needed, this set is good enough now. You are really weird. Haha, really? By the way, if Morningstar gets some special metal materials or drop materials that can be used to forge weapons in the future, come to me first, I will give you an absolutely cost-effective price. Chun said without looking back while walking towards the forge with the Goliath bone, as if chatting with a friend. Well, okay. Chapter 58, Loki's Plan, and Loki's family members all agree. At night, in the Twilight Pavilion, Loki returned to the Twilight Pavilion from the guild. He sat on the sofa in the hall with a frown on his face. It was unknown what he was thinking. The whole hall was very quiet. But soon, this silence was broken. Loki, what do you want to talk to us about? Finn's voice sounded in the hall. Loki looked up and saw Finn walking towards this side with a group of people. Almost all the high-level members of Loki's family were here. Even the elf Lafia was here. Ah, you are all here, sit down. Seeing Finn and his friends coming, Loki greeted them happily. Hearing this, Finn and his friends did not hesitate, and directly found a seat and sat down. But some people were very independent. Bert did not sit down, but stood behind the sofa where Finn was sitting with his hands in his pockets. Diana also stood behind Lavilia. Hey, Finn, Ace, tell me everything you saw about Morningstar. After everyone was in their respective positions, Loki excitedly asked Finn about the situation when Finn and others first met Morningstar. Although Finn and others mentioned it before, they didn't say much after all. Later, Loki learned about it again from Ace and learned more. But now, Loki wants to hear the scene of Finn and others meeting Morningstar again. There is no way, the news just heard at the underground altar of the guild is too shocking. Now she has a very strong interest in Morningstar. What happened? Loki, you actually care so much about Brother Morningstar. I heard from Ace that you have asked Ace once before. Are you trying to poach people? Diana looked at Loki strangely and asked curiously. What happened? Finn also noticed something was wrong and asked. Everyone's eyes fell on Loki. They are preparing to poach people. Loki announced with a big roll of his eyes. She was called over by Uranus just now, and heard about Morningstar there. She was shocked to know that Morningstar was only 4.1 before it was upgraded. Because she heard from her family members that Morningstar destroyed the Minotaur's monster feast alone a few days ago. That strength is definitely at the IV.3 level. However, Finn and others said that Morningstar's favor should be at the level of IV.2 on the verge of upgrading, and the ability value is at least A to S level. Later, during the Monster Festival, Morningstar actually killed the new type of carnivorous plant monster that was difficult for Diana and Dion to kill without weapons. Later, Lafia said that the magic power of the star was close to 0.5. At that time, Loki thought that Morningstar should have accumulated enough merit points to upgrade after the Monster Feast. During the Monster Festival, he should have reached IV.3, and he had a powerful skill that killed new monsters in seconds. In terms of magic, he was as talented as Lafia, and his magic firepower could jump over a level. IV.3 had IV.4 and close to LV5 magic firepower, which was weaker than Lafia. After all, Lafia had LV5 magic firepower at IV.3. Facts proved that what Aegina said before she left told her that her guess was correct, and Morningstar had indeed upgraded. But now, Uranus told her that Morningstar was only IV.1 before, and now it was only IV.2 after upgrading. And this was not over yet. Morningstar had only been an adventurer for less than a month. In an instant, Loki understood the value of Morningstar. He also knew why Uranus called him over, which was nothing more than asking him not to reveal the secret. Loki agreed with Uranus's approach. She hadn't thought of leaking the information about Morningstar. However, she had another idea. That was to poach Morningstar from the unknown Lucifer. Freya could poach other people, so why couldn't Loki do that? So as soon as she came back, she immediately called Finn and others to see if she could get more detailed information about Morningstar from Finn and others. Loki, are you kidding? Hearing Loki's words, Finn frowned immediately. The Loki clan had never done such a thing as poaching. Although many people converted from other clans, they were all voluntary. The situations of Tioni, Tiona, and Bert were special, but the three of them were also voluntary. Loki had never done such a thing as poaching. But now Loki told them openly that she was going to start poaching. Others also looked at Loki in surprise. What do you know? You will be shocked if you know the resume of this kid Morningstar. Since the establishment of Aurario, Morningstar is definitely the most evil existence. 1. I will definitely get that guy. Loki's expression became serious and he said seriously. Loki, although Brother Morningstar can fight beyond his level, there is no need to be so exaggerated. Tioni crossed his arms and frowned. The others also wanted to say something, but they were interrupted by Loki. Wait, I know what you want to say, let me tell you about Morningstar. As soon as these words came out, everyone who wanted to speak immediately listened. Morningstar is a native of Aurario and has lived in Aurario since he was a child. Half a month ago, he suddenly received the grace of God from a god named Lucifer and became an adventurer. Wait, what did you say? Brother Morningstar received the favor half a month ago. Loki was interrupted as soon as he finished speaking. Diana blurted out, and the others were also shocked. Listen to me, don't interrupt me. Loki looked at Diana and frowned slightly. No, don't say it, Loki, I understand what you mean. At this time, Finn also spoke, his expression was very solemn. Ah, don't say it, the situation is already very clear. Loki, I support you to poach people, if possible, please be sure to poach the compatriot named Morningstar. Lavilia also spoke up. It's incredible. He just received the favor half a month ago, and he has already upgraded from 4.1 to 4.2 in half a month. Moreover, he already had the combat power comparable to V.3 at V.1. Now that the guy named Morningstar has upgraded from 4.1 to 4.2, how much stronger will his strength become? Moreover, if his speed of strengthening has not slowed down, it will only take half a year for him to stand in the same position as us. Grace took a deep breath. Then he spoke in a calm tone. The three giants of Loki's clan understood why Loki wanted to dig up Morningstar the moment Loki said that Morningstar received the favor half a month ago. Because this is a monster, an extremely terrifying monster. Anyone who knows the situation of Morningstar will want to pull such a terrifying monster into his clan. At this time, after hearing the words of the three people, Shi Yan and Qiu Dao, they realized it belatedly. Yes, Brother Morningstar became an adventurer half a month ago, so even if Brother Morningstar upgraded, he was only IV.2. Before that, Brother Morningstar was only 4.1, and IV.1 could destroy the monster feast of the Minotaur group. Brother Morningstar is really scary. Loki, I agree with your proposal. Diana became more and more excited as she spoke, and finally raised her hands to agree with Loki's idea. She was already very surprised that Morningstar used the strength of IV.2 to destroy the monster feast. Now she was even more shocked to hear about Morningstar's situation. It's not just the monster feast, have you forgotten the monster festival? Brother Morningstar should have just upgraded at that time, but his skill instantly killed the new type of piranha monster that only IV.4 melee adventurers with weapons could kill. Moreover, Lafia said that Brother Morningstar's magic firepower is close to LV5. That is to say, Morningstar's skills and magic have the power of IV.4. 4.2 has such terrible strength. It's unbelievable that there is such a terrifying monster. Dion was a little absent-minded and murmured in a low voice. Even Scarlet Flower can't compare to it. AIC thought of a long-dead adventurer and murmured in a low voice. TSK, I have to admit that guy is a monster. Even Bert, who is so arrogant, did not say it stubbornly at this moment, and agreed to admit the monster level of Morningstar. No wonder Mr. Morningstar has such powerful magic. Lafia also murmured in a low voice at this time. Right, such a monster exists, we must fight against it, Loki nodded repeatedly. Well, we should indeed try to fight for it. Finn nodded in agreement, and the others also nodded, and no one objected. The reactions of everyone seemed exaggerated, but in fact they were not exaggerated at all. Morningstar's magic talent may be similar to Lafia's, but don't forget that Morningstar can be considered a magic swordsman, and Morningstar's upgrade speed is so terrifying. All these things added together, Lafia can't compare with Morningstar at all. However, there is one thing that is the most troublesome now. Looking at the reactions of Finn and others, Loki was very satisfied, but the next moment, Panji frowned. What's the matter? Everyone was a little confused. Morningstar's main god Lucifer is a dragon that can't be seen from head to tail. I don't know if there is such a saying in this world, just pretend it is, otherwise many things can't be described in this way, except for taking Morningstar to the guild to establish a clan at the beginning. No one else has seen him. I want to poach people, and I also need to find that Lucifer, otherwise nothing can be discussed. Loki spoke out his worries. This is also the reason why she had been frowning here before Finn and others came. Because she didn't have any clues about Lucifer. It is said that Guy likes to go around everywhere, and Lucifer can hardly see him. Isn't this very simple? In a few days, it will be the Gods' Conference once every March. Mr. Morningstar will upgrade at this time, and he must get a title. Then he can see the god named Lucifer. Hearing Loki's worries, Finn smiled slightly and said, Yes, the Gods' Conference will be held in a few days, and the god of the Morningstar Kid will definitely be there, and he can see him then. After hearing Finn's words, Loki clapped his hands together excitedly. Well, but let's send someone out to look for him these days. Finn nodded and said, Yeah, that's right. By the way, you have the opportunity to communicate more with the Morningstar Kid and strengthen your relationship. Loki nodded, then looked at everyone and warned them. This can't be done. We don't know where Brother Morningstar lives. We can only rely on luck. Diana scratched her head awkwardly and said. She really wants to contact Morningstar now, because Morningstar said that everything he showed was very attractive to her, and she was very interested in the existence of Morningstar. However, she didn't know where Morningstar lived at all. Not only Diana had this idea, but everyone present was the same, and they were all very interested in Morningstar. Don't worry, I have found the place where the boy lives from the guild. Faced with this question, Loki waved his hand and said with a smile. Where? A very old library on West Street. Chapter 59, Hestia's Worry and Naked Malice. Where did Bert go? On the street, Diana and her group of 4 were walking leisurely. Diana put her hands on the back of her head and said in confusion. The information we got yesterday was too exciting. That guy went to the dungeon early in the morning. Dion shrugged and said lightly. We were also stimulated, but we didn't go to the dungeon to vent. Dion was a little surprised. The guy who was most stimulated by this incident didn't go to the dungeon. This guy is more excited than AC. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. Dion curled her lips and said, then looked at AC who looked calm on the side. I think Ison is the most excited now, but we are going to find Mr. Morningstar now, so Ison is so calm. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lafia laughed dryly and expressed her opinion. That's true. Nyona and Dion both agreed with Lafia's words. Although AC didn't show it, after leaving the hall last night, Diana and others could see that AC's heart was very uneasy. AC, who used to not care about anything, was ready to go out early this morning to find the library where Morningstar lived on West Street. If they hadn't been sharp-eyed, AC would have come here alone. Fortunately, they saw it in time and followed along. AC didn't care about the conversation between the few people, and her heart was already filled with the figure of Morningstar at this time. AC really wanted to know how Morningstar could upgrade so quickly and fight across 2 levels. She wanted to understand Morningstar, and if she wanted to understand Morningstar, the best choice was naturally to get close to Morningstar. In addition, Loki also reminded them last night to communicate more with Morningstar if they had the chance, so she came here. It's a pity that they didn't come at the right time. Because Morningstar was not in the library. After they found out where Morningstar's library was, and when they came here, they saw Hestia. "Are you guys from Loki's family?" Hestia was surprised to see Dion and the others. Because they had just met the day before yesterday and had shared hardships together, Hestia remembered Dion and the others very well. However, she was surprised to see a few of them again in the past 2 days. Moreover, judging from the appearance of the few people, they seemed to have come here specifically, not just passing by chance. Hestia. Dion and the others were a little surprised to see Hestia. Dion called out Hestia's name directly. Dion was not someone who would use honorifics to address gods, and she would just call out their names directly. "Why are you here?" Hestia nodded and asked. "Come to see Brother Morningstar." Speaking of which, Hestia, why are you here? Dion replied, and asked Hestia why she was here. "I work here," Hestia said with a smile, but she didn't mention that she and Morningstar were partners. "The reason why I said this before, and the reason why I said it 2 days ago, was that I was too happy, so I wanted to show off. I happened to meet Loki, and thought of Loki's skinny figure and the fact that he didn't have a partner, so I wanted to P***s him off. But not only did she not P***s Loki off, she was completely ignored by Loki, and instead quarreled with Loki for inexplicable reasons. She didn't want to talk about this matter now, it was meaningless. We are here to find Brother Morningstar. Is Brother Morningstar here?" Tioni heard this, nodded in understanding, and then directly said the purpose. "Ah, that's really unfortunate, Morningstar went to the dungeon." Hearing that several people were here to find Morningstar, Hestia's heart immediately became alert, but she still told them what Morningstar was doing. Although she didn't like girls surrounding Morningstar, Hestia would not interfere with Morningstar's life. She believed that Morningstar would not let her down. Well, it seemed that these people were all very good. Morningstar, a pure boy who had just begun to fall in love, should not be tempted, right? For a moment, Hestia was a little unconfident. Diana and the others were all very beautiful, especially S, whose appearance could be compared with these goddesses. And she was a 3-0, which was called a plus point by the children in the lower world. Thinking of this, Hestia's eyes fell on S. "What's the matter?" Being stared at by Hestia, S felt a little uncomfortable and asked. "No, it's okay." Hestia, who was discovered, had to retract her gaze. "Say, since Brother Morningstar is not here, then we will go back first. Goodbye, Hestia." Diana glanced at S and then at Hestia. She didn't know what was going on between the two, but she didn't think of asking. She waved to Hestia and said goodbye. Since Morningstar was not here, there was no point for them to stay here. "Let's go," Tioni said to the other 3 people, then turned and walked outside. "Goodbye, Hestia." Diana waved to Hestia, then followed with her head held up. "Goodbye." Ace nodded slightly, then turned and walked outside. "Goodbye, Master Hestia." Among the few people, only Lafia maintained respect for the gods, and said goodbye very politely before following. The people from the Loki family are definitely eyeing Morningstar. "No, I have to take down Morningstar as soon as possible." Walking to the door of the library, Hestia looked at the 4 people who left with laughter and chatter, and a strong feeling rose in her heart, which made Hestia very uneasy, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. Let's take down Morningstar tonight. What Hestia didn't know was that when she was thinking about this in her heart, the 2 CGCD hair accessories tied with twin ponytails on her head flickered slightly. At this time, Hestia's hair accessories were hosting the upper-level light elves that Morningstar had obtained before. When Hestia came back last night, Morning Star had the little light god live in Hestia's hair accessories without anyone noticing. At this time, the two hair accessories were flashing with light, and something must have happened. However, except for the owner of Little Light, Morning Star, no one knew what this meant. Time went back to 3 hours ago. Starting from the evening of yesterday afternoon, Morning Star began to give Belle the first combat guidance. Early this morning, Morning Star was going to the dungeon and took her with him. Hestia didn't want Belle to delay Morning Star's time, so she didn't ask Morning Star to take Belle on an adventure. She asked Morning Star to take Belle to the first floor of the dungeon and let Belle act on her own. Morning Star had no objection to this. According to Hestia's instructions, after taking Belle to the first floor, she separated from her, and then flew straight to the direction of Zhongkong in the 10th path of the reincarnation I mode. Before the upgrade, Morning Star had already reached the 20th floor, and today Morning Star was going to the 21st floor. What Chenxing didn't know was that during his journey, the guild had already posted the information about his upgrade on the bulletin board outside the guild headquarters. Therefore, the entire Arario had already set off an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the information about Chenxing's upgrade. It was unimaginable that he could upgrade within half a month of becoming a new adventurer. You should know that before Chenxing's record appeared, the fastest upgrade record was Sword Princess AC, but Sword Princess AC also took more than a year to upgrade. Chenxing has now broken this record, and it is still a very violent one. The growth rate is more than 20 times faster than AC. This speed is completely a monster. Therefore, now all the adventurers in Arario are discussing this matter, even the gods are no exception. But Chenxing didn't know these. Chenxing flew for more than an hour and arrived at the 21st floor. The floors from the 19th to the 23rd floor are called the Big Tree Maze by adventurers. It is a plant world with lush vegetation, full of huge trees and jungles with intricate roots. Soon after Morning Star arrived at the 21st floor, he was warmly welcomed by the dungeon. One after another, the firebirds were born in front of Morning Star and launched a fierce attack on Morning Star. Morning Star did not flinch at all. He fired a magic and then drew the long sword from his waist to counterattack. The deeper the floor, the stronger the monsters are. At least the firebird is stronger than the Minotaur. Even if it is stronger than the Minotaur, it is still not enough for Morning Star. It is too easy. Morning Star is completely one sword per one, and it has no training effect at all. It had some training effect before, but my strength increased too much after the upgrade. These firebirds are completely a meal for me now. It seems that we need to go to a deeper floor. Let's go directly to the lower floor. After killing the last firebird, Morning Star frowned and muttered to himself. For other adventurers, even if they have upgraded, continuing the previous floor still has a training effect. However, the upgrade of Morning Star is a complete ascension, and the span is too large, so it is difficult for the monsters on these floors to keep up with the upgrade of Morning Star. After testing the strength of Flame Bird again, Morning Star decisively chose to leave the middle floor and go to the lower floor. The strength of the lower floor is generally IV.3, which can train Morning Star. Although there are also IV.3 monsters in the middle floor, compared with the lower floor, the number of monsters born is very small. This is the law of monster birth on each floor. In the current situation of Morning Star, if you want to experience fierce battles and quickly improve your strength, you need to focus on IV.3 monsters. Monsters lower than IV.3 can be completely abandoned by Morning Star. However, just when Morning Star was about to act, his steps paused. Malice, Naked Malice. Chapter 60, Attack, Possession, Counterattack. Since becoming an adventurer, since coming to this world, Chenxing felt such naked malice for the first time. Turning around slowly, Chenxing looked forward. He saw a figure wearing a mask, wrapped up completely, without revealing a single bit of skin, standing there quietly. When Chenxing saw this figure, he didn't have any impression in his mind for a while. However, the next second, Chenxing felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. He saw the black shadow in front of him rushing towards Chenxing at a very fast speed. Almost in an instant, it appeared in front of Chenxing, and a short sword in his hand slashed at Chenxing. Buzz. Almost subconsciously, Chenxing instantly entered the reincarnation I mode, and the seeking jade behind him quickly appeared in front of Chenxing. Bang. The violent explosion instantly covered the position where Chenxing was, and the area within a radius of dozens of meters was covered by white light. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 seconds later, 2 figures rushed out from the center of the explosion and flew in different directions. Bang! One of the figures flew out and then shot out like a cannonball. It didn't stop until it hit a huge tree root. Ahem, first-level adventurer. LV6. A trace of blood flowed from his mouth. Chenxing looked ahead solemnly and murmured in a low voice. Chenxing was very sure that the person who attacked him just now was definitely a level 6, and he was also a leader among the level 6. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such serious damage to him. In the previous attack, he even used the Seeking Dao Jade and used all his strength, but he was still no match. The Seeking Dao Jade collided violently with an unknown force. The powerful annihilation force was blocked by this force, and then a powerful force followed the Seeking Dao Jade. It was transferred to himself. Morning Star has upgraded. Even without using the Samsara Eye mode, his strength is still at the top level of IV.3. After entering the Samsara Eye mode, Morning Star's strength has leapt a level and reached the limit of IV.4. However, even with such strength, he was still severely injured by this force. If Morning Star did not have the Holy Grail of the Netherworld, he would have been seriously injured and fell to the ground with that blow just now. Now he probably can't even move. This kind of power is definitely not something that IV.5 can do. It is definitely an adventurer of the level of IV.6, and it is also a very powerful class among IV.6, and it may even be more powerful. On the other side, although another figure flew out, it was not as embarrassed as Morning Star. When it flew out, it was able to perform a back somersault, landed steadily on the ground. Who are you? The explosion dissipated, and Chenxing and the masked attacker on the opposite side faced each other, and Chenxing questioned the attacker. To be honest, with Chenxing's personality, he would never do such meaningless things as questioning the enemy when he met someone who attacked him. The reason for doing this is just to buy himself some time. However, the person on the opposite side obviously didn't want to answer Chenxing's question and waste time. As soon as Chenxing finished speaking, the masked man disappeared again. Chenxing's pupils shrank suddenly. The next second, the figure of the masked man appeared in front of Chenxing, close at hand, and the dagger in his hand swung from left to right at Chenxing, as if to cut Chenxing's waist off. The speed was so fast that Chenxing couldn't react at all. However, this time, Chenxing was not panicked at all, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This reaction of Chenxing was also noticed by the masked man. The attacker felt something was wrong at the first moment, and stopped attacking and prepared to evacuate Chenxing. But the masked man was so fast and his attack speed was so fast that he could not withdraw it at will. The next second, the masked man understood why Chenxing smiled. A large piece of light suddenly appeared on Chenxing's body, completely covering Chenxing's body. Her attack hit Chenxing's body, but was completely blocked by the disc. Then, a terrifying force swept over along with the weapon in his hand and suddenly broke out. In an instant, the masked man was hit hard, and the whole person shot out, and the sonic boom cloud emerged. Bang! With a violent explosion, the masked man smashed directly into a big tree, breaking the tree in half, and then continued to shoot behind him. After destroying 3 big trees with overwhelming force, the masked man finally stopped. What a terrifying power, what is this? Half squatting on the ground, the masked man looked at the chaotic front and murmured in a low voice. Under the mask, a stream of blood slowly flowed out of his mouth. Just now, without any defense, he was hit so hard that the masked man's body was severely injured, and her internal organs were directly displaced. Fortunately, I got Xiaoguang last night, otherwise I would have died here today. It's time to use up one of the lives of the Holy Grail of the underworld. On the other side, Chenxing was full of luck at this time, and murmured in his heart. Just now, after being attacked by the masked man and finding that the masked man's strength was as high as IV.6, and he was also the best among IV.6, Chenxing summoned Xiaoguang immediately and let Xiaoguang possess him. When Xiaoguang possessed him, Chenxing's appearance changed drastically. He was wearing a robe formed by light, with 3 teams of wings of light floating behind him, and an unknown rune composed of light flashing on his forehead. The high ponytail tied on his head had also been loosened, and his long silver hair was flying freely without wind. At this time, Chenxing was very similar to the angels in myths and legends. He only needed a halo on his head, and Chenxing could say that he was an angel, well, not that disgusting monster angel. In the state of possession, Chenxing could feel the huge magic power in his body, and the existence of this magic power could also increase Chenxing's physique. If Chenxing's physique was only at the limit of IV.3 just now, then it is now IV.6. Obviously, Xiaoguang is an almighty elemental spirit, not only in magic, but also in physique. In the case of possession, these abilities are brought to Chenxing. However, Chenxing at this time has no time to care about these. Please flowers. Looking at the dusty front, Chenxing fell into thought at this time. Wearing a mask, and still has the strength comparable to IV.6. In my impression, there seems to be only one person dressed like this in Orario. Fear-wise Cyalia of the Dionysus family. The clone that guy split out is dressed like this, and because it is a clone, half of the ability is split out, and the strength is high of V.6. This guy actually attacked me. Am I being targeted by Dionysus? Frowning, Chenxing thought for a moment and finally came to a conclusion. It's really infuriating. I didn't even try to ruin your plan, but you made trouble for me. Besides, the attack just now was aimed at my life. Dionysus, our feud is settled. I will settle the score with you later. But, let me calculate the interest with you first. After muttering a few words in his heart, Chenxing's eyes gradually became indifferent. 0. The next second, his eyes flashed with a faint light. The veins of light. The perception magic unfolded instantly. The next second, Chenxing's figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Feierweizi's clone. Feierweizi obviously didn't expect that Chenxing's speed would be so fast that even she couldn't react. When she reacted, a white ball of light had appeared in her abdomen. And Chenxing's face was close at hand, and he uttered an extremely cold word. The horn of destruction. Buzz. The violent light burst out from the middle of the two people, spreading silently to the surroundings, very gentle, as if it would not cause any damage to anyone or anything. But in the most central area, how terrifying was the light covering Feierwei's body. It was so terrifying that it would instantly she killed him. Without any hesitation, Feierweizi recited the spell of release. The fantasy ends, the soul returns. Your body cannot be separated. OM. As Feierweizi's voice fell, Feierweizi's body suddenly became illusory and disappeared completely under the cover of light. Watching this scene, Chenxing did not react at all, as if he had expected half of it. Chenxing had indeed expected the scene in front of him to happen. It was only a clone that attacked him. As long as the magic was lifted, the clone would naturally disappear. However, Chenxing was not angry about this. Because even if the clone's magic was lifted, its main body would definitely not feel good. OM. With a thought, Chenxing stopped the explosion of magic, and the spreading light gradually dissipated, revealing the scene under the light. A very terrifying scene. Although it was not as scorching as 1,000 miles, with Chenxing as the center, everything within 1,000 meters around disappeared completely, becoming a barren land, as if it had been completely obliterated by an invisible force. Chapter 61, Holding a Grudge, Blushing Aina, and Tsubaki's Teasing. Thank you, Xiaoguang. After exiting the possession state, Chenxing reached out and tapped Xiaoguang, who was sitting on his shoulder, and thanked him with a chuckle. Xiaoguang didn't say anything, but just rubbed his face against Chenxing's, with a bright smile on his face. Go back to Hestia. After teasing Xiaoguang a few more times, Chenxing gently instructed. Xiaoguang nodded, and then turned into light and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had returned to Hestia's side. Xiaoguang can split a clone and use the clone to locate and reset. As long as there is a clone, Xiaoguang can teleport there in an instant. Just now, when Xiaoguang was summoned by Chenxing, he split a clone in advance and stayed in Hestia's hair accessories as a resurrection point. Instantly returning to Hestia's side is done through the characteristics of the clone. Hestia didn't notice this at all, and was reading a biography with relish at this time. In the dungeon, Morning Star had left the battlefield and came to another place that was not destroyed. Leaning against the roots of a big tree, Morning Star drank a potion that restored his physical strength and magic power, and quietly recovered himself. At this time, Morning Star was in a very embarrassing situation, not because of his injuries, but because of his clothes. The equipment given by Aina was now broken into pieces, and it was completely unrecognizable. When he was attacked just now, the power of Fire Wheezy not only injured Morning Star, but also broke all the equipment on his body. Looking at the broken equipment on his body, Morning Star frowned slightly. This was the equipment given to him by Aina, and Morning Star was still thinking about keeping it. After all, he didn't need to defend the next door, so he didn't need to replace it. Unexpectedly, it was damaged to this extent because of Fire Wheezy's sneak attack after just a short time. After quietly looking at the equipment on his body for a long time, Morning Star slowly retracted his gaze and looked up at the ceiling. Let Chun help repair it after we go back. After muttering to himself, Chenxing stood up. After what happened, Chenxing was in no mood to continue taking risks. He had to go back and vent his anger. Dionysus, wait for me. After putting away the tattered equipment and clothes, Chenxing took a new set of clothes from the system space and put them on before starting his return journey. Chenxing didn't want others to know that he was attacked. Whether it was Hestia or Aegina. Because Chenxing didn't want them to worry. However, what you fear most will come true. When he returned to the ground, Chenxing happened to meet Aegina, who was working under the Tower of Babel. Chenxing, where is your equipment? Are you okay? Looking at Chenxing, who was completely different from the morning, Aina frowned slightly. Her work today is at the Tower of Babel. When Chenxing took Belle into the dungeon in the morning, she also met Chenxing and chatted with Chenxing for a while. Chenxing was wearing equipment at that time. Why is the equipment gone now? Moreover, Chenxing didn't wear this set of clothes before. However, the next moment, Aina seemed to understand something and became worried. Looking at Aina standing in front of her and looking at her with concern, Chenxing was a little embarrassed. This was caught directly. Injured, was the equipment destroyed during the battle? Looking at the embarrassed and silent Chenxing, Aina asked worriedly. Well, when I went to the 24th floor, I wanted to see how strong I would be after upgrading, so I went to find a more powerful monster to fight. I was a little injured, but it's not a big deal. Chenxing nodded slightly and made up a reason to answer. Let me see how your injury is. Hearing that Chenxing was injured, Aina's heart suddenly lifted up, and her hands quickly placed on Chenxing's body, anxiously groping on Chenxing's body. However, while touching, Aina suddenly came to her senses and found what she was doing. Her face turned slightly red and she quickly retracted her hand. What on earth was I doing? I was touching Chenxing's body in such a place. It's good that you're okay. Aina said to Chenxing calmly. Yeah, it's okay. Chenxing was also confused by Aina's behavior just now, but after seeing Aina's blushing cheeks, Chenxing smiled slightly, did not mention it, and replied softly. It's good that the equipment is broken. The equipment I bought for you before can no longer keep up with your adventure, and it's time to replace it. Chenxing, do you have any high-end equipment store you are interested in? Do you need me to recommend one to you? Seeing that Chenxing didn't care about what happened just now, Aina breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt a little disappointed in her heart, but Aina quickly came back to her senses and began to change the subject. No, I don't need advanced equipment. The equipment you gave me, Aina, is only a little broken, not completely damaged. I will take it to repair it. Chenxing shook his head and said gently, shaking the bag hanging on his waist, which looked strange at first glance. But, Chenxing, that set of equipment was only bought for you to use in 4.1, but you are now in 4.2, and that set of equipment can no longer be of effective help. Hearing that Chenxing was not going to change the equipment, Aina hurriedly persuaded. Well, after all, it is a gift from you, Aina, I will cherish it. Facing the anxious Aina, Chenxing smiled and replied. When these words came out, Aina was stunned, and then she didn't know what she thought of, and her cheeks turned red. Seeing Aina blush twice a day, Chenxing felt it was quite interesting, and didn't say anything, but quietly admired it. Aegina also noticed Chenxing's action and calmed down immediately. Her red cheeks quickly cooled down. She glared at Chenxing fiercely, then turned and left without saying hello and continued to work. Chenxing saw this and waved to Aegina, without disturbing her, and turned and left. After Chenxing took a step, Aegina slowly turned around and looked at Chenxing's gradually receding back. For some reason, she now cares more and more about Chenxing. It's not the kind of care that an adventurer consultant takes responsibility for adventurers, nor is it the care between friends, but it seems to be a deeper kind. Thinking of this, Aegina's cheeks turned red again. In the past few minutes, Aegina has blushed 3 times, which can be compared with the number of blushes last month. However, the next moment, Aegina thought of Hestia, frowned slightly, and a somewhat incredible decision arose in her heart. What about Lady Hestia? On the other side, after leaving the Tower of Babel, Morningstar walked towards the base camp of the Hephaestus Familia. He greeted the guards and walked into the base camp of the Hephaestus Familia under the guards' admiring gaze. Along the way, Morningstar met many members of the Hephaestus Familia. Their attitudes were exactly the same as the guards before. They looked at him with admiring eyes, which made Morningstar a little puzzled. But Morningstar didn't care too much and continued to walk towards Chun's forge. In the forge, Chun took off her daily kimono, with a layer of bandage wrapped around her chest, holding a hammer in her hand, and was working hard and sweating as she hammered the materials on the forging table. Chun felt the arrival of Morningstar without even raising her head. She asked, "Why are you here today?" Every time Morningstar came here, it was when he needed to maintain his equipment. Yesterday, he came to find his own forging equipment. According to the maintenance date of Morningstar's equipment, it shouldn't need maintenance today. My defense equipment is broken, so I came to you to repair it. Morningstar said the purpose. Well, I know, wait there for a while, and I'll tell you later. Chun nodded, and then continued to hammer the materials, no longer paying attention to Morningstar. Morningstar nodded in response, and then sat on a chair nearby, quietly watching Chun hammering the materials. To be honest, Chun's body proportions are really explosive, more explosive than Hestia. Even with bandages, you can still see its magnificence. Morningstar quietly watched Chun hammering, and waited for a few minutes before Chun finished hammering and threw the materials back into the furnace. How about it, my body is good, right? After finishing the work, Chun came over, picked up the water cup on the table and drank it, then showed a teasing look, and teased Morningstar. Well, great. Morningstar was not teased at all, and smiled back. TSK, you adapted so quickly, so boring. Chun curled her lips, disappointed. At the beginning, when she used her body to tease Chenxing, Chenxing often blushed, but in just over a week, this guy was completely unbearable. Not only did he look at her now, but he was also able to respond calmly to her teasing. Take out the equipment and show it to me. Chun did not continue, but directly asked Chenxing to take out the equipment that needed to be repaired. Chenxing did not hesitate, and directly put the defense equipment with more than 4.9 damage on the forging table and opened it. Hey yeah, I was wondering why you didn't wear it, it turned out to be damaged. But the damage is really serious. I think it's better to change it directly. Change to a stronger set. It's not worth repairing. Chun suggested sincerely. No, I won't change it. This is a gift from my adventurer consultant. It has special meaning. Even if I don't wear it, I hope to repair it and strengthen it if possible. Chenxing shook his head and said, I see, leave it to me. I will repair this set of equipment and make it fishy. However, I will give you a heads up in advance. The basic materials of this set of equipment are not very good. At most, I will add some higher-level materials. Strengthening it to the second level is already the limit. It can't be strengthened further. Do you want to continue like this? Chun nodded, and then said seriously. Well, strengthen it. It doesn't matter how much reward you need. Chenxing replied seriously. Haha, it seems that it really has a very special meaning. Seeing Chenxing's answer without hesitation, Chun raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully. Well, I just said it. Facing this meaningful smile, Chenxing smiled and replied. Chapter 62, Dionysus's Plan, A Different Encounter. While Morningstar came back from the dungeon to find Chun to repair his equipment, new events happened in the other 3 places. In the Silver Mansion, Freya looked at the consulting report of Morningstar that the family members had just brought back from the guild, and a faint light flashed in her violet pupils. I didn't find out your information before, and I thought you were an adventurer from the outside world, but I didn't expect. Morningstar has lived in Orario since he was a child, and he is unknown because of his lonely personality. Half a month ago, he was accidentally registered under the name of Lucifer and became an adventurer. It only took half a month to grow from a new adventurer to the limit and upgrade to 4.2. Looking at the information in her hand, Freya murmured in a low voice. All along, she didn't find out about Morningstar's situation, thinking that Morningstar was from the outside world, and she didn't even find out who Morningstar's family was. Otherwise, she wouldn't be unaware of Morningstar's level, so she would charm monsters and start monster riots during the Monster Festival, hoping to test Morningstar's strength. Although there were some problems with the monster riots at the Monster Festival, the purpose was achieved in the end. She also tested the approximate strength of Morningstar. She didn't know much about the power level of magic, but she could guess that Morningstar's strength was between V.B and V.4. With Morningstar's strength, she thought that Morningstar was at least IV.3, but she didn't expect that he was a newcomer. And it was precisely because he was a newcomer that Freya became more interested in Morningstar. Although she couldn't see through the soul light of Morningstar, based on Morningstar's performance alone, Freya could be sure that the soul light of Morningstar was absolutely dazzling, more dazzling than any human god in Orario. She now wanted to take Morningstar into her arms and love him well. However, thinking of Morningstar's special situation, thinking that the main god of Morningstar introduced in the consultation given by the guild was a sly guy, and no one had seen that guy until now, Freya calmed down. What she wanted was for Morningstar to belong to her completely. There was Lucifer in between, which was not what she wanted. However, it doesn't matter. The Gods' Conference will be held in a few days, and Morningstar is upgraded now, so Lucifer will definitely go to the Gods' Conference. Then I'll snatch Morningstar from him. Murmuring in a low voice, Freya folded up the consulting information with the portrait of Morningstar in her hand, and then stuffed it into her chest, closed her eyes, silently felt something, and a charming smile gradually appeared at the corner of her mouth. Morningstar, my ode. At the same time, on the other side, in the residence of the Dionysus family, Fellweiss, who was watering the flowers, suddenly trembled all over, and then a trickle of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Fellweiss's scarlet pupils flashed with shock. What happened? In the pavilion not far away, Dionysus was holding Morningstar's consulting information in his hand, but he noticed the situation here and asked. Lord Dionysus. Fellweiss put down the kettle in her hand, walked towards Dionysus, and bowed slightly. Yes. Dionysus nodded again, then picked up the black tea on the stone table, waiting for Fellweiss's report. Lord Dionysus, the operation failed. Fellweiss said. Hearing this, Dionysus paused slightly, turned his head and looked over. His expression was calm, but his swollen eyes revealed questioning. Morningstar hides a very deep secret. Its strength has reached IV.4, and it also has a special magic that can instantly increase its strength by 2 levels. My clone was defeated, and it also hurt me through the clone. Feyerwazy explained the situation. Is that so? It seems that this Morningstar is very special. Dionysus understood slightly, then looked at the information about Morningstar in his hand, and murmured in a low voice. Lord Dionysus, what should we do next? Do you need my real body to go out? Feyerwazy put one hand on her chest, bent down slightly, and asked softly. No, no need. Now the snake has been alarmed. Next, that guy will definitely take precautions. Besides, no one knows whether Morningstar has more powerful power. Let's stop here. If it doesn't destroy the plan, ignore it. You may need to do another thing recently. Dionysus shook his head and refused Feyerwazy's request. Although the situation of Morningstar was somewhat unexpected to him, he now has another thing for Feyerwazy to do. That is to guide Loki's family to explore the fallen fairy spirit clone. Only by involving Loki's family can the group involve all the adventurers in Orario in their plan this time. His goal is not only to destroy Orario, but also to destroy all the hero weapons in Orario. It is necessary to mobilize all the adventurers in Orario with the Loki family as the base point. Only the Loki family has this enthusiasm, and the Freya family is impossible. Moreover, he is now in the open and has not yet turned into the dark, and he also needs Fellweiss to protect himself. If the clone can't deal with it, forget it. As for letting Fellweiss's body go out, Dionysus had no intention of doing so before he turned into the dark. Yes, Lord Dionysus. Fellweiss did not ask why, and responded very respectfully. Chenxing doesn't know the situation here. However, it doesn't matter to Chenxing whether he knows or not. Anyway, Chenxing is ready to take revenge on Dionysus. Although he has no ability to send Dionysus back to heaven. But as long as Morning Star gets the chance, he will definitely not mind giving Dionysus a good beating. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the upper level of the dungeon, Bert of Loki's clan was running with an irritated look on his face. The situation of Morning Star last night gave him a very strong stimulation. So early in the morning, Bert ran to the dungeon to vent, but Bert did not come alone, he came down with 10 companions from the same clan. The one who came down with Bert was an adventurer named Angel, whose strength was IV.4, and was already an adventurer who was about to be upgraded. The two fought all the way from the first floor to the 17th floor. On the 17th floor, the two, like Morning Star before, encountered the monster feast of the Minotaur group. Seeing the monster feast of the Minotaur group, Bert remembered the scene when Morning Star dealt with the monster feast of the Minotaur group alone. Thinking that Morning Star was only LV1 at that time, but he was able to handle the Minotaur monster feast with ease, and even destroyed the monster feast bit by bit, Bert felt irritated. Bert, who was irritated, made a decision, that is, like Morning Star, to suppress his strength to the limit of IV.2 to fight the monster feast, and Angel couldn't even stop him. However, even if Bert's real level was as high as LV5 and he also had powerful fighting skills, he really couldn't do the same as Morning Star with only IV.2. This made Bert even more irritated, so Bert burst out his strength directly and killed several Minotaur in a second. Then, the Minotaur group fled without martial ethics and fled to the upper level. This confused Bert. You guys are monsters, right? How can you run away? However, despite the complaints, Bert still started the pursuit as soon as possible. Because of the large number of them and the extensive passages, even though the two were the fastest among the Loki family, they still inevitably left behind several Minotaur. The two searched for the traces of these Minotaur in the upper layer. After spending several hours, the two finally killed several Minotaur and only one was left. At this time, the two were looking for the last Minotaur. I really don't know what stimulated Bert to suppress his strength and fight the entire monster feast alone. Now, the Minotaur was scared and ran up to make trouble. Angel complained while running. However, it was a pity that Angel heard a panicked scream. 267 It sounded like a girl. And Angel also heard the voice of the Minotaur from the scream of this girl. Angel rushed to the direction of the sound source as soon as possible. After several turns, Angel finally found the Minotaur, the female adventurer who was being chased by the Minotaur. Without any hesitation, Angel rushed over at the fastest speed and kicked the Minotaur's head to pieces. Blood spilled all over the ground, and also spilled on the face of the female adventurer who was chased and sat on the ground and kept retreating. Looking at the female adventurer in front of her who looked like a tomato, Angel's eyes twitched. I'm so sorry, if you're okay, leave here quickly. Bert said lightly, then put his hands in his pockets and left quickly. The rescued female adventurer sat there in a daze, watching Angel's figure quickly disappear in the passage. After a while, the female adventurer on the ground came back to her senses, and her bloody face was not only not afraid, but a bright smile appeared on her face. Then, joyful laughter echoed in the passage, and the girl staring at the bloody face ran forward happily, all the way to the ground. In the stunned eyes of everyone, the girl with blood on her head ran towards the direction of the guild. Near the street where the Pantheon is located, Aegina had just finished her work and rushed back from the Tower of Babel. Before entering the Pantheon, she heard a voice behind her. Miss Aegina, please tell me someone's information. Aegina turned her head and saw that the new adventurer girl who had just become her responsibility in the morning was running towards this side happily with blood on her face. Belle, what happened? Looking at the girl in front of her, Aegina's explosion sounded throughout the street. P.S. Change Belle to Lily, there must be an existence that can be pinned on one's longing. If you still feel disgusted like this, then I have nothing to say. If you still change it like this, I don't have to write down my plan. Chapter 63, Chenxing gets angrier the more he thinks about it, and Bayer gets down on his pedestal. Are you saying that the sword princesses of Loki's family came to see me? Why did they come to see me? After returning to the library, Hestia noticed the change in Morning Star's clothes and became worried about her situation. However, after Morning Star repeatedly assured her that everything was fine, Hestia was relieved. Soon after, Morning Star got this information from Hestia and was confused. Who knows? They didn't say why they came. After hearing that you were going to the dungeon, they left. Hestia curled her lips and said, "Since they didn't say why they came, don't worry about it." Hearing this, Morning Star didn't care and nodded. Speaking of which, I don't know how Belle is doing. Did you meet Belle when you came back? Hestia also nodded, without continuing the topic, and then talked about Belle's situation. I don't know. I didn't meet her when I came back. I guess she is still adapting to the environment of the dungeon on the first floor. Morning Star shook his head and said, "Well, go wash up first." Hestia nodded and urged Chenxing to wash up. Chenxing was attacked by the masked men, but he was not injured because of the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. However, his equipment was broken when he was attacked, and his body was naturally covered with dust. Even after cleaning it, it was still a little dirty, so Hestia urged Chenxing to wash up. "Well, I'll go wash up first, and we'll talk later." Chenxing nodded, entered the inner courtyard, and went back to the bathroom in his room to wash up. After spending more than 10 minutes, Chenxing came out of the bathroom and began to renew his grace as usual. Morning Star. IV.2. Strength, I0I25. Durability, 10I21. Dexterity, 10I23. Agility, 10I30. Magic, 10I28. Development ability, Magic Eye. Magic. Thought Body. Child of Light. Skill. Reincarnation Eye. God of War's Blessing. Because he came back early, Morning Star didn't do much today, and each of the 5 ability values only increased by more than 20. This is already a very impressive value increase for others, but it is very unpleasant in the eyes of Morning Star. Because it is the first time that Morning Star has obtained such a low ability value increase. It's all Dionysus' fault. No, separate the thought body now and let the thought body keep an eye on Dionysus. When we find him, we can beat him up. When facing adventurers, gods can use divine power if the adventurers are aggressive, just like when Hestia was on the 18th floor in the original book. Hestia was kind and didn't do it, otherwise the adventurers who tied Hestia up would have been killed by Hestia's divine power. But this will be punished by the guild, and even more seriously, if it causes serious harm, the gods will be sent back to heaven. So gods will hardly do it to adventurers, and adventurers dare not do it to gods unless they have no choice. After all, no one knows whether gods will suddenly kill them. There is only one life, so don't mess around. And gods will not do it to gods. Of course, it is not ruled out that some adventurers are impulsive. But the dark faction is an exception. Those gods and adventurers are all crazy and cannot be judged by common sense. There are also cases in Aurario where adventurers attack gods, but they only do so when there are gods to support them. Because with gods around, even if the opposing gods use divine power, their own gods will suppress them, and then use the adventurers to force the gods to return to heaven, which is the return of gods. This is also the reason why Morning Star is worried about Hestia and sent the light elf Xiaoguang to Hestia, because he is afraid that adventurers will bring gods to attack Hestia together. Of course, some hostile gods will return to heaven on their own initiative when they are in desperate situations for the sake of dignity, and will not let adventurers attack them. During the Dark Dawn period, gods were often sent back to heaven because of defeat, or returned decently. In recent years, with the expansion of the Ishtar family, many gods were sent back to heaven because of war games. I remember this. If it is wrong, please correct me. The Lucifer thought body separated by Morning Star is just a fake one, and it has no ability to force Dionysus back to heaven. Otherwise, Morning Star really wants to send Dionysus back to heaven with divine power, and put an end to it. Of course, the most important thing is that this guy has not been exposed yet, and Morning Star cannot do anything to him. Morning Star also has no evidence that this guy is a dark faction. Even if he tells other gods about this guy through his thought body Lucifer, other gods are not great. Not only because Morning Star has no evidence, but also because the fake god Lucifer thought body of Morning Star appears in front of other gods for the first time, and has no relationship with other gods and is not familiar with them. Gods will not doubt other gods because of a few words from a god who suddenly appeared. Unless Morning Star finds favorable evidence. However, now Morning Star really can't find evidence to nail this guy. So he can only give up. The frustration of being attacked can only be vented by finding an opportunity to beat this guy up. However, this way of venting is also quite difficult. After all, this guy has Fellweiss by his side. Even if Fellweiss was sent by Dionysus to go to the underground city with the people of Loki's family as in the original book, it would be the same. It is estimated that there was a clone guarding Dionysus at that time. Although he could beat him, it is unrealistic for a god like himself to have a combat power of IV.6 without using divine power. Therefore, Chenxing did not believe that Dionysus would expose himself to danger by leading Fellweiss or her clone away from Dionysus. This is a difficult problem, which requires careful consideration and careful planning. Speaking of which, the gods' assembly will be held in a few days. Will Dionysus participate in the gods' assembly? The only possibility that Chenxing thought of was the gods' assembly or the feast of the gods. In the original book, Dionysus did attend the feast of the gods, and he also attracted the attention of Demeter at the feast of the gods, so that Demeter investigated this guy, which led to the tragedy of Demeter's family. Even if Demeter did not investigate Dionysus, Dionysus would still take action against Demeter's family, which could freely enter and exit Orario. Because Dionysus needed to use the special nature of Demeter's family to enter and exit Orario. Keep an eye on it for a few days. If you can't find an opportunity, try the gods' assembly. If that guy doesn't show up at the gods' assembly, then try to hold a feast of the gods and invite all the gods to come. Then find an opportunity to beat this guy up at the feast of the gods. Chenxing thought about a feasible plan in his heart and murmured silently. Shaking his head slightly, Chenxing burned the grace paper in his hand, then got up and left the room, and came to the library to chat with Hestia. The two chatted with Hestia asking about Morning Star's adventure today. Now that the cards have been revealed, and Hestia knows that she is very strong, Morning Star can finally tell Hestia about her real adventure. Of course, Hestia did not tell her about the attack, because Morning Star did not want Hestia to worry. Morning Star's words were the same as when he told Aegina before. However, not long after the two chatted, a figure rushed into the library. Belle. Are you back? Morning Star and Hestia, who were chatting, cast their eyes over at the first time. After seeing that the person was Belle, Hestia was a little surprised. She was still worried about Belle's situation just now, but now Belle is back. Mrs. Hestia, Mr. Morning Star, I'm back. Belle greeted Hestia and Morning Star first, and then her eyes fell on Morning Star. Belle ran towards Chenxing quickly, but her feet seemed to be out of sync as she ran. She tripped over her left foot and knelt down very smoothly in front of Chenxing. Hestia. Chenxing, _0. There's no need to do this suddenly. After being slightly confused for a moment, Chenxing hesitated and then said. Belle, winky face. Mr. Chenxing, please train me with all your strength, train me to death. After a brief embarrassment, Belle still knelt on the ground, and then bowed to Chenxing. She asked sincerely. This is the bow that Aegeon mentioned. Where did you find it? Looking at Belle's look, Hestia was ashamed. What is a descent from the earth? Belle raised her head and looked confused. Forget it, what happened that made you so anxious? Hestia sweated again, and then stopped caring about it, and directly asked Belle about her situation. Why did she suddenly ask Morning Star to train her with all her strength? I just went down to the dungeon, what happened? I met a very powerful adventurer, dead, and was saved. Hearing Hestia's question, Belle hesitated for a long time, and then said. Hearing this, Hestia and Morning Star looked at each other. Then Hestia smiled evilly. It's a male adventurer, right? As early as when she was portraying the favor for Belle, Tia knew that Orario was looking for a chance encounter. Looking at Belle now, this is definitely the case. Hearing this, Belle's face instantly turned red, and the whole person became more embarrassed, constantly poking her hands, and did not speak. Hestia, take Belle to update the favor. I think Belle's favor should have changed a little. Morning Star spoke at this time and said to Hestia. Morning Star now understands the situation. Belle probably met the adventurer she loves just like in the original book, but she doesn't know who it is. However, in this case, if I guess correctly, Belle should have obtained the skill of admiring with one heart. Of course, it is also possible that she has not. Let Hestia update the favor and you will know. Eh? Okay. Belle, come with me, I will update your favor. Hearing Morningstar's words, Hestia greeted Belle and then walked towards the inner courtyard. Ah, yes. Belle was a little confused, not knowing what was going on, but she still responded and followed in. Chapter 64, Belle's admiration visits the Dusk Pavilion. Morningstar, Morningstar, come here, come here. Morningstar was reading a book at the cashier counter, and his attention was suddenly attracted by Hestia's voice. At the gate leading to the inner courtyard, Hestia was lying on the door frame, waving at him stealthily. Looking at Hestia like this, Morningstar suddenly remembered the emoticons in his previous life. Dog sneaking.jpg. Speechlessly looking at Hestia, Morningstar put a bookmark on the book in his hand and closed it, then got up and walked over. After arriving at the door, Morningstar was pulled in by Hestia with a whoosh. At this time, in addition to Hestia, there was Belle here. Belle's face was red at this time, and I don't know why. However, Morningstar had a feeling that with Hestia's personality, if Belle really got the same skills as in the original book, Belle after gender reversal would definitely be teased by Hestia. Belle's face is red now, probably because she was teased by Hestia. Morningstar, how did you know? Belle, this child really got a skill called one-hearted admiration, and the ability is. After pulling Morningstar in, Hestia said excitedly, and also told the effect of the ability. Is it really okay to tell me the skill? Morningstar was a little speechless, looking at Hestia and said. It's okay, Morningstar, you won't hurt us. Hestia waved her hand casually, looking completely indifferent. Morningstar was not too surprised that Hestia trusted him so much. After all, the relationship between him and Hestia has reached this point, just short of getting on base, and they are inseparable. What else can't be trusted? Immediately, Morningstar looked at Belle and asked. 130, who saved you? Although Belle has nothing to do with him, Belle is Hestia's family, and Morningstar also hopes that Belle can grow up quickly. The effect of the skill of admiring is precocious, which can make the owner improve his ability value much faster than other adventurers when training, and even break through the S rating of the adventurer's ability value limit to SS or even SSS. In addition, the stronger the admiration, the greater the effect, and the effect can be further improved when fighting with the object of admiration. Knowing this, Chenxing naturally wants to find out the object of Belle's admiration. If possible, you can ask the object of Belle's admiration to guide Belle in battle, so that Belle's improvement speed can be faster. Chenxing, what do you want? Hestia also reacted at this time and looked at Chenxing and said. Well, when I came back, I went to the guild and asked Miss Aegina. Aegina said that the adventurer who saved me was Miss Anachiti, the noble cat of Loki's family. Hearing Chenxing's question, Belle's face turned redder, and the whole person became shy again, but in the end she told the truth about the person who saved her. Ha! Hearing the words Loki's family, Hestia's eyes widened. She had the same idea as Chenxing, and spent some money to ask that person to guide Belle in battle. Judging from the situation shown by the skills, the effect is definitely stronger than that of directing Belle. But when she heard that it was Loki's family, Hestia was immediately upset. She and Loki were mortal enemies, and asking that guy's family to guide Belle in battle, wouldn't that be a joke? Even if she put aside her prejudice and asked, Loki, CGDC, would never agree. Chenxing was also quite surprised. She didn't expect that the one who saved Belle would be the noble cat. In the original book, it was the sword princess Ace who saved Belle, and now it was the noble cat who saved Belle. After a lot of twists and turns, it was not Loki. Hestia's family and Loki's family are really destined to be together. Moreover, Chenxing didn't expect that Belle was actually AL************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�̀ Do you have this intention? Chenxing looked at Hestia and asked what Hestia meant. Morningstar knew about the grievances between Hestia and Loki. If Hestia had this intention, he could help Hestia talk to Loki's family. I have no objection to making Belle stronger faster, but Loki will never agree. Hearing what Morningstar said, Hestia frowned slightly and then said. Although she and Loki were enemies, she could still let go of this grievance if it could make her family grow quickly, but even if she could let go, the other party might not necessarily do what you want. I'll go ask, if possible, ask Guemao to come and guide Belle, if not, forget it. Morning Star thought for a moment, then said. Okay, please, Morning Star. Hestia didn't bother with Morning Star, and said with a smile. Given their relationship, she didn't think it would bother Morning Star. It didn't matter if it worked or not. After all, she was going to do it tonight, hee. Well, okay, I'll go ask now. Morning Star stretched out her hand and gently rubbed Hestia's hair, saying gently. Please, Lord Morning Star. Belle also understood the current situation at this time, knowing that Morning Star was going to ask for the person she admired, and hurriedly bowed to Morning Star to thank him. It's okay, work hard. Morning Star waved his hand and said with a smile. Immediately, Morning Star turned around and left the inner courtyard, left the library, and rushed towards the direction of the Twilight Pavilion. It took more than 10 minutes for Morning Star to arrive in front of the Twilight Pavilion. Looking at the guards at the door, Chenxing walked over slowly and spoke softly under the guard's gaze. Please inform that Chenxing, the leader of the Lucifer clan, is here to visit. Hearing Chenxing's words, the two guards' pupils shrank. One of the guards immediately shouted inside. Open the door. The door slowly opened, and the adventurer who shouted immediately looked at Chenxing and spoke respectfully. Mr. Chenxing, please follow me. Seeing the guard's reaction, Nongxing was stunned. Does he have such a big face? Just hugging the clan name and his own name, the guards treated him so respectfully. Mr. Chenxing, please follow me. The guard saw that Chenxing did not move, and hurriedly spoke again. This time, Chenxing did not continue to be dazed, nodded and followed the guard. Under the guidance of the guard, Chenxing was invited to a spacious reception room. Mr. Chenxing, please wait here, I will go to inform you now. After leading Chenxing to the reception room, the guard said respectfully to Chenxing, and then turned and left, leaving Chenxing sitting on the sofa with suspicion. What happened? Looking at the door, Chenxing frowned slightly, thinking silently in his heart. This is the first time I have come to the Dusk Pavilion. Why are the guards of the Dusk Pavilion so respectful to me? Morning Star didn't know that just now, Loki had already ordered that if Chenxing came to the Dusk Pavilion in the future, he would not need to inform him and come in directly. Unexpectedly, not long after she gave the order, Chenxing came to the door. Just after the order was given, the guards really remembered it clearly. After hearing Chenxing's name, they immediately invited Chenxing in. Not long after the guards left, Chenxing felt a violent vibration in the corridor outside. It was not an earthquake, but a vibration caused by many people stepping quickly. Chenxing knew that it was definitely a member of Loki's family coming. Soon, after a wisp of dust, a figure appeared at the gate. Moreover, it seemed that because he couldn't stop, the whole person slid out a little. Ah, brother Chenxing, see you again. Although he slid out, the person who came soon appeared. It was Diana. Diana smiled and waved to Chenxing and said hello, and walked in while talking. See you again. Chenxing smiled and replied. As soon as the voice fell, several figures appeared at the door. It was Dion, AC, and Loki lying on AC. At the same time, Chenxing also heard the voice of the elf Lafia from outside. Wait for me, Injia. However, the figure stopped talking halfway, and was replaced by a panicked voice. Mr. Bert, why did you pick me up? Hey, we meet again, brother Morning Star. Morning Star. Hey, Morning Star boy, I was thinking of looking for you. Dion, AC, and Loki greeted Morning Star and walked in at the same time. As for who greeted whom, you can guess for yourself. We meet again. Morning Star nodded and replied again, then his eyes looked behind the three people. Compared to Loki and others, Morning Star was more curious about what Lafia's panic shout was just now. Seeing Morning Star landed at the gate, Loki and the other four also looked over. In less than 2 seconds, 2 figures appeared at the door, but the new figures were a little special. What appeared was Bert and Lafia. Bert forked with one hand waist, while Sufei was a little embarrassed. Because she was held by the collar by Bert's hand. After seeing everyone's eyes fall on her, Lafia was embarrassed to the point of not being able to face anyone. She covered her cheeks and dared not look at everyone, and kept shouting. Mr. Bert, put me down quickly. Tisk. Bert put Lafia down according to Lafia's wishes. Then, Bert looked at Chenxing and frowned slightly. Are you Chenxing? Yeah, first meeting, Mr. Bert. My purpose this time is to find the noble cat Miss Anachiti. Chenxing smiled and nodded, and then went straight to the point. Asterisk 5. Bert, huh? Why are you looking for that stinky cat? Chapter 65 Bert's Request. Facing everyone's surprise, Chenxing gently explained his intention. Now it was Loki's turn to be confused. After coming to his senses, Loki exploded without hesitation. Let Angie guide Hestia's family, what are you kidding? Loki looked at Chenxing with anger, his eyes full of contempt. Loki didn't know why Chenxing chose Bert to guide Hestia's family members, but Loki could tell Chenxing clearly that it was impossible. She and Hestia were enemies, and Hestia actually wanted her family members to guide her family members to fight. What a beautiful thought. Ahaha, brother Chenxing, you really said something incredible. Diana also felt that what Chenxing said was too exaggerated at this time. If it was before, she didn't think there was anything wrong. There was no saying that the families could not guide other families. It depends on personal preference. But after the monster festival a few days ago, they all knew that the goddess named Hestia was a mortal enemy of their main god, or in the words of some people, an enemy. In this case, it was impossible for Morning Star to get Loki to agree to this matter. Diana is right, brother Morning Star, this is impossible. Dion also nodded and said gently. Well, everything depends on human efforts. How can we know if Loki will agree if we don't try it? Facing the kindness of the two, Morning Star smiled and replied. Before coming again, Morning Star knew that there was little hope, and this time he didn't hold too much hope. It would be best if it could work, but it didn't matter if it didn't. Looking at Loki's reaction, this matter was blown. Ace and Lafia didn't speak, but just watched quietly. Because the two really didn't know what to say. This matter is somewhat far-fetched, there should be no idioms in this world, but let's just pretend that there are, otherwise I really don't know what to use to describe these situations. However, at this moment, Bert spoke. Is that guy your friend? Everyone's eyes forgot about the past. Bert leaned against the wall with one foot, his hands on his chest, and frowned. Look here. Bert. Diana looked at Bert with some suspicion and shouted. Belle is Hestia's family, so she is naturally my friend. Morning Star smiled and nodded. Tell me how you did it, and I will ask the stinky cat for you. Bert nodded and said. Morning Star was confused, because Bert's words were incoherent, and he didn't know what Bert was talking about. Not only Morning Star, but everyone else was the same. No, there was one person who was different. Ace was different. Ace seemed to have heard what Bert meant. Bert wants to know how you were able to fight the monster feast with such strength and be at ease. Ace said softly. As soon as these words came out, the others suddenly realized. Tioni and Tiona both looked at Morning Star with shining eyes. This matter has always been something they care about very much. They were quite stimulated. Bert did not refute Ace's words, because that was his question. He stared at Morning Star with a pair of sharp eyes, wanting to get an answer from Morning Star. Seeing that Bert did not refute, Loki frowned slightly, but did not say anything. The monster feast. It's nothing more than relying on powerful fighting skills. If your fighting skills are strong enough, you can do it. Morning Star was slightly enlightened, and then explained. When he didn't use the Samsara I mode, he was at the limit of IV.2. Because his ability value exceeded S, he was slightly stronger, but he didn't reach IV.3. The reason why he was able to do that was entirely because the blessing of the God of War gave Morning Star extremely powerful fighting skills, and he used the skill to achieve this great feat. After receiving such an answer, everyone present had different expressions. Because they knew it at the beginning. However, Bert was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Fight with me. Bert said. I don't want to fight casually. Facing this sentence, Morning Star smiled and replied. He didn't want to fight meaninglessly. Fight with me, I will help you persuade that stinky cat. Bert stood up straight, looked down at Morning Star sitting on the sofa, and said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Morning Star narrowed his eyes slightly. Okay, let's go. Morning Star stood up and smiled back. Oh. Great, now I can see how strong Brother Morning Star is now. Tiona said excitedly. Let's go to the training ground. Tioni was also very excited. Tioni usually looks very calm, but in fact, Tioni's personality is hotter than anyone else. Amazon's fighting gene is stronger than anyone else. Although I saw Morning Star use some special ability to kill the new type of carnivorous plant monster in seconds before, it was obviously Brother Morning Star's trick. They haven't seen the upgraded Morning Star's hand-to-hand combat strength yet. Under the urging of Diana and Dion, the group left the reception room and headed towards the training ground. What is Bert doing? Seeing everyone leave, Loki gritted his teeth, but followed them. To be honest, she didn't want Angel to guide Hestia's family, but she wouldn't interfere too much with the will of the family members. Moreover, Angel's personality was not the kind of person who would agree to such troublesome things, so Loki was so confident. But now it seems that Bert will really persuade Angel. I don't know if Angel will agree. Loki doesn't want the family members to guide the little family, but he doesn't want to interfere too much. Forcing the family members will easily cause the family to be alienated. Since it's like this, let's find a way to maximize the benefits. After thinking for a moment, Loki made a decision and followed. For unknown reasons, several people talked for a while, but none of the three giants showed up, probably not in the Dusk Pavilion. Soon, the group came to the training ground of the Dusk Pavilion. At this time, there were more than a dozen members of the Loki clan fighting on the training ground. The arrival of Morning Star and others instantly attracted the attention of these people. It was rare that 4 first-level adventurers in the clan, Lafia whose magic firepower was comparable to that of the first level, and the Lord God gathered here. Moreover, AIC and others were surrounding an adventurer they didn't know and who was obviously not in the same class as the clan. This made them more concerned, and they stopped their sparring one by one and looked over here. Here, I remember your weapon is a sword. Bert took a long sword from a weapon rack on the wall and threw it to Morning Star. I can use any weapon, but a long sword is also good. Morning Star reached out to catch it and said with a smile. Hey, Tiona, what's going on? A cat-eared girl came to Tioni and the others and asked them. Angie, Bert wants to fight with Brother Morning Star. Tiona replied with a smile. Anakiti Odom, the person who saved Belle in the dungeon before, because her name is not easy to call, people close to her call her Angel. She is a second-level adventurer of the Loki family, level IV.4, and is an adventurer who is about to be upgraded. Morning Star. The new adventurer who only took half a month to upgrade, the one ordered by Loki. Hearing the name of Morning Star, Angel remembered it immediately, because it was not long ago that the order was given, and the guild also released the situation of Morning Star today. She had just seen it before, so she remembered it immediately. Well, Bert wants to fight with Brother Morning Star. Tioni also explained. I understand. Angel nodded, and then stopped talking. Her eyes fell on the field, especially Morning Star. Being able to get Bert to take the initiative to invite him to compete, plus Chenxing is an adventurer who only took half a month to upgrade, Angel is also very interested in Chenxing, and wants to know what is special about Chenxing. However, Angel's attention is on the field, while Dion and others' eyes are always on her. What are you doing? Being stared at by Dion and others, Angel asked a little uncomfortable. Angie, do you know the purpose of Chenxing coming here? Dion said with a smile. 0. What is his purpose? He came here to ask you to help train someone. Dion explained. Huh. I don't know him, why do you want me to train someone? Angel was confused. However, at this time, Loki also spoke and explained to Angel. The girl this morning. After listening to Loki's explanation, Angel frowned slightly. Forget it, I don't want to guide other people of the clan. Angel thought for a moment, and as expected, she directly refused. Well, don't give a reply so quickly. Loki smiled and persuaded Angel. Hearing this, Angel's eyes fell on Loki, wanting Loki to give an answer. Angel, take the others out, don't stay here, and then come back. However, Loki did not mean to answer, but asked Angel to send the others out. She did not forget Uranus's instructions. Why, Loki? Angel frowned when she heard this and raised an objection to Loki. Others also looked over and cast suspicious eyes one by one. "This is an order," Loki said with a smile. Hearing this, Angel stopped asking, and the same was true for others. Because Loki usually doesn't speak in this way, let alone give orders. Once a person gives an order, it means that it must be executed and no rebuttal is allowed. Angel immediately sent everyone else out, and then walked back alone. "Now you can tell me why, Loki." After coming back, Angel asked Loki the question in her heart. "Well, you will know it later. This is something that only the first level of our clan can know. Angel, you are about to upgrade, and this matter is also related to you, so it doesn't matter, but other people can't know it. Remember, don't leak out the things later, you will know it later." Loki explained with a smile. She had an idea in her heart. Hearing this, Angel did not continue to ask, and her eyes shifted to the field. At this time, the two people on the field have not started fighting yet. "How strong are you now?" "I suppressed my strength to the same level as you." Bert put his hands in his pockets and looked at Chenxing and said. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly surprised, and then he said his current strength, 4.3 limit. Chapter 66, Fight. As soon as Chenxing said this, everyone present was stunned and shocked. Did I hear it wrong? I remember that he just upgraded to 4.2, not IV.3. Angel thought she had heard it wrong, and turned to Diana and others to confirm. If she didn't have Alzheimer's disease, she remembered that Chenxing was a new adventurer who had just upgraded to 4.2. But what did she hear now? IV.3. And it was the ultimate combat power of IV.3. Is this nonsense? Diana and others didn't feel any surprise. They had been shocked by Chenxing's real combat power. After all, Chenxing had shown the strength to kill the new type of carnivorous plant monster in seconds. That power can be said to have reached IV.4. Moreover, Lafia had said before that Xing's magic power is close to TV healing. Now that Morning Star said that his strength was only IV.3, Diana and the others were not surprised, but rather a little stunned, a little unbelieving, and on the contrary, they did not believe Morning Star's strength. In the minds of Diana and the others, Morning Star's strength was very exaggerated. Even across 2 levels, it should be IV.4. However, the magic and skills that Morning Star had shown before, 110, were all long-range attack capabilities, and they really didn't know how close combat capabilities Morning Star had. Today, Bert wanted to know about Morning Star's close combat strength. Bert wanted to know why Morning Star could do what he did when he encountered the monster feast before. Well, let's watch the battle first, and then you can ask Loki later. Diana smiled and replied, then turned his eyes back to the field and stopped talking. Others also stared at the field one by one. Seeing this, Anchi had to suppress her inner confusion and continued to watch. Soon, the battle between Morning Star and Bert began. Bert was the first to attack. After Bert suppressed his strength to the same level as Morning Star, he attacked Morning Star. As a werewolf, Bert has a natural advantage in speed, and the improvement after upgrading is even greater. Therefore, Bert is very fast. Even if his strength is suppressed, Bert's speed is already very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Bert has appeared in front of Morning Star. If it was before, Morning Star might have a little difficulty in reacting to Bert's speed. But today, having just experienced the attack of Fellweiss IV.6 clone, all the cells in Morning Star's body are in excitement, and he also has this kind of reaction experience of being quickly approached. Before Bert appeared in front of Morning Star had already predicted Bert's attack, and the long sword in his hand had already blocked Bert's path. As soon as Bert appeared, he almost hit the sword chopped by Morning Star. It was almost a face-to-face output, and it was only a few centimeters away from Bert's face. At the critical moment, Bert burst out with a stronger speed, and the whole person quickly retreated behind him, sliding more than 10 meters on the floor before stopping. Looking up, Bert's eyes were full of doubt. Morning Star grasped the timing very well, and even Bert, who had very rich combat experience, was almost hit. This is also the reason why Bert's eyes were full of doubt. Although he suppressed his strength, Bert thought that he had very rich combat experience and was much stronger than the new adventurer, Morning Star. But just now, he, who was experienced in combat, was easily controlled by Morning Star. If he hadn't burst out with more than IV.3 strength and speed, he would have been chopped down just now. Wow, Brother Morningstar grasped the timing of the battle too well. He launched a counterattack when Bert's speed exploded to the limit and he could hardly stop. Outside the field, Diana, as a spectator, naturally saw the situation of the battle and praised him immediately. Well, even I can't find such a good time to attack. Tioni, who was standing by, folded his arms and agreed. What a strong combat experience, he can grasp the opportunity so well. Angel was also surprised at this time. No, Morningstar is not experienced in combat. In terms of combat experience, Bert is much more experienced than Morningstar. In that attack just now, Bert was almost cut. If it were me, I would take advantage of the situation and chase him without giving Bert any breathing space, but Morningstar did not. People with rich combat experience will not make such an obvious mistake in this situation. AIC shook her head and denied it. AC, this is just a sparring, not a real fight. Diana said embarrassedly. But AC ignored it and continued. Morningstar just has very strong fighting skills and many coping skills. The perfect attack just now is just one of Chenxing's coping skills. Just now, when Morningstar raised the sword, she saw Morningstar's thoughts from his posture and the gesture of holding the sword. She saw several techniques that can be used to cut from Morningstar's posture and the way he held the sword. No, it should be said that there are more ways of attack, but she can only see a few of them at the moment, but she can be sure that Morningstar definitely has more than just the few attack moves she saw, and there are other ways of attack, because she vaguely saw some angles that she couldn't think of at the moment. The attack just now was just the most suitable one that Morningstar chose after eliminating many attack moves. In fact, it was just as AIC thought. Although Chenxing had been honing his combat experience these days, he could not compare with Bert, a 10th-level adventurer who had fought in the dungeon for several years. It would take some time for Chenxing to reach the first-level combat experience. Well, it would take about a month. Even without the blessing of the God of War, Chenxing's own talent was very strong, which was shown from the beginning. Without the blessing of the God of War, Chenxing would only need half a year to hone his combat skills and accumulate combat experience to have combat experience comparable to that of a first-level adventurer. Now that he has the blessing of the God of War, he has powerful combat skills and fights on the basis of the God of War's blessing. Chenxing has accumulated combat experience. In terms of experience, it will only be faster if there is divine help. For example, now, although it has only experienced the sneak attack of Fire Wheezy, Chenxing's reaction has been much stronger. In an instant, he can use dozens of counterattacks. If it was before, it would be at most a dozen. I have said too much. After forcing Bert to retreat, Chenxing just felt his situation a little, and then took the initiative to attack. Chenxing's speed is also very fast. After officially launching the attack, Chenxing flew out like a cannonball. Almost in an instant, he appeared in front of Bert. It was just a little slower than Bert's speed just now. Bert also reacted at this time and quickly launched a counterattack. That's right, there is no defense, just counterattack. Lifting up the golden Frostfelt kicked the sword that Morningstar was slashing at with his foot. Clang! The collision of the long sword and the metal boots, the sound of the metal clashing echoed in the training ground, and the ground trembled slightly. It can be seen that the two people's attacks just now did not have any water, and both reached the limit of IV.3, otherwise it would be impossible for the training ground to tremble slightly. As the battle started again, the two did not need any warm-up battle at all, and directly entered the white-hot stage, and the attacks of the two completely turned into afterimages. Loki, who was sealed with divine power and became an ordinary person, could not see the battle situation of the two people at all. He could only see that Bert's expression was very ferocious, while Morningstar's expression was very indifferent. The two people kept launching attacks there, and the sound of the long sword and metal boots colliding echoed in the training ground. Looking at this scene in front of him, Loki narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his left eye twitched slightly. I can't see clearly, it's just 4.3, why are you going so fast? Loki tried to open his eyes wide, but he still couldn't see the situation on the field clearly. Loki scratched his hair in annoyance. This is how the powerful 4.3 fights, Loki. Diana said lightly, still staring at the battlefield. This is because the two of them knew that this was a training ground, so they tried their best to avoid destroying the training ground. Otherwise, the floor on the field would have been destroyed by the fight between the two of them. Diana added. The fighting skills of this morning star are too terrible. Bert was completely suppressed. Angel also spoke at this time, but she was not responding to Loki, but was shocked by Morningstar's performance. It was the first time she saw Bert being suppressed like this. The adventurers present could see the fight between Morningstar and Bert, and because they could see it clearly, Angel was so shocked. Because from the beginning of the battle, Moat was completely suppressed by Morningstar. Bert was completely unable to gain any benefit from Morningstar, and was suppressed by Morningstar all the time, falling behind. Ah, completely suppressed, Brother Morningstar is really strong. Diana's face was full of smiles at this time, very bright. Stinky Wolf was completely suppressed. Dion couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. Hearing what the two said, Angel's eyes twitched. At this time, Ace spoke. Morningstar, use Bert to hone combat experience. P.S. Belle's admiration object should be changed to Angel, and be AL*********************, otherwise I really have no choice. After all, in my imagination, Belle must exist, and also needs to admire this skill to quickly improve her strength, otherwise she can't do anything. If Belle is to be gone, there will be too many changes. Chapter 67, Loki's Conditions, Ace's Request. Hearing what AIC said, Dion nodded in agreement. But Bert also gained something, didn't he? Bert looks very ferocious, but this guy has been absorbing the fighting skills used by Morningstar. Didn't you notice that although Bert is at a disadvantage, he has gradually been able to keep up with Morningstar's offensive? Dion also spoke up, smiling, with surprise in her eyes. Yes, that's right. AIC agreed. You mean, Bert learned fighting skills from Morningstar when fighting with him? Loki keenly captured this key point, narrowed his eyes again, and looked at several people to confirm. Well, Morningstar is using Bert to hone his fighting experience, while Bert is learning fighting skills that he doesn't know from Morningstar and perfecting his own fighting methods. AIC nodded and replied. This battle is beneficial to both sides. Dion followed. Say, should we try to invite Brother Morningstar to fight with us? Dion also spoke at this time, saying to Diana and Ace. Hearing this, Diana and Ace looked at each other, and both saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Let's give it a try. Brother Morningstar seems to want to hone his combat experience, and we can find out the shortcomings of our combat skills from Brother Morningstar. Diana nodded and said. From the beginning, they knew that Morningstar's combat skills were much stronger than theirs. But they really didn't expect that Bert, who was not much different from them, could improve his combat skills by fighting with Morningstar. Bert could gain something from Morningstar, and so could they. And Morningstar could hone his combat experience and combat reaction by sparring with them. It can be said that both sides can cooperate and win. Oh. Is that so? In that case, let Morningstar compete with you. Use this as a condition and let Angel guide Hestia's family. I believe you will not refuse this condition, and Morningstar will not refuse it either. After listening to the conversation between the few people, Loki made the decision and looked at Angel. And Diana and others also looked at Angel after hearing this. Because they found that Loki was right. This situation was obviously the best way for both parties. They didn't believe that Angel would not be tempted. As an IV.4 who was about to be upgraded, Angel was not much worse than them in terms of vision. In some places, she was more perceptive than them. Finn often asked Angel to deal with some group affairs. Seeing several people looking at her, Angel thought for a moment and then nodded. She also saw that fighting with Morningstar would definitely be of great benefit to her. It seemed that it would be a good deal to agree to Morningstar's commission with this. On the field, after fighting with Morningstar again, Bert found the right time and kicked himself backwards more than 10 meters away, leaving the battle. Wait, let's stop here. Seeing that Morningstar was about to rush over, Bert quickly reached out and called Morningstar. Don't fight anymore. Morningstar heard the words and stopped charging, wondering. He was having a great time. Fighting with a first-level adventurer like Bert, Morningstar felt that his combat reaction was getting sharper and sharper, and his combat experience was almost increasing. Every moment in his mind, there would be some ideas about how to react when facing Bert's attack. Moreover, these ideas were not problematic and were all ways to deal with them. In this situation, Morningstar was very calm on the surface, but he was very motivated in his heart. Unexpectedly, Bert actually stopped the fight on his own initiative. "Let's stop here." Bert shook his head and said. During the time he was fighting with Morningstar just now, Bert had learned enough combat skills from Morningstar. If he continued, Bert was worried that he would not be able to remember. After initially understanding the combat skills learned from Morningstar, he needed to give himself some time to integrate the combat skills learned from Morningstar and transform them into his own. "Morningstar, as I said just now, I will go back to persuade that stinky cat." Before Morningstar could speak, Bert spoke to Morningstar again. Bert could feel that Morningstar was unfathomable in combat skills. He felt that when he was fighting with Morningstar and paying attention to Morningstar's combat skills, it was like looking into an abyss. No matter how wide his eyes were, he still couldn't see the situation clearly. This made Bert realize how terrible Morningstar was. Learning combat skills from a new adventurer like Morningstar might be a very embarrassing thing in the eyes of outsiders. But Bert knew that Morningstar's new situation was only temporary. Morningstar would soon catch up with them. Even if he only upgraded one more level, he would probably be able to be on par with him. Bert didn't feel like an enemy at all when learning combat skills from such an existence. "Well, I'll leave it to you then. But I just saw Miss Anachiti, I'll go talk to her first." Hearing Bert's words, Chenxing was a little surprised, then he came to his senses and nodded with a smile. "Morningstar," Angel agreed, "but there are conditions." At this time, Loki's voice came from not far away. Hearing this voice, the one who reacted the most was not Chenxing, but Bert. Hearing Loki's voice, Chenxing and Bert were a little surprised and turned their heads to look over. "You teach AI Tan and the others how to fight, and Enchi teaches the child of Hestia's family." Loki led everyone over and said to Chenxing with a smile. Hearing this, Chenxing did not answer immediately, but looked at Anachi. "Miss Anachiti, what do you think?" "No problem, you teach us how to fight, and I teach the female adventurer you mentioned." Anachiti nodded and replied. "Okay, that's it, I'll let Belle come to you at night in the future, okay?" Hearing Anachiti's words, Chenxing said with a smile. "Yeah." Anachiti nodded again. "To be honest, I have gained a lot from fighting with you. Who will come first?" Many people want to fight with the first-level adventurers but don't have the opportunity. Fighting with AIC and others will definitely be a great gain for me. The battle with Bert just now is probably more than the previous one when one person destroyed the entire monster feast. Do you want to start now? After agreeing to the conditions, Chenxing looked directly at AC and the other two. He was enjoying the fight just now, but Bert stopped the fight. Now Loki took the initiative to send AC and the other four to his door, which Chenxing wanted. "I'll do it." Hearing Chenxing's words, several people looked at each other, and then looked at AC, even Anachiti, the person involved. Seeing this, AC spoke softly and made herself the first. AC directly used the wind spirit sprint, and instantly flashed to the wall of the training ground, took a long sword from the weapon rack, and then quickly flashed back. This scene made everyone present ashamed. Is the wind spirit sprint used in this situation? However, despite the complaints in their hearts, the actions of the crowd did not stop, and they all stepped back and gave the venue to Chenxing and AC. "Morningstar, your real fighting power is more than what you just showed, right? Can you go all out?" Standing in front of Morningstar, AC held the sword in one hand, looked at Morningstar, and said softly. AC remembered that Morningstar had entered a special state before. In that state, Morningstar was wrapped in azure flames, and one trick directly killed 3 new types of carnivorous plant monsters. AC had a feeling that Morningstar's experience in that state was even stronger. Hearing what AC said, Morningstar narrowed his eyes slightly and did not answer immediately. Morningstar knew what AC was talking about. AC was talking about her own reincarnation eye mode, which had appeared in front of AC and others during the Monster Festival. After thinking for a while, Morningstar nodded. Since AC wanted to see the reincarnation eye mode, let AC watch it. It's just entering the reincarnation eye mode to enhance strength for close combat, which is no big deal. The reincarnation eye's trick can't be used. Moreover, even if it is used, it doesn't matter, it will be exposed sooner or later anyway. The ultimate move of the Samsara Eye is also a rough ultimate move, so there is no need to worry about others finding a way to restrain it after knowing the ultimate move. The restraining method of the ultimate moves of the Golden Will Samsara Explosion and the Silver Will Samsara Explosion of the Samsara Shenyang is a more powerful force. Without saying anything, Chenxing entered the Samsara Eye mode with a thought, and his whole body was covered with azure blue 013, a flame-like light, and his azure blue eyes also changed. Ah, this is it, Brother Chenxing killed those new types of carnivorous plant monsters in seconds in this state, so cool. After seeing Chenxing enter this state, Diana was immediately excited and pointed at Chenxing and said. They think that Chenxing has the destructive power of IV.4 because Chenxing killed the new type of carnivorous plant monsters in seconds after entering this state on the day of the monster festival. When Morning Star killed the new type of piranha plant monster, he was very handsome. He killed 3 piranha plant monsters in a flash of light, and the appearance of Morning Star wrapped in light and flames also nailed her aesthetic taste. It was so cool. Diana liked the heroes in the hero biography, but there was no such thing as heroes in this era. And the appearance of the hero in Diana's heart was very similar to the current Morning Star. Now seeing Morning Star like this again, Diana was naturally very excited. Everyone present agreed with Diana's words. Because Morning Star's appearance was indeed very handsome, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was handsome. However, compared to Morning Star's appearance, Dion, Bert and others were more concerned about what was different about Morning Star in this state except for the trick that killed the new type of piranha plant monster. Bert and Angel had never seen the situation when Morning Star killed the piranha plant monster, so they didn't have any ideas. Diana's body and mind were now attracted by Morning Star's reincarnation eye mode, and she didn't pay attention. Let alone Lafia and Loki, one is a magician and the other is a useless god, so naturally they have no idea. Only Tioni, looking at Morning Star who has entered the Samsara Eye mode on the field, has a slight guess in his heart. This state feels like an amplification skill. In this state, wouldn't Brother Morning Star's physical fitness have surpassed the level to 4.4? It's no wonder that Tioni has such an idea, because the skill of Morning Star to kill the new type of piranha plant monster in one shot was too strong. If the special move can kill the new type of piranha plant monster in one shot, then its own melee strength should not be too much. P.S. I have changed it, I am honest, please let me go. Chapter 68, Master of Everything. Facts have proved that Tioni's guess is not groundless. Because Morning Star's physical fitness in the Samsara Eye mode is indeed as high as IV.4, and it is the limit of IV.4. The Samsara Eye mode is completely about converting physical strength into combat power, so it can only be used in short-range combat. The stronger the physical strength of Morning Star, the greater the increase in the Samsara Eye mode, but the more physical strength it consumes. If Morning Star is upgraded to another level, when Morning Star enters the Samsara Eye mode, its various abilities will definitely be upgraded to another level. Don't think that this upgrade has no changes. Every time an Hui upgrades to a level, the strength improvement is much stronger than the previous level, because the foundation is different. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the strength improvement after the upgrade. The same is true for Morning Star's Samsara Eye mode. On the field, after entering the Samsara Eye mode, Morning Star flashed and quickly rushed towards Ace. The speed of Morning Star alone gave everyone a jump. Because it was too fast, Morning Star's speed was much faster than before he entered the Samsara Eye mode. Diana and others saw the speed of Morning Star at the first time. Morning Star's speed had reached the speed that an IV.4 adventurer should have, and this speed was also the best among IV.4. Sure enough, I guessed right. Dion's mouth corners slightly raised, and said softly. Brother Morning Star really gave me another big surprise. Diana was also very excited at this time. This speed. Bert looked at this scene and frowned slightly. Although it was not as good as himself, it was not much worse. This speed was also the top among IV.4 adventurers who specialized in agility and dexterity. I didn't expect Morning Star to have this skill. Just now he thought that Morning Star's melee strength was only at the level of IV.3 limit. But now it seems that it is far more than that. Bert really wanted to know what else Morning Star would do, and stared at the field intently. Anachiti was also staring at the battlefield at this time. Seeing that Chenxing's strength has been upgraded to a higher level, and his speed is much stronger than when he fought with Bert before, Anachiti was somewhat glad that she did not refuse just now. Chenxing's strength has reached IV.4 in this state. In IV.3, Chenxing has burst out with such strong strength, which has made Bert gain a lot, and IV.4 will be even more. I think I will also have a lot of gains when I compete with Chenxing later. At this time, Chenxing and AC have already fought on the field. Compared with Bert and others outside the field who can only see Chenxing's speed, AC, who is fighting with Chenxing in the Rebirth I mode at this time, knows how amazing the strength Chenxing has shown at this time. Whether it is speed, strength, or physique, they are all top IV.4. You know, Chenxing has just upgraded to LV2, but he has jumped more than 2 levels. From IV.2 to 4.3, IV.3 to IV.4, and then IV.4 to the limit of this level, more than 2 levels or even close to the main level. 2. This is completely unprecedented and will never be repeated. Even the Scarlet Flower did not have this ability, and even the 2 top adventurers left by the Zeus clan and the Hera clan did not have this ability. Morning Star, what a terrifying existence. AIC murmured in her heart, and then devoted herself to the battle. Although she was shocked by the strength of Morning Star, AIC now just wanted to focus all her energy on this battle. She wanted to learn the skills that she could not master from this battle, fill her own flaws, and improve her fighting style, just like Bert. If Bert can do it, she can do it too. At that time, she may be able to face the monster feast of monsters with the same combat power like Morning Star, and she can also handle it with ease. Thinking about it, AIC's heart was slightly disturbed, and her mental strength was more concentrated. There were continuous violent collisions on the field. The battle between Morning Star and Bert just now was only within the range of IV.3, but this time it was IV.4, causing even stronger combat fluctuations. The 2 of them fought back and forth, advancing and retreating, and engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat within a radius of 10 meters. Whether it is AIC or Bert, who can upgrade to 4.5, they are all outstanding adventurers. Bert was able to learn useful combat skills from the battle with Morning Star, and AIC was no exception. Even because the 2 used the same weapon, AIC's gains were greater than Bert's. Morning Star was not surprised by this, and he also gained a lot. The battle between the 2 lasted only half an hour, and AIC stopped fighting on her own initiative like Bert. Let's stop here. After leaving the battle circle, AIC shouted. Seeing this, Morning Star did not continue to rush out like before, but nodded slightly to AIC. Thank you very much. AC bowed slightly to Chenxing and thanked him politely, thanking Chenxing for his willingness to guide her. Yes, it was guidance. In AC's opinion, Chenxing's sword skills were at the top of his combat power. Morningsing's attacks can be used in both human and monster battles, without any difference. AC learned from Chenxing how to combine her own human and monster battle skills, and it seems that the combination of the 2 will be even more powerful. AC was sure that as long as she studied these thoroughly, even if her ability value did not continue to improve, her actual combat strength would definitely have a huge improvement. However, AC felt that it was impossible to quickly complete this fusion in a short period of time given her situation. She might have to trouble Chenxing more in the future. With such a big gain, AC didn't know how to thank her, so she could only thank her in this most straightforward way. You're welcome. Chenxing smiled and replied, accepting AC's gift calmly. Tioni, Tiona, and Akiti, who will go first? Then, Chenxing turned to look at Loki and others, and shouted to Tioni and Tiona. I'll go first. The excited Tiona opened her mouth to speak, but as a sister, Tioni was faster than Tiona, which made Tina resentful. Anakiti did not stop her, because she wanted to play last, and now she would watch 2 more battles of Chenxing to prepare herself more fully before fighting with Chenxing. And Tioni ignored Tiona, and ran to the wall quickly, and took out a pair of kukri that she was best at from the weapons collection. The training ground of the Loki clan is for the training of clan members, so the weapons used by each clan member are prepared here, and several copies are prepared. When Tioni took the kukri and was about to turn around to find Chenxing to fight, Tioni heard Chenxing's voice. Tioni, get me a pair of kukri. As soon as these words came out, Tioni was stunned, and then turned around and looked at Chenxing suspiciously, with an expression on her face that said, "Did I hear it wrong?" Others were also very surprised. Did they hear it wrong? Chenxing actually gave up using the long sword and used the same kukri as Tioni. Is this going to let him go? Don't be suspicious, it's a kukri. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Looking at Tioni's frowning brows, Chenxing smiled and promised. Dion then followed what Morningstar said, took another pair of kukri, and walked towards Morningstar. Meanwhile, AC had returned to Diana's side. How is it, AC? How do you feel? After AC came back, Xiangna asked AC about her feelings as soon as possible. Very good, Morningstar's strength is far beyond my imagination, I learned a lot. AC said truthfully. Before the fight, she had never thought that she could gain so much in this battle. That's good. Diana nodded and said happily. I didn't expect Mr. Morningstar's close combat strength to be so strong. Lafia was full of emotion. The previous battle between Morningstar and Bert had already shocked her very much, and she didn't expect that the battle between Morningstar and AC later shocked her even more. Lafia had never thought that a newly upgraded 4.2 could do this. Loki, do you have any ideas? Angel said to Loki. Ideas? Do you mean poaching? Loki raised his eyebrows and asked. Well, don't you have any ideas for such a demon? Angel nodded and said without disguising. Morningstar is so powerful, it would be great if it could convert to Loki's clan. I have had it for a long time, and I am looking for an opportunity now. Loki said with a smile. The most important thing for her now is to find Lucifer, the main god of Morningstar, and deal with Lucifer before coming to Morningstar. Otherwise, if Lucifer is not dealt with, even if Morningstar is willing, it will be useless if Lucifer does not let go. You can't just send Lucifer back to heaven, right? Although Loki is the god of mischief, she really can't do such a thing. She is very law-abiding. I feel relieved that you have this idea. Angel nodded, and then said no more. Just then, the sound of weapons colliding came from the field, and everyone's eyes shifted over instantly. After seeing the situation on the field, except for Loki and Lafia, everyone else's pupils shrank. What a joke! Bert said with gritted teeth. Are you kidding me? Your sword skills are so powerful that even AC can't match them. Now you can even use the kukri so smoothly. Using the same kukri, Dion was suppressed at the beginning. Diana twitched her mouth, smiled dryly, and then muttered softly. Loki, act quickly. Angel didn't say much, just urged him to dig Morningstar over as soon as possible, so that he could find Morningstar to learn from him at any time. After all, they would be companions by then. So powerful. Ace murmured in a low voice. What happened? Was Dion as suppressed? The elf Lafia seemed to understand. You must be kidding. You guys can use a rare weapon like the kukri so powerfully. The violent storm of attacks swept over, and Tioni struggled to resist Morningstar's offensive, which was a bit unbelievable. Her weapon is the kukri. Although she sometimes fights with her fists, she fights with the kukri most of the time, so she has mastered the fighting skills of the kukri, and it is also an IV.5 level fork. The kukri is an unpopular weapon in Orario, and few people use it. Among the first-level adventurers, she is the only one who uses it. She can be said to be the undisputed #1 kukri in the whole of Orario. But now, she was easily suppressed by Morningstar in the field she is good at. She now understands AIC's feelings. However, after the shock, Tioni's mouth corners quietly curled up, and a wanton and rampant smile appeared on her face. Come on, fight, Morningstar. The face gradually became ferocious, and the violent gene in Tioni's body broke out. Morningstar, W. Winky Face. Chapter 69, Tioni's Self-Doubt, Lafia's Hesitation. Duh. Tioni is an Amazon, she has a very violent temper, and she usually tries to suppress it. But now, after being suppressed by Morningstar in the use of the kukri, Tioni went berserk. Ahaha, Tioni went berserk. Tiona looked at this scene from a distance and laughed awkwardly. Her sister has always had a very violent temper, but she has been suppressing her personality because she has a crush on Finn. Only in some extreme situations, such as extreme excitement and extreme anger, will she let go of her suppression, and then she will go berserk. Is it okay? Lafia was a little worried. She had seen Tioni's berserk scene, which was very brutal. When dealing with monsters, it was completely torn apart. She was worried that Tioni would lose control of her power and hurt Morningstar. After all, no matter how strong Morningstar's fighting skills were, Tioni was also an adventurer of IV.5. Jumping 2 levels was already very scary, and Morningstar couldn't jump 3 levels. No problem, Dion seems to be out of control, but she is controlling her power. She is not extremely angry now, but extremely excited. She wants to have a hearty battle. Angel comforted her with her arms crossed. That's it. Dion is not using the power of IV.5 now, so don't worry, Lafia. Diana nodded and smiled. The situation is indeed as Diana and Angel said, Dion is out of control, but she has been controlling her power. Dion's current outage is just for a hearty battle. It was the first time she encountered a being like Morningstar in the field of cookery. Fighting with the same weapon is a completely different feeling from fighting with other weapons. Come again. Come again. Come again. Clang. 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 Bang. 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 The sound of weapons 020, the collision of fists and feet, and Tioni's roar were heard constantly on the field. The collision of cookery and the collision of flesh when fists and feet were added. Except for not using her own full strength, Tioni can be said to have used all other means. While fighting with the cookery, Tioni also used fists and feet to attack. As Tioni's opponent, Chenxing was not afraid at all, and his kicking attack was not as fierce as Tioni's. To be honest, Chenxing did not have any accomplishments in fists and feet. But Chenxing had the blessing of the god of war. After obtaining the blessing of the god of war, Chenxing used all the weapons once. With the blessing of the god of war, as long as Chenxing used a weapon once, Chenxing could obtain the most perfect fighting skills that these weapons should have from these weapons. Even if he puts down his weapon, Morningstar will not lose this combat skill. With such a natural benefit, how could Morningstar let this ability go to waste? On the day when he received the blessing of the god of war, Morningstar began to act when he returned to the ground. He tried various weapons in the equipment store and acquired the exclusive combat skills of these weapons. This naturally includes boxing gloves and leg armor, which are the weapons used by Bert, and acquired the combat skills of fists and feet. Now even without boxing gloves and leg armor, Morningstar can also exert extremely powerful fist and foot attacks. Well, I didn't expect that Brother Morningstar's fist and foot attacks are so strong. Bert, did you regret it just now? Outside the field, Diana looked at the battle between the two and completely turned into a scene where the cookery and fist and foot attacks could be switched at any time. She turned her head and looked at Bert and asked with a smile. Even Diana knew that receiving guidance in the same field would gain more. But Bert just asked Morningstar to fight him with a long sword, which greatly reduced the chance. I must regret it. Anna Chidi gloated on the side. Hearing this, Bert did not speak, but his mouth twitched slightly, and he silently said to himself that next time he fought with Chenxing, he would fight directly with fists and feet instead of swords. Soon, the fight between Chenxing and Dion ended. Because the two of them fought completely without restraint, the fight between them was much more intense than the previous 2 games, and the consumption of physical strength was also terrible. After the two of them finished fighting, they lay directly on the ground to recover their physical strength. It's so refreshing, thank you, Chenxing. Lying at 90 degrees beside Chenxing, Dion turned her head and looked at Chenxing's Lien beside her, smiling and thanking her. To be honest, she hasn't fought so happily against people for a long time. She has always dared to fight like this against monsters. Moreover, she gained a lot from fighting with Chenxing, whether it was the fighting skills of the cookery or the fist and foot attacks, she learned a lot. You're welcome, I also gained a lot. Chenxing also turned her head and replied with a smile. Looking at Morningstar's face from a close distance, Dion didn't know why, her expression was a little dazed. Yeah, come to think of it, since I fell in love with Finn, it seems that I haven't fought with others so happily for a long time. 10th level only dared to be so casual when fighting monsters. My personality has been suppressed all the time, is it really good like this? However, at this moment, Diana came over. How is it, Morningstar, do you need a rest? I have a potion to restore your physical strength. Do you want to drink it? Half squatting beside Morningstar, Diana shook a bottle of potion in her hand and asked with a smile. Well, give it to me. Morningstar reached out to take it, drank it all, and then quietly waited for the recovery of this calendar. In a few seconds, Morningstar's physical strength was almost restored. The potion that Diana gave looked quite advanced. Seeing that Morning Star had recovered, Diana pushed Dion out of the field, and then took 2 double-edged swords from the wall and walked over. After throwing one of them to Morning Star, Diana couldn't wait to attack. The fierce battle began again. Ah, today is a lucky day. In the corridor, after a battle, Diana, who was full of joy, stretched lazily with a happy face. Indeed, it's quite enjoyable to fight with Morning Star. Dion nodded in agreement. Fighting with Morning Star, she really felt quite comfortable. Except for the strength that needs to be suppressed a little, the rest can be fought freely without worrying about hurting the opponent. Because Chenxing's fighting skills are so strong that he can deal with all his attacks, and he can also learn and improve himself through fighting. Of course, the most important thing is that it is really fun to fight. She can't wait to fight Chenxing again. However, she needs to integrate what she learned from the fight with Chenxing just now. Indeed, I think that agreeing to Chenxing's request is the best choice I have made recently. 11. As long as we continue, even if we don't upgrade, our strength will definitely change dramatically. Anachiti nodded and said with a smile. Well, Anchi, I'll leave the child that Brother Chenxing mentioned just now to you, don't be perfunctory. Diana nodded repeatedly, and then asked Angel for help. She didn't want Angel to be perfunctory and not guide the child entrusted by Morning Star well. If Morning Star quits, then they will lose a lot. Don't worry, it won't happen. Since I promised, I will do my best. Angel nodded and said. I really envy you. Listening to the words of Diana's sisters and Angel, Lafia said with envy. Lafia, didn't you say that Brother Morning Star has a strong attainment in magic? Next time, ask Brother Morning Star if you can exchange magic knowledge. Diana looked over and suggested to Lafia. Is this okay? Will it be too much trouble for Mr. Morning Star? Lafia heard this and hesitated and whispered. Lafia, you are also very good, don't be too proud of yourself. Don't forget, your magic firepower is IV.5, and you are not much worse than Brother Morning Star in magic. Seeing Lafia so unconfident, Dion said to cheer her up. Brother Morning Star's magic firepower is only close to LV5, don't underestimate yourself, Lafia. Angel also said. Listening to what the others said, Lafia was still a little hesitant. And at this moment, AIC, who had not spoken, suddenly spoke. Lafia, try it. Ah. Yes, AIC-san. Hearing AIC's encouragement, Lafia's inner hesitation disappeared instantly, and she said excitedly. Dion. Diana. Angel. Lafia really likes AIC. How could it be, Diana-san, don't talk nonsense. Ah, no, it's not like that, I'm not saying that I don't like AIC-san. Diana's words directly made Lafia's mind a mess. Okay, Lafia, don't panic, calm down. Ah, Lafia, you stepped on my foot. Sorry, Nyon house. While AC and others were playing in the corridor, on the other side, Morning Star had returned to the library. Hestia and Belle were both in the library. Belle sat beside Hestia with a nervous expression, looking outside frequently. After seeing Morning Star coming back, Belle's eyes lit up immediately. Morning Star, you are back, how are you? Hestia naturally noticed the return of Morning Star and greeted her. Belle on the side stared at Morning Star nervously, as if she was worried about hearing bad news from Morning Star. It's done, Belle, when you come back every night, you can go to the Dusk Pavilion to find Angie, the noble cat, and let her guide you in fighting. Morning Star made a yeah gesture to the two of them and said with a smile. Morning Star had now followed Diana and the others and called Anna Chi. Thank you so much, Morning Star. Hestia rushed directly to Morning Star. Morning Star quickly reached out to catch it and gently stroked Hestia's hair. Thank you very much, Lord Morning Star. On this side, after hearing the news she wanted, Belle was extremely excited and bowed 90 degrees to Morning Star and thanked him respectfully. Well, come on. Morning Star encouraged with a smile. Then, Morning Star patted Tia's wrist. Okay, Hestia, I have something to go in for a while, you come down first. Well, okay. Hestia jumped off Morning Star without hesitation. Morning Star nodded to the two and walked inside. After 4 fierce battles, Morningstar couldn't wait to update his grace and see how much his grace had improved. During the battle just now, Morningstar clearly felt his back getting hot, which was when his grace continued to improve. After returning to the room, Morningstar locked the room and then began to update his grace. The azure light flickered in the dim room. Chapter 70, Huge Improvement, Chef. Hestia takes the initiative. Morningstar. IV.2. Strength, I25E456. Durability, I21E489. Dexterity, I23E479. Agility, I30E499. Magic, I28I35. Development ability, Magic Eye. Magic. Thought Body. Child of Light. Skill. Chenxing Eye. God of War's Protection. Even though he knew that his gains this time would definitely be great, he was still secretly shocked when he saw the changes in the ability values on the grace paper. Because it was just a sparring match, he didn't use magic, so his magic power almost didn't increase dash. But the other 4 ability values were each increased by more than 400, and the total ability value increased by more than 1000. Morningstar himself didn't expect such a terrifying increase. If it weren't for AC and the others needing time to settle the fighting skills they got from me, I really want to continue to spar with them. But, forget it, once a week will do. You can't chew too much, so I'd better not disrupt their settling. Chenxing said to himself after burning the paper of favor in his hand. AC and the others learned fighting skills from him when they were fighting with him, and Chenxing knew this from the beginning. Chenxing didn't think there was anything wrong with this situation. Since he decided to spar with them, Chenxing had already thought of this. Being able to learn the fighting skills of others in the battle with them is their ability, and he has no reason to reprimand them. Moreover, he also gained enough fighting experience in the battle with AC and others. Before, there were only fighting skills, and fighting experience needed to be honed. Now, fighting with AC and the others can do this. AC and the others still need to settle to integrate these learned fighting skills, but Chenxing can directly use these fighting experiences for his own use. With powerful fighting skills and combat experience, Morningstar's strength has undoubtedly been improved. In addition, Morningstar's fight with AIC and others has also improved his own strength. Just as Dion and others thought, these battles are a win-win situation for Morningstar and Dion. After updating Grace, Morningstar came out of the bedroom and went outside. Where is Belle? As soon as he came out, Morningstar found that Belle was gone, and only Hestia was there, and then he asked. That girl, she went back. Hestia shrugged and said. Really? What do you want to eat tonight? Morningstar heard it, and nodded, and then asked Hestia what she wanted to eat for dinner. Aren't I going to cook tonight? Hearing what Morningstar said, Hestia was a little confused. A few days ago, she felt that it was not good for Chenxing to cook all the time, so she volunteered to cook. After discussing with Chenxing, the two decided to take turns every 2 days and 3 days. She should be responsible for today's dinner. Why did Chenxing prepare to cook it herself? Well, I'm in a good mood. Chenxing said with a smile. How could I be in a bad mood? I improved my ability value so much in 1 day. Okay, I want to eat steak. Hestia said directly without being pretentious. Okay. Chenxing nodded in response, then looked at the sky outside which was gradually getting dark, turned around and returned to the inner courtyard again and entered the kitchen. Just as Chenxing stepped into the kitchen, the system prompt sound suddenly appeared in his mind again. Ding. You have a new drift bottle, please check it. Another drift bottle. System, intervene, open. Hearing the system prompt sound, Chenxing was a little surprised, and then he silently said to open it in his heart. Ding. The drift bottle has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak culinary inheritance of Dragon Chef Lu Daoxing. Lu Angxing's peak culinary inheritance. In the world of Chinese little chef, all the culinary inheritances that Lu Angxing, who has grown to the peak, possesses. Listening to the voice of the system, Chenxing was slightly surprised. Lu Angxing's inheritance, and it is the inheritance of Dragon Chef Lu Angxing. This is very incredible. Without thinking, Chenxing accepted this inheritance. In an instant, a lot of information related to cooking emerged in Chenxing's mind, and with cooking came a perfect muscle memory and various abilities. Perfect muscle memory allows Chenxing to make any food without mistakes, and there are also various cooking abilities, which are all the cooking abilities that little chef Lu Angxing learned on his journey to the peak. After receiving this inheritance, Chenxing slowly opened his eyes, and was shocked. Chenxing really didn't expect that cooking skills were so profound. What a pity, it would be great if there were matching legendary kitchen utensils. Forget it, I can't chew too much. This terrible cooking skill is already very good, and I can't ask for more. Chenxing sighed slightly, but after sighing, he began to reflect on himself. Then, Chenxing walked towards the kitchen counter and started his first gourmet meal after obtaining the inheritance of the Dragon Chef. Because he had just obtained the inheritance of the Dragon Chef, as soon as he touched the kitchen utensils, Chenxing felt an indescribable excitement, and directly took out all the ingredients in the refrigerator. In this excited mood, he directly made all the ingredients into dinner. When Hestia closed the library and walked into the kitchen outer room, she saw that the long table for eating in the kitchen outer room was filled with densely packed delicacies. Chenxing's kitchen is divided into an inner room and an outer room. The inner room is the real kitchen, and the outer room is the dining area, with a long table at the waist. At this time, the long table was filled with delicious food, each of which was delicious and fragrant, and Hestia was almost drooling. Morning Star, it's only been 2 days. When did your cooking skills become so good? Just smelling this smell, I can't hold back. Hestia looked forward to it. She just said that she wanted to eat steak, but Morning Star actually made so much, and these looked very delicious. Hee, I just made it casually before, but I'm in a good mood today, so I made it seriously and made more. Morning Star said with a smile. I can't tell Hestia that my cooking skills were just like that before, and I have this peak cooking skills since today. But this is too much. Hestia frowned slightly and said speechlessly. There are at least more than 20 portions of food on the long table. How can the two of them eat so much? Ahaha, eat as much as you can, I'll find a way to deal with the rest. Morning Star touched his head awkwardly and said. Chenxing couldn't really tell that he forgot about it because he was so excited. Well, since you've made so much, I'll take some to Belle and Hephaestus to taste, okay? Hestia looked at the food on the table, thought for a moment, and then discussed with Chenxing. Okay, no problem. Chenxing agreed directly, and then Chenxing began to urge, okay, sit down and eat quickly. Yeah, I can't help it. Hestia nodded repeatedly, then sat down quickly, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. When she started eating, Hestia realized that color, fragrance and taste were really not adjectives, but facts. It was the first time she had eaten such delicious food, and she felt that her life as a god for hundreds of millions of years was in vain. She now regretted that she had volunteered to share the task of dinner with Chenxing before. Looking at Hestia's wolfing down, Chenxing also sat down and started eating. It must be said that the food cooked by Chef Long is delicious. Even though these dishes are made by Chenxing himself, Chenxing tasted them just now, but now when he eats them, he still feels as happy as if he is in the clouds. Neither of them spoke, and quickly swept the dinner on the table. While eating, Hestia suddenly raised her head and looked at Chenxing awkwardly. Hey, Chenxing, how about I leave dinner to you in the future? Looking at Chenxing, Hestia laughed dryly and said. After eating such delicious food, Hestia felt that it would be difficult for her to eat other food in the future. Are you afraid that you won't be able to eat it in the future? Hestia, you have to adapt. 0. I have to go to the dungeon, and I have already conquered the 21st floor. I will often go there for 2 or 3 days in the future. I won't have time to cook for you then. After hearing what Hestia said, Chenxing immediately understood Hestia's idea and said with a smile. Ah, that's right, Chenxing, you still have to explore the dungeon. This answer made Hestia a little disappointed. It's a pity that such delicious food can't be eaten often in the future. But I promise you that when I'm at home in the future, I will take care of all the meals. Looking at the lost Hestia, Morning Star smiled and comforted her. Well, good. Hearing this, the smile on Hestia's face reappeared, and it was very bright. Soon, the two of them cleaned up the dinner on the table. As for the rest, the two really couldn't eat it. Hestia covered her abdomen and looked at the food on the table with regret. She wanted to continue eating, but she really couldn't eat it. Morning Star, as I said just now, I will pack up the rest and bring it to Belle and Hephaestus to taste. Hestia looked at Morning Star and said to Morning Star, "Well, okay, I'll help you." Morning Star nodded and said. Then the two began to pack up. After helping Hestia pack dinner, Morning Star chatted with Hestia for more than 10 minutes, and Hestia left the library with the packed wooden box. Morning Star cleaned up the kitchen and returned to his room. After washing up again, Morning Star leaned on the pillow and started reading a book. This reading lasted for 2 hours. During this period, Hestia had returned to the library and returned to her bedroom. After reading for 2 hours, Morning Star was ready to go to bed. However, at this moment, Morning Star, the door of Chenxing's room was gently opened. Hestia. Chenxing was slightly puzzled as he looked at the head that popped out of the door. It was so late, why did Hestia come to see him? However, Hestia did not answer Chenxing but walked in, closed the door, and even locked it from the inside. Seeing this scene, Chenxing was startled and had a premonition in his heart. Sure enough, after locking the door, Hestia said nothing and walked towards Chenxing with a slightly red face. After coming to Chenxing's bedside, Hestia stretched out her hands and held Chenxing. "Chenxing, I like you." 1. Chapter 71, Free Meals, New Magic, Son of Darkness. Chenxing didn't expect Hestia to be so proactive. Originally, Chenxing thought that it would take at least several months for their relationship to change. As a result, it happened so abruptly. In the past 2 days, Chenxing didn't go to the dungeon but stayed in the library with Hestia. In the past 2 days, Hestia enjoyed the feast of food brought by Chenxing. She asked Chenxing to cook whatever she wanted. Moreover, something happened in the past 2 days that made Chenxing laugh and cry. On the second night, Hephaestus and Chun came to the library. Chenxing was a little surprised when he saw the two of them. "Hey, I'm here to eat, Chenxing." Chun smiled and waved to Chenxing. Hearing this, Chenxing looked at Hestia with some confusion. And Hestia looked at Hephaestus with confusion. "I ate the food you brought that night with Chun, and after that she kept asking me where I bought the food. I couldn't stand the noise, so I had to bring her here." "I'm so sorry, Hestia." Seeing Hestia's eyes on her, Hephaestus was a little embarrassed and explained in a nonsense way. "What? You ate it so deliciously at the beginning." After hearing this, Chun did not refute, but curled her lips. Her words were full of disgust and contempt for Hephaestus. Hephaestus was obviously also very tempted, but she always looked calm. But Chun, who knew Hephaestus very well, knew that this guy was as greedy as herself, but just didn't want to take action herself. She simply didn't have any girl's reserve, and directly quarreled with Hephaestus for a whole day, asking Hephaestus to tell her where she bought the food. The result surprised Chun. She didn't expect that the food was made by Chenxing. So Chun immediately ran to Chenxing to get a free meal. As Chenxing's exclusive forger, it was no problem to get a free meal here. As a result, Hephaestus followed. Hestia laughed at Chun's words. Hephaestus was exposed by Chun, and her face was a little embarrassed, but she couldn't refute it. Because she really wanted to have another meal, otherwise she wouldn't have followed Chun. Seeing Hephaestus's look, Hestia stopped laughing. "Chenxing, let me introduce you, this is Hephaestus, my best friend." "Hephaestus, this is Chenxing, the owner of this library." Hestia introduced the two to each other. As for Chun, seeing Chun's reaction when she came, it was clear that Chenxing knew Chun, so she didn't introduce. "Chenxing, please give me more advice." Chenxing stretched out her hand to Hephaestus and smiled. "I've heard of you for a long time, Morning Star. I'm Hephaestus. Please teach me." Hephaestus also reached out her hand and shook it with Morning Star, and replied. She knew about Morning Star's consultation 2 days ago. She was very curious about Morning Star's existence, and she also knew that Morning Star was the adventurer that Hestia had always mentioned. Although she was surprised by Morning Star's situation, she had never thought of coming here. It was not until last night when Hestia came to her with food that she had a slight idea of coming here. But she did not implement it immediately. It just so happened that Chun came to ask her about the source of the food, so she followed along. Morning Star, you should know why I'm here, hurry up, I can't wait to enjoy the feast. Ah, no problem. Looking at Chun with an expectant face, Morningstar nodded slightly. Hestia, you entertain them, I'll go prepare dinner. Morningstar told Hestia, then nodded to Tsubaki and Hephaestus and went into the kitchen. No problem, Morningstar, prepare more. Hestia shouted on tiptoe. Then, Hestia began to entertain Hephaestus and Tsubaki. Hey, Tsubaki, how did you get to know Morningstar? After arriving in the living room, Hestia made 2 cups of black tea for the two, then looked at Tsubaki curiously and asked Tsubaki. Ah, I'm Morningstar's exclusive forger. Tsubaki smiled and told the story of how he met Morningstar and signed a contract with Morningstar to become a special forger. After listening to Tsubaki's story, Hestia and Hephaestus were both a little surprised. To be honest, I never thought that Morningstar was only IV.1 at that time. After all, the weapon used by Morningstar was not used to deal with IV.1 monsters. It is almost impossible to cause wear and tear on third-level weapons. Monsters above IV.2 are the most likely. At that time, I thought Morningstar was IV.2. I didn't expect Morningstar to be only IV.1, and now it is only IV.2 after upgrading. After telling the story of how he met Morningstar, Tsubaki sighed. I really met an incredible contractor. After sighing, Tsubaki was grateful for his luck that he could meet an adventurer with such terrible talent and potential as Morningstar. Under the current situation, if nothing unexpected happens, Morningstar will grow up soon, and will definitely attack the deeper levels and the floors after the 50th floor. At that time, as Morningstar's exclusive forger, she could follow Morningstar to the deeper layers. She herself had been to the deeper layers, but she had only entered a short distance and had not reached the 50th floor. She had always wanted to reach deeper layers, because deeper layers would have more precious metal materials and materials dropped by monsters. But she did not have the strength, so she could only give up the idea. And now, Morningstar gave her hope. Of course, Loki's family also gave her hope now. However, she hoped that this hope was brought by Morningstar, because she had signed a contract with Bird Star. Ah, you are so lucky. Hephaestus agreed. Chun signed a contract with Morningstar as an exclusive forger by accident when she knew more about Morningstar's situation. This was indeed a very lucky thing. Now there are probably many forgers eyeing Morningstar. At least, several senior forgers in Hephaestus' family set their sights on Morningstar after learning that Morningstar had only taken half a month to upgrade, and wanted to sign an exclusive forger contract with Morningstar. But they didn't expect that Chun would get there first. It's better to keep the money within the family. Hestia also agreed very much. Hestia agreed with Chun becoming Morningstar's exclusive forger. After all, Chun is the #1 forger in Orario besides the gods. However, if Hestia knew that Chun had been teasing Morningstar these days, she would never have such an idea, and would even be wary of Chun. Unfortunately, Hestia didn't know. Chun, I'll leave Morningstar to you. Hestia looked at Chun and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Chun was slightly surprised, but then showed a meaningful expression. Morningstar's popularity with women is really good, the previous Aegina, and now Hestia is the same. It's worthy of my attention. Speaking of which, Hestia, how is the family you recruited? Hephaestus didn't know what Chun was thinking. At this time, Hephaestus thought of the family Hestia recruited and asked with concern. Ah, it's very good. Belle has a very strong talent. Hearing Hephaestus mention Belle, Hestia grinned and said happily. Yesterday evening, after Belle came back, she followed what Morningstar said and went to the Twilight Pavilion to ask for guidance from the Guy Noblecat. The result was very good. Early this morning, Belle came here to find me to update the Grace. The Grace ability value increased by more than 200. In just one night, Belle improved so much, which made Hestia very happy. She realized the power of Belle's long for skill, and was very grateful for Morningstar's help. If Morningstar hadn't come forward, Belle really wouldn't have been able to get such a strong improvement. As long as she keeps doing this, Belle will have the hope of reaching S in all 4 abilities within half a month, just like Morningstar. As for magic, Belle has no magic, so Hestia directly excluded magic as an ability. Really? That's good. Hephaestus nodded slightly after hearing this. Then, the two of them picked a random topic to start chatting. Chun occasionally interrupted, and the three of them were having a great time. On the other side, in the kitchen where Morning Star was. Morning Star's expression was a little strange at this time. Is the system entering an active period again? Looking at the drift bottle received by the system again, Morning Star muttered in his heart. This is the drift bottle that Morning Star just got, which he got not long after he entered the kitchen. There was no movement for a week before, but now new drift bottles have appeared one after another. Morning Star thinks that the system should have entered an active period. System. System, check, open. Ding. The drifting bottle has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a magic book. Another magic book. Looking at the magic book in the system space, Chenxing was slightly speechless, and then used the magic book directly. The same situation as when he obtained the Sun of Light before, after swimming in the ocean full of runes, Chenxing successfully obtained his new magic. Son of Darkness, master the dark element, and can create dark magic at will, including attack, defense, and assistance. Chenxing, wow, the opposite version of the Son of Light. Chapter 72 Lucifer. Morning Star's considerations. Light and darkness, Chenxing immediately thought of a character. The name of the character he borrowed to create his clan. Lucifer. Lucifer, also known as Lucifer, is the morning star of heaven and the embodiment of light and darkness. When he was in the light, he was the vice-lord of heaven. After falling into hell, he became the dark and became the monarch of hell, the devil Satan. After the fall, Lucifer possessed the power of light and darkness, and he seemed to be one now, and his name in this life was Chenxing, the morning star. This guy, the system, really wanted to train himself to be Lucifer. After all, after becoming a god, his skills and magic would become divine power. System. Chenxing called the system in his heart. But it was obvious that the system had no intention of explaining Chenxing's question. Chenxing had to give up. Lucifer is Lucifer, there is nothing wrong with it. Shaking his head, Chenxing continued to prepare dinner. It took half an hour for Chenxing to prepare a large table of dinner, and then called Hestia in to serve the dishes together. As soon as Morning Star called out, Hestia, the foodie, ran in very quickly. Not only Hestia, but also Tu and Chun ran in. As soon as they came in, they smelled the fragrant aroma and saw the delicious food and the aroma floating on it. It smells so good. Chun was almost drooling, and quickly took over Hestia's work, picked up the plate on the kitchen counter and walked out. Hephaestus on the side also took the initiative to take out another plate before Hestia. In the kitchen, Morning Star and Hestia looked at each other, and then laughed at the same time. Then, the two of them walked out. When the two came out, Chun and Hephaestus had already placed the delicacies on the plate neatly on the dining table. Hestia, Morning Star, come quickly. Seeing the two coming out, Hephaestus and Chun called out at the same time. The two of them sat down at the table without delay. They didn't do any table manners. They looked at each other, said, "Let's eat," and started eating. It's really delicious. After so many years in the underworld, this is the most delicious food I have eaten. Hephaestus ate slowly and elegantly, but the speed of eating was not slow at all, and she even had time to sigh. I don't know how she did it. In comparison, Chun and Hestia's eating style was a bit bold, carefree, and they ate like wolves. Sitting opposite Hephaestus, Morning Star's movements were similar to Hephaestus's, leisurely, not like Chun and Hestia. Perhaps Hephaestus has developed such table manners over the years, so she will not lose her manners even if the food is delicious. But Morning Star is different. Morning Star doesn't feel like Hestia and others at all. Maybe when she ate for the first time, Morning Star would be the same as Hestia, but not now. These delicacies were made by Chenxing himself. Chenxing knew how delicious they were. If he wanted to eat them, he could make them himself anytime. He didn't have to worry about not being able to eat them in the future like Hestia and Chun, and desperately showed off. During the dinner, except for Hephaestus's sigh, no one spoke, and everyone was busy eating. Soon the whole table of delicacies was eaten up. It's so comfortable. Hestia leaned back in the chair, muttering in a low voice with a full face of enjoyment. After eating such delicious food, I feel that I can't eat other delicacies. Chun also started to mutter. Yeah. Hephaestus closed her eyes, her face full of enjoyment, and whispered softly. Looking at the reactions of several people, Chenxing was very satisfied. The praise of diners is obviously the greatest recognition of a chef, and it is also what the chef hopes to get the most. Brother Chenxing, I have an unwelcome request. At this time, Hephaestus suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Chenxing seriously. Want to eat for free? Seeing Hephaestus' serious look, Morning Star guessed it at once, and said her little thought before Hephaestus said it. After saying this, Hephaestus was a little embarrassed, but still nodded. After eating the food you made, I feel that other food can't attract me. If possible, I hope to come to your place for a meal occasionally. I won't come often, once in a while, and I will bring the most precious ingredients. Is it okay? Although he was very embarrassed, but feeling the taste buds still blooming, Hephaestus still said his thoughts. No problem, as long as I'm in the library, you can come here to eat anytime. Facing Hephaestus' request, Morning Star agreed without any consideration. Although it was the first time for him to meet Hephaestus, Hephaestus was Hestia's best friend, and a real best friend, not those plastic best friends and plastic sisterhood in the previous life. Under this relationship, Hephaestus is also his friend. How could Chenxing refuse a friend who wanted to come over for a meal? Yes, Hephaestus, as long as Chenxing is here, you can come over anytime you want. Hestia nodded at the side. Well, that's troublesome. Hephaestus' face calmed down a little after hearing this, and smiled. Then I want to come too. Morning Star, you won't refuse, will you? Chun also spoke at this time, looking at Morning Star with a smile. Well, as long as I'm on the ground, I can come anytime. Morning Star smiled back and responded. Well, then it's settled. Speaking of which, Morning Star, the ingredients should be gone. At this time, Hestia suddenly remembered something, looked at Morning Star and asked. Well, I've used up these 2 days. I'll buy more tomorrow morning. Morning Star nodded and said. The refrigerator can hold a lot of ingredients. Morning Star always buys 2 days' worth and puts them in the refrigerator. Morning Star only went to purchase some yesterday evening, and used them up tonight. I'll take care of the ingredients. I have people go to Demeter's Manor every day to buy some of the freshest ingredients. I can also have people go to the harbor to find Njord to purchase seafood, and the same goes for meat. Hearing the ingredients, Hephaestus raised her hand and took charge of the ingredients. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Chenxing was slightly stunned, and then nodded. Okay. Afterwards, the few of them chatted for another half an hour. After cleaning up the dining table and the kitchen, Hephaestus and Chun said goodbye and left the library to return to the base. At night, Chenxing leaned on the pillow, quietly thinking about what Hephaestus had just said. Chenxing remembered that before Dionysus attacked Demeter, the relationship between the two on the surface was quite good, and they could be considered to be talkative. In the original book, when Ganesha opened the banquet of the gods, the two chatted together, and it seemed that they had some cooperative relationship. The grapes that Dionysus used to make wine seemed to be imported from Demeter. Perhaps you can pay attention to Demeter's situation, although it seems that it is not related at all. But if Dionysus did not show up at the assembly of the gods, and this guy did not come to the banquet of the gods, then from Demeter's try to attack him and see if you can find an opportunity. Morning Star was a Taoist in his previous life. As we all know, Taoists are indifferent to life and death. If they are not convinced, they will fight. If they are bullied, they will not come back, their Taoist hearts will be unstable, so they will take revenge. Although Morning Star only believes in Taoism, he is not a Taoist, but his personality is not much different. He does not want to be bullied. Sometimes when he is bullied, he will want to get it back. This time, Dionysus sent Firewise's clone to attack him for no reason. Morning Star was full of anger and wanted to fight back. Even if this alarmed the enemy, Morning Star was not afraid. Morning Star was not afraid of Firewise. Firewise's clone could not beat Xiaoguang's possession. Even if Firewise's real body was dispatched, as long as Morning Star wanted to escape, Firewise could not do anything to him. As for Hestia on the ground, Morning Star was not worried. Heart. Because Chenxing is sure that it is impossible for Fellwise's real body to show the strength of IV.7 on the ground. At least not before Dionysus hides in the dark. Because once he takes action, his strength will be exposed, which will alarm the whole of Orario, and then the gods will not let Dionysus and Fellwise go. You are an adventurer with only IV.3 on the surface, but you have the combat power of IV.7 in secret. If you just hide 1 or 2 levels, it's fine. But you hide 4 levels, and it's 4.7. With such a terrifying strength, what do you want to do? The gods will not pretend that nothing happened, and investigate first. As long as Dionysus is not stupid, he will not let Zhangxi expose this experience on the ground at will. As for using the clone to take action, Chenxing is even more 157. Don't worry. I just used Xiaoguang to possess and beat the clone of Fellweiss. If the clone of Fellweiss comes again, Chenxing can beat her again. To put it bluntly, if Dionysus can't wait for him at the gods' assembly, then Chenxing will find a way to hold a feast of gods in the identity of Lucifer and invite the gods to attend the banquet. Although this is a laborious and costly move, Chenxing doesn't care and must retaliate. Of course, it would be even better if we can directly find evidence that Dionysus is a dark faction. If the feast of the gods doesn't work, then Chenxing will have to think of other ways. For example, start with Demeter. When Chenxing was thinking about how to deal with Dionysus, the door was opened. Not long after taking a shower, Hestia, who was wearing pajamas, walked in. "Hey, Chenxing, it's late at night, let's rest." Hestia walked to Chenxing's side and said with a smile. Morningstar reached out and hugged Hestia and fell on the bed. Well, rest. After a sleepless night, the next morning, Morningstar put on the defensive equipment that Tsubaki had repaired, put on the new weapons that Tsubaki had made, and went to the dungeon. As for Hestia, who was overworked last night, was still resting at this time. Before, Morningstar reached the 21st floor. Today, Morningstar was going to enter a new floor, but not the 22nd floor, but the 25th floor. If it hadn't been attacked by Fearweiss before, Morningstar would have started the strategy for the lower floors a few days ago. With the reincarnation I mode turned on all the way, Morningstar spent about 2 hours to reach the 25th floor and started a new adventure. The types of monsters on the 25th floor are very different from those on the 21st floor. The 21st floor is a big tree maze, and the 25th floor is the water maze. Most of the monsters tend to be aquatic monsters. Arriving at the 25th floor, the first wave of monsters to greet Chenxing was Lan, a large crab, also called a metal crab, with a very stiff shell. Chenxing did not hesitate and directly drew out a new weapon to attack. What Chenxing did not know was that not long after Chenxing entered the dungeon, AC and others came to the library to find him. However, the library was closed, and AC and others could not find Chenxing, so they followed Chenxing and the 4 of them entered the dungeon. Chapter 73 Good Luck, Heretic Mary. Morningstar naturally didn't know that AIC and others came to find him. At this time, Morningstar had already started the battle on the lower level. The shell of the metal crab is really hard. If you change to the previous 3rd level weapon, the shell of the metal crab will be worn out to some extent. However, this is only for ordinary adventurers. Even if Morningstar holds the previous 3rd level weapon, he will not be so stupid. The shell of the metal crab is indeed hard, but it is not covered by the metal crab all over. There are many places that cannot be covered. These are the weaknesses of the metal crab. With Morningstar's strength, it is very easy to attack these places. However, Morningstar is now holding a 2nd level weapon, or an immortal weapon. IV.3 Metal Crab. Many monsters on the ground are not marked with levels, just come at will. This thing requires several IV.2 to join forces to kill it, and it is estimated that the level should be 4.3. In the hands of Morningstar, it is completely one sword one, and there is no need to spend a second move. Morningstar does not even need to attack the weaknesses of the metal crab. In just a dozen seconds, a group of more than 10 metal crab monsters were killed instantly by Chenxing. After killing all the monsters, the next step is to pick up magic stones. Chenxing bent down and picked up the magic stones that were much larger than before. However, while picking up, Chenxing suddenly found that there was something special growing on the other side of the river beside him. Before coming to the dungeon, Chenxing had asked Dana for lessons and used her super memory to write down some information about the lower water mystery city and even deeper floors. Chenxing thought about it for a while and remembered what these things were. The reason why Water Mystery City was called Orange Water Mystery City was because of a waterfall called Jutsang, which ran through 25 Kong to 27 Kong. I think adventurers on this floor basically prepare water spirit cloth. Chenxing didn't think he needed it. but Aina forced Chenxing to buy it. Knowing that Chenxing was going to the Water Mystery City, Aegina did not find it incredible, nor did she think Chenxing was reckless. After all, Aegina was now the only one in the guild who knew the specialness of Chenxing, except for the team leader and the president, the god Uranus and the sage Fels. Regarding Chenxing's desire to enter the lower level, Aegina did not stop him, but she insisted that Chenxing buy the equipment needed to cope with the special environment of the Water Mystery City. That is, the Water Spirit Protector. The Water Spirit Protector can make it easier for adventurers to move in the water, and can also be used to defend against water attribute attacks. Aegina asked Chenxing to buy it very seriously. What could Chenxing do? He could only buy one. After that, Aegina moved all the information about the Water Mystery City to Chenxing with confidence. In this regard, the top leaders of the guild did not stop it. Generally speaking, information will not be easily disclosed to adventurers who do not meet the regulations, because they are worried that adventurers will be discouraged after knowing the information of deeper floors and discovering the situation of deeper floors. Therefore, the guild basically only gives information according to the level of the adventurer. At the level of Morningstar IV.2, the intelligence of the lower level would not be given under normal circumstances. But obviously Morningstar's situation is different, so Aina passed smoothly when she went to get the intelligence. Morningstar spent an afternoon memorizing all the information of the Water Mystery City, and also memorized the information of several deeper floors. Now it is time for this information to come into play. The 3 floors from the 25th to the 27th floor are all penetrated by the dark river formed under the giant waterfall. Therefore, many aquatic monsters and aquatic materials will be born in these 3 floors. Morningstar remembered that the branch-like objects growing on the crystal rock on the opposite side of the river are the specialty of the water labyrinth. They are a material called labyrinth coral, which is a special collection item that can only be seen in the lower level of the Water Mystery City. If it were someone else, seeing the turbulent river, they probably wouldn't want to go over and collect these labyrinth corals, because they would fall into the river if they were not careful. At that time, they would need to fight the monsters hidden in the river. Although the river is just a normal rapids and there is nothing special, if anyone wants to enter the river area, aquatic monsters living in the river will definitely emerge from the river to attack the adventurers. However, there is no need to be afraid for Morningstar. Morningstar directly entered the reincarnation I mode, and directly used gravity and repulsion to fly up and fly to the other side of the river. Without any surprise, when Morningstar flew over the river, there was a sudden movement in the turbulent river. A huge fish the size of a human jumped out of the river and bit Morningstar with its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. Morningstar noticed this strange fish and knew its name. It was a surprise attack fish, one of the main monsters in the Water Mystery City. Facing the monster that was bearing its fangs at him, Chenxing moved his mind, and a series of light cannons flew out from the azure flames on Chenxing's body, bombarding the attacking fish densely, directly blasting the attacking fish into pieces. In midair, a magic stone the size of an adult's fist slowly fell into a giant hand made of light. Chenxing manipulated his giant hand and put the magic stone into the bag on his waist, then continued to fly to the opposite side and landed steadily on the crystal rock ground. Taking out professional tools, Chenxing began to dig the labyrinth coral. The number of labyrinth corals encountered by Chenxing was quite large, a large piece, and the color was also very good. Chenxing estimated that it should be able to sell for about 6 or 7 million. I just came to the lower level and got such a big harvest. The dungeon is really a treasure place. However, this treasure place is only for the strong. Only the strong can be regarded as looking for treasures, while the weak are just here to survive and earn some meager income. Shaking his head, Chenxing returned to the opposite side and continued his adventure. Along the way, Chenxing encountered all the monsters that should be in the water maze. Metal crabs, big water snakes, surprise fish, crystal turtles, devil giant mosquitoes, mermaids, moss giants, everything is available. And the harvest, perhaps Chenxing's luck today is very good. Along the way, almost all the monsters that Morningstar encountered dropped materials. The steel shell of the metal crab, the fins of the big water snake, the fangs of the surprise fish, and so on. Moreover, after turning many corners, Morningstar encountered a large area of labyrinth coral, which was even larger than the one he encountered before. Morningstar harvested it beautifully and earned nearly 10 million in tears. Morningstar estimated that, counting the magic stones, dropped materials and collected items together, in just 1 hour, Morningstar had obtained nearly 5,000 valis. 50 million valis, this is a fortune that ordinary people can't earn in their lifetime. But I hit it easily. The dungeon is simply a paradise for the strong. Morningstar muttered inwardly while looking at the labyrinth corals and monster drop materials in the system space. Shaking his head slightly, Morningstar stopped sighing and continued to move forward. The water mystery is really big. Morningstar has been walking for a long time with the map, but has not found the passage to the next floor. I don't know if I can pass the entire water mystery and go to the new floor today. Oh, yes, by the way, the new floor master, the two-headed dragon Anphis Byena, can move back and forth between the 25th and 27th floors. I don't know if I can meet him. With such expectations, Chenxing continued to move forward along the route of the map. However, Chenxing's luck seemed to be really good. Not long after walking, Chenxing actually encountered a special existence. In a cave on the 25th floor, Chenxing, who was using the light vein to detect the enemy's position, looked at the mermaid floating in the water, secretly observing him, and her eyes were not scarlet, and fell into deep thought. Remember, this is the heretic mermaid Mary, right? Looking at the picture presented in his mind, Chenxing thought silently in his heart. If nothing unexpected happens, this mermaid secretly observing him in the river is a conscious heretic, a heretic who can only live in water, the mermaid Mary. After hesitating for a moment, Chenxing stepped to the river and squatted down. How about coming out to talk? Although the situation in the water cannot be seen with the naked eye, in the picture shown by the light vein, the mermaid Mary is 3 meters deep in front of him. Mary in the water also heard what Chenxing said, and the whole heretic was shocked. Mary did not respond to Chenxing but left at the fastest speed. Watching Mary slipping away like a rocket in the water, Chenxing's eyes twitched. Sure enough, I am not the protagonist, and I don't have such a strong affinity that can make the heretic who met for the first time feel good about me, or even treat me with blood. However, after thinking about it, Chenxing didn't think it was strange. In the original book, Mary ran out to meet Belle when she first met Belle, because Belle's situation had spread among the heretics. Mary also knew Belle's situation and knew that Belle would not hurt her, so she naturally appeared in front of Belle. As for me, Mary was in contact with me for the first time, and she didn't know my situation, so she naturally didn't dare to appear in front of me. After all, the heretics knew that the adventurers were hostile to them. Who knows if they will be killed as monsters if they appear in front of the adventurers rashly. Mary's behavior of running away directly is normal. After thinking about this clearly, Chenxing no longer cared about the heretic and continued to move forward. What Chenxing didn't know was that not long after Chenxing left, Mary ran back, emerged from the water, and secretly looked at the direction where Chenxing left for a long time. This adventurer didn't seem to want to hurt me, was it my illusion? Meanwhile, on the other side, in the upper layer, AC and others were moving step by step towards the middle layer. Chapter 74 Dark Magic. Cursed Magic. Curse of Dionysus. It feels like I can't test it at all. Walking in the dim passage, Tiona looked at the second-generation Urga in her hand, a little bored. Let's go to the deeper floors. Tioni suggested. Well, go. AC also nodded. I don't know where Mr. Morningstar has gone. Lafia said with regret. 2 days ago, AC and others learned a lot of combat skills from Morningstar. These 2 days have been settling down and integrating some of the learned skills. After 2 days, they felt that they had integrated some, so they thought about going to the dungeon to try. To go to the dungeon to try, several people thought about looking for Morningstar together, and while adventuring together, let Morningstar help guide them to see if they have made any progress. As a result, they went to the library, but the library was not open at all, and they didn't know whether Morningstar was in the library, or if he went out. There was no way, they had to go down directly. Lafia really wanted to see Morningstar. 2 days ago, after being encouraged by AC and others, she really mustered up the courage to find Chenxing to exchange magic. But she didn't meet Chenxing, so Lafia was naturally disappointed. Well, let's talk about it next time. Seeing Lafia's disappointment, Dion reached out and patted Lafia's head, comforting her softly. Morningstar is very gentle. You go to him to exchange magic, and he won't refuse. Just go next time. Dion also spoke to comfort her. Lafia, don't be discouraged, AC also spoke to comfort her. Yeah, I know. Lafia nodded, calmed herself down, and replied with a smile. Well, let's go to the 18th floor. Rest on the 18th floor tonight, and then continue to go deeper tomorrow and go to the lower floor. 960 After seeing Lafia recover, Dion said to the others. AC and Lafia both had no problem and nodded. Well, let's do it this way. We also need to exchange all these magic stones for Wallace. But, speaking of it, the town of Rivera is really cruel. Everything is expensive, and the exchange rate for Wallace is much lower than on the ground. Diana also nodded, but then complained. No way, who made this a dungeon? Dion shrugged and smiled. If Morning Star was here, he would definitely feel familiar. This is the situation in the original book when AC and others formed a team to go to the dungeon after the expedition. It's just that in the original book, both Lavilia and Finn followed, and this time there were only 4 of them. In the original book, when several people formed a team to go to the dungeon, it also triggered the Rivera attack and defense war. However, the current situation is too different from the original book. It has been more than 10 days since AC and others returned from the failed expedition. It is estimated that they will not encounter the Rivera attack and defense war. However, things are not absolute, and they may encounter it. After all, I haven't heard of any extraordinary things happening in the 18-story Rivera town before. It is estimated that the attack and defense of Rivera has not happened yet. If it really happened, the ground will definitely know about it, and there will be adventurers who will go back and publicize it. The group took the 18th floor as their destination and went deeper. Unlike Morning Star, AC and others did not use the flying ability to fly directly. So it took a lot of time to reach the 18th floor, which took more than 2 hours. Calculate the time, it should be evening now, almost night. Let's find a place to stay. Diana glanced at the crystal inlaid on the ceiling, carefully estimated the cost of their way down, and said to the others. Well, but we don't have the props for accommodation, so we can only go to Rivera and let those guys kill us. Dion nodded and said. They came down this time just to practice the fighting skills they got from Morning Star and earn some pocket money by the way, and they didn't think about staying in the dungeon. But now they can't test on the upper floor, so they can only go deeper, so they can only take a short rest on the 18th floor. No one else had any objection to Diana's proposal. After taking a look at the direction of Rivera town, the group headed straight for that place. Meanwhile, on the other side, Morning Star also successfully passed through the Water Mystery City and arrived at the 28th floor. The 28th floor is another safe floor after the 18th floor. There are 2 known safe floors after the 28th floor, 39th floor, and 50th floor. Morning Star randomly found a place with a better terrain and began to set up a temporary camp. When Morning Star came, he did not have any props for camping, because all these props for camping were put into the system space by Morning Star and could be taken out at any time. This was the first time that Morning Star stayed overnight in the dungeon. Before that, when Morning Star attacked the middle level, he went back and forth directly and never stayed overnight in the dungeon. Therefore, Morning Star had no experience in setting up camp. It took Morning Star more than 10 minutes to complete a tent. There were many adventurers setting up camp in the wild on the 18th floor, but there were very few on the 28th floor. When looking for a place to camp, Chenxing only saw a few adventurers, much fewer than the adventurers on the 18th floor. The adventurers on the 28th floor are only about 1/10 of the adventurers on the 18th floor. This is no wonder, after all, this is already the lower floor. There are not many adventurers who can conquer the lower floor. But Chenxing didn't care about it. After setting up the tent, Chenxing took out the ingredients he bought when he passed by the market in the morning and started cooking. Instantly, the whole camp was filled with fragrance. That is, the place where Chenxing camped was relatively remote, otherwise it would definitely attract other adventurers stationed on the 28th floor. After a delicious dinner, Chenxing took a bath in the nearby pond, and then returned to his tent to update his grace. It's good to be able to update your grace. You can update it at any time in the dungeon, improve your ability value at any time, and improve your strength at any time. Unlike other adventurers, they all need to return to the ground before they can use the hand of the Lord God to improve their grace and update their strength. Morning Star. IV.2. Strength, E4 56 D5 98. Durability, E4 89 D5 78. Dexterity, E4 79 D5 39. Agility, E499D587. Magic, I35H102. Development ability, Magic Eye. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Sanguine Eye. Blessing of the God of War. 0. Looking at the change in the value of the Grace ability, Morningstar nodded with satisfaction. Although his strength has become stronger, it has become easier to deal with LV3 monsters. But the dungeon has a rule that the deeper the floor, the shorter the frequency of monsters. The speed of monsters born in the Water Mystery City is much faster than that of monsters in the middle layer, and the number is also much greater than that of the middle layer. Often, there are more than a dozen or 20 monsters born at a time, which is comparable to the monster feast in the middle layer. In the lower level, if you want to call it a monster feast, it is estimated that at least more than 3,000 or even more than 40 monsters are needed. The large number of monsters naturally requires a lot of training for Chenxing. So even if Chenxing's strength has become stronger, under the attack of a large number of monsters, Chenxing's ability value improvement speed is not much different, about the same as before in the middle level. Nodding with satisfaction, Chenxing burned the grace paper. Then, Chenxing looked at the palm of his hand, and a ray of black light emerged from Chenxing's hand. Nothing to do, let's use dark magic. Before, I didn't have time to develop dark magic after I got it, and I fell into the gentle land. Now I have time, so I will develop it. However, as Chenxing got a deeper understanding of dark magic, Chenxing's face became weird. Damn, it's really dark, but I like it, hee. Looking at the black light floating in his hand, Chenxing rarely showed a smirk on his face. Before, he had not come into contact with and developed dark magic. Now that he has come into contact with it, Chenxing just realized that dark magic is completely opposite to light magic. No, it should be said that they are opposite in terms of auxiliary magic. The attack and defense magic of light magic and dark magic are normal. And the auxiliary magic of light magic is some additional magic, healing magic and the like. When it comes to dark magic, my goodness, the auxiliary of dark magic is not so much auxiliary magic as curse magic, which brings various negative effects to the enemy. The source of the curse, now it's good, I don't need to keep an eye on Dionysus. With my status, if I burst out with all my strength, I can definitely have an impact on Dionysus. I will curse you once a day in the future. In the dim tent, the upper half of Chenxing's face was shrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of azure pupils, muttering in a low voice, as if there was a smirk hidden in his words. Start now. Buzz. The black halo spread from Chenxing's hand and then disappeared without a trace. At the moment when Morningstar released the source of the curse, on the ground, in the base camp of the Dionysus family, Dionysus, who was holding a cup of black tea and a newspaper in his hand, and reading leisurely, suddenly stopped what he was doing. Then, when Dionysus was confused, his nose and mouth kept flowing out, soaking his clothes and body, and it kept flowing and couldn't be stopped at all. Lord Dionysus. Not far away, Fellwise saw this scene and her pupils shrank suddenly, and she rushed over quickly. No problem. Dionysus stretched out his hand to stop Fellwise, who rushed over, and said softly. Curse. I didn't expect that someone would curse the gods, and it was successful. It's really interesting. Dionysus murmured in a low voice, and while speaking, black liquid continued to spurt out of his mouth, staining the ground. However, Dionysus didn't care about these, but his eyes gradually showed a look of interest. Interesting, very interesting. Chapter 75, Once a Day, Meeting Loki's Family Again. Success. Feeling the feedback from the curse source magic, Chenxing knew that the curse magic he had just released had worked on Dionysus. This immediately relieved Chenxing's anger. Although he didn't know what was happening with Dionysus, since he was cursed, it would definitely be uncomfortable. Next, he didn't have to find a way to deal with Dionysus. He just needed to give Dionysus this shot every night. Compared to looking for an opportunity to beat this guy up, cursing this guy in secret made Chenxing feel better. The main reason was that with the existence of the world's grace, even if Dionysus used divine power to search for the source of the curse, he couldn't find it on himself. Dionysus could only swallow this bitter fruit with frustration. If it was just a curse once, Dionysus might not be too angry, because this guy's character was calm, and he was able to hide for so many years because of this character. But being cursed every day, Dionysus would probably break down even if he could hold his temper. Morning Star could imagine how Dionysus would break down after being cursed every day. Shaking his head, Morning Star stopped thinking about Dionysus and continued to study dark magic. On the other hand, AC and others successfully exchanged for Wallace in the town of Rivera, and then found a hotel in the town to live in. However, AC and others seemed to have good luck. They did not encounter the Rivera attack and defense battle in the original book. The town of Rivera was very peaceful. Early the next morning, AC and others checked out of the room and continued to move to deeper floors. As we discussed last night, we will fight all the way from the 19th floor until we integrate all the skills we have learned into our battle rhythm and then go back. Do you have any objections? Walking in front, Tioni turned around and spoke to Tiona and AC. Well, let's do it. We can't come down too late. After all, we have to go back to find Brother Morning Star. We can't let Lafia wait too long. Diana nodded, then looked at Lafia and said, I'm fine. It's okay to stay a few more days. Hearing Diana bring the topic to herself, Lafia waved her hand and said, she really likes to go back to find Morning Star early to discuss magic, but it's also a happy thing for her to go to the dungeon with AC and others. Ace, is it okay? Diana ignored Lafia and looked at AC to confirm. Well, no problem. The four of them left the safe floor and entered the 19th floor quickly. Although they entered a new floor, it was obvious that the fighting skills of AIC and the others were too strong, and the monsters in the middle floor could not train them at all. After testing it and finding it useless, the three of them continued to move downwards. The three of them fought all the way from the 19th floor to the lower floor, to the Water Mystery City, and then left the Water Mystery City with ease and continued to move to deeper floors. There was no need to be like Chenxing, who entered the Water Mystery City for the first time, wandering around like a headless fly and spent a day to get out. Not long after AIC and the others left the safe floor, a figure wrapped tightly in black armor passed through the passage from the direction they walked and entered the 18th floor. After entering the 18th floor, this figure went straight to a tavern. After staying in the tavern for half an hour, he left the tavern and found the most expensive hotel in Rivera Town to stay. At the same time, another figure passed through the passage leading to the 19th floor and entered the 18th floor. Is it here? A female adventurer with long red hair and a pair of emerald eyes looked at the direction of Rivera Town and murmured in a low voice. On the other side, when AC and others fought all the way down in the prelude of something happening in Rivera Town, Morning Star also woke up early and left the 28th floor, entered a deeper floor, and began to explore a new floor. It's still the same sentence as before. The deeper the floor, the stronger the monsters are, the faster the frequency of monsters being born, and the more it can train Morning Star. At least, after coming to the 30th floor, Morning Star encountered 2 battles with the monster feast on the 17th floor. It's really good. There should be more such battles. While shuttling through the encirclement of monsters, Chenxing muttered to himself, and then spent a few minutes to kill a large group of monsters. Although the intensity is similar to the threat posed to me by the previous monster feast, I am now stronger, much stronger than before. Chenxing muttered to himself while picking up magic stones. The number of monsters was too large, which brought Chenxing the same threat as when he encountered the monster feast before, but Chenxing did not have enough combat experience at that time, so it took so much time to destroy the monster feast. But now Chenxing, after fighting with AC and others, has rich combat experience. Facing such a battle, Chenxing will naturally not be as troublesome as before. After picking up the magic stone, Morning Star continued to move forward, and continued to move towards the next level according to the trend of the map. The deeper the floor, the larger the map area of the floor. The 30th floor is already a very deep floor. Morning Star spent nearly an hour to find the passage to the next floor and start a new adventure. After arriving at the 31st floor, Morning Star was not warmly welcomed by the dungeon, but encountered a lucky thing. I didn't expect that yesterday's luck could last until today. There are so many blue ores. If I collect them all and sell them on the ground, I can sell them for at least 10 million. Looking at the large area of metal ores in front of him, Morning Star showed a happy expression, and then began to collect without hesitation. Adventurers really do business without capital. Although it is very dangerous, it is also very easy to get rich. While collecting, Bird Star sighed in his heart. Soon, a large area of blue ores was cleaned up by Morning Star and put into the system space. Morning Star also continued to move forward. Along the way, Chenxing's good luck from yesterday seemed to have been maintained. Every few passages, he would encounter some precious materials, and Chenxing accepted them without hesitation. After 6 hours, Chenxing went directly from the 31st floor to the 33rd floor. The new safe floor is on the 39th floor. At my current speed, it will take a whole day to reach the 39th floor. Let's go back first. I will come here tomorrow with the reincarnation eye mode, and then continue to explore. Looking at the dark passage in the distance, Chenxing, who had been advancing for 8 or 9 hours, gave up the idea of continuing to move forward and prepared to go back to the 28th floor to stay for another day and continue to explore new floors tomorrow. Chenxing really didn't expect to meet AC and others on the 28th floor. Ah, brother Chenxing, you went to the dungeon. Seeing Chenxing, Diana was very excited. She jumped in front of Chenxing, stood in front of Chenxing with her hands behind her back, and looked at Chenxing with a smile. Behind her, AC and the other two slowly walked over. You are also coming to the dungeon. Morning Star nodded to several people, and then said, Mr. Morning Star. Lafia called softly. Long time no see, Morning Star. AIC also spoke softly. It's not long, just 2 or 3 days. Morning Star smiled and said, 00. It's 4 days, today is the 4th day. Tina corrected. There's no need to divide it so clearly. Morning Star smiled. Speaking of which, you came to the dungeon to test yourself. After smiling, Morning Star narrowed his eyes slightly and guessed the purpose of several people going to the dungeon. Well, I learned a lot from you, so I came down to try. I wanted to find you to come down together, but I didn't find you. I didn't expect you to come down to the dungeon. Dion smiled and nodded, explaining. Really? I'm really sorry. I came down early yesterday morning. After Dion explained, Chenxing also understood the situation of several people, and then smiled and said, I'm going to camp here now, and continue to enter the new floor tomorrow. What are your plans? After chatting with each other for a few words, Chenxing asked several people about their ideas. We are also going to go back. We didn't bring a camping tent. We will go to the 18th floor and stay in Rivera Town for another night. Tomorrow morning, we will go directly to the 31st floor. Brother Chenxing, do you want to join us? Ona answered. Originally, they thought that the monsters in the middle floor and the water mystery city were enough for them to test, but the skills learned from Chenxing were beyond their imagination. They still need to enter deeper floors. Because they thought these floors were enough to meet their needs, and the prices of things in Rivera Town were ridiculously expensive, they didn't think about buying camping equipment. I didn't expect to meet Chenxing here. If I had known that camping equipment was a little more expensive, I would have bought one and camped on the 28th floor with Chenxing. Come back to the 18th floor with us, and then we'll go together tomorrow. Dion also persuaded. Yes, Mr. Chenxing, come with us. Lafia also said. Chenxing, come with us. AC also said. Listening to the 4 people's words, Chenxing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll go back with you. Chapter 76, Prelude to the Attack and Defense of Rivera. What happened? After returning to the 18th floor, Chenxing and the others came to Rivera Town and found that the people of Rivera Town had gathered in the square. Diana shouted in surprise. Hey, it was fine when we left this morning. Dion shrugged. Let's go and take a look. Lafia suggested. Well, let's go and take a look. After all, we have to stay here tonight, so we can't just ignore it. Dion nodded, and then the group walked towards the square. Chenxing walked behind the crowd and followed them forward, but his eyes fell on the square. If I remember correctly, this happened during this time period because the guild Shadow Sage Fells entrusted the Ganesha clan's hard fist fighter Hagana to go to the 30th floor to get the Fairy Essence Orb in order to obtain the Fairy Essence Orb, and then returned here to hand over the orb to the contact person. After handing over the orb, Hagana fell into the honey trap of Revis, who was ordered by the fallen fairy to retrieve the fairy orb, and a dignified 4.4 adventurer was killed instantly. After that, Revis also launched a riot, controlling the new type of carnivorous plant monster to attack the town of Rivera, hoping to find the person who took the fairy orb away from this chaos. But, did this happen at this time? It has been almost half a month since the expedition of the 760 of the Loki family. And, during the attack and defense of Rivera, Finn and Riveria followed down to the dungeon together. After that, Ace also eliminated the floor master Udeos of the 37th floor alone, and achieved the feat of upgrading to 4.6. But now, it feels like the plot has gone too far. Forget it, it's a bit off, it doesn't make any difference. I won't follow the plot either. Thinking silently in his heart, Chenxing followed Ace and others to the square. At this time, in the square, the manager of Rivera Town, Porus, was arranging 2 teams of male and female adventurers to search the adventurers of Rivera Town. From the Loki family. And its Sword Princess and the others. Why are you here at this time? After seeing the appearance of AC and others, Boris immediately covered his forehead with a headache. At noon today, a murder occurred in a hotel in the town of Rivera. After a careful investigation, he found that the adventurer who was killed was an adventurer of the Ganesha clan, and it was Hagana, a LV4 strong fist fighter. In addition, when Hagana died, he also booked the entire hotel and brought a woman to stay in the tavern. Now the biggest suspect is a woman, and a very strong female adventurer who has reached at least IV.4 and is capable of killing Hagana. He is now investigating and wants to find this female adventurer. However, in order not to cause a commotion, he searched both men and women. For this female adventurer who killed Hagana, as long as he finds it, Boris is confident that he can gather the power of the entire town of Rivera to take her down. But now, 3 female adventurers who can kill Hashana have appeared at once, and Boris is naturally a headache. What happened? What happened? Porus. Tiona walked over and asked Porus. Porus naturally didn't think that the one who killed Hazana was a member of the Loki family. First, the Loki family would not attack anyone casually, and this was something that Princess Aurario could not tolerate. Even if they did, it was the brave man who gave the order and attacked openly. Second, he had some understanding of the 3 people's situation. Ace and the other 2 would never do anything to seduce men. Tiona's identity could not seduce men at all. Tioni, this guy is said to have been. It is impossible to be in love with Finn. As for AC, let alone this guy, everyone knows that AC is a 3-no girl, and it is impossible for her to do such a thing. As for Lafia, even if a fragile magician uses a honey trap, she can't kill a V.4 melee adventurer. What's more, Lafia is an elf famous for her cleanliness, so it is even more impossible for her to do such a thing. As for the last one. Morning Star. Seeing Morning Star behind AC and others, Boris shouted unconsciously. Hello. Morning Star nodded slightly and greeted Boris. I am Boris, please teach me. But I didn't expect to see you here, and you are with the people of Loki's family. Boris nodded, introduced himself, and then said with some surprise. Have you found the murderer? Morning Star nodded, and then asked. The search has been carried out for half an hour, and it has not been found yet. It is possible that the murderer has already left Rivera Town. Boris shook his head and sighed. As the manager of Rivera Town, he is naturally responsible for the murder case that happened here, and is responsible for finding the murderer. If he fails to do so, his reputation will be damaged. Although he will not be removed from the position of manager by everyone, he will also lose the trust of other adventurers, and it will be difficult to mobilize these adventurers who have lived in Rivera Town for many years. At this time, AIC seemed to notice something and jumped up, rushing towards the outside of the square. What happened? Seeing AIC's actions, Boris immediately understood that AIC must have discovered something, and hurriedly shouted. But AC didn't have time to pay attention to her, and ran straight to her destination. Diana, Lafia, follow me, Morning Star told Diana and Lafia. I'll go now. Diana waved the 2nd-generation Urga and ran out quickly, not feeling unhappy about Morning Star's order. Yes, Mr. Morning Star. Lafia also responded in a low voice, and then followed with a magic wand. Morning Star, what are you doing? Boris, who was watching this scene, was stunned. He didn't expect that a new adventurer like Morning Star could actually command Diana, a first-level adventurer, and the 1,000 fairies who were said to have first-level magic firepower. Looking at the 2 of them, they seemed to be convinced by Morning Star. Am I still asleep? I was dreaming. But Morning Star ignored Boris. Morning Star, don't we need to follow? Dion walked to the side of Morning Star and asked Morning Star. Gungxi Morning Star asked Diana and Lafia to follow, but did not call her name. Dion thought there must be a reason, so she did not follow. Let AC and the others deal with it, let's deal with the situation here first. Morning Star smiled and said. Didn't AC and the others say that they wanted to test the skills they learned from them? Rue Wasi, a monster with a limit close to 4.6, just allows the two to test it. AIC can't beat Rue Wasi alone, but with the help of Diana, even if he can't beat him, it won't be a problem. There is also Lafia. As for her and Dion, let's deal with the situation in Rivera Town first. After arriving here, Morning Star opened the light vein. Once the light vein was opened, the situation in Rivera Town was almost in Morning Star's sight. Good fellow, Morning Star will not mention the erotic scene of the female adventurer being searched. In the underground of Rivera Town, the new type of man-eating plant monsters lurking there made Morning Star miserable. What do you mean? Dion was a little puzzled. Morning Star, what do you mean by this? Not only Dion was puzzled, but also Boris was puzzled. I have such a detection magic that can detect the breath of life around us. There are a lot of monster breaths lurking under our feet. The murderer is probably a tamer. Boris, go and gather the adventurers and prepare for the battle. Morning Star looked at the ground under his feet and said lightly. Hearing this, Dion was stunned for a moment, and then quickly looked at Boris, who was a little stunned because of what Morning Star said. Boris, hurry up. Boris didn't know much about Morning Star, but Dion knew Morning Star very well, so there was no need for Morning Star to lie about this matter. Oh. After being yelled at by Dion, Boris also reacted. Although he didn't quite believe in Morning Star, Dion, a first-level adventurer, believed in Morning Star so much, and Morning Star was able to order the actions of Diana and Lafia just now. Boris thought that he should believe it once. If not, then he would think that he was being fooled, but if there were really monsters hidden underground, then he could also prepare for it in advance. Without any hesitation, Boris quickly left here and went to summon adventurers. Morning Star, the monsters underground, could they be the new monsters that we encountered on the ground before? After Boris left, Dion asked Morning Star. Among the monsters she knew, the only monsters that could lurk underground were the Earthborn people and skeleton soldiers on the 37th floor. 3.1 In addition, it was the kind of monsters that were encountered on the ground during the previous monster festival. His intuition told her that the monsters lurking underground were the monsters that he had encountered in the monster hunt before. Yeah, that's the kind. Morning Star nodded. Really that kind? That's troublesome. Tioni, who had fought with the new type of carnivorous plant monster, knew very well how strong the new type of carnivorous plant monster was. The adventurers in Rivera Town were generally not very strong. In this attack, a large number of adventurers would definitely be injured or even killed by the monster. Don't worry, I will use magic to cleanse it later. It's the kind I used in the monster festival before. Facing Tioni's concerns, Morning Star smiled and said. Yes, your magic is also very strong. Well, I will protect you later, and you can use magic as much as you want. Tioni suddenly realized, and then said seriously. Well, this can be used, because my magic is instant. Looking at the energetic Dion, Chenxing smiled and said. Hearing this, Dion's eyes twitched, and then she rolled her eyes at Chenxing. Chenxing. Just then, a violent explosion sounded from the direction where AC, Dion, and Lafia were chasing. Bang. Chapter 77, Magic of Strengthening. With this kind of destructive power, it seems that the enemy on the other side can be confirmed to be IV.5. Listening to the violent explosion coming from AC's side and feeling the momentum brought by the explosion, Dion graded the enemies encountered by AC. This is about the damage she caused to the dungeon when she burst out with all her strength. Not to mention the destructive power, but the explosion sound is almost the same. There is no problem on AC's side, but there should be a problem here. Chenxing took a look at the situation on AC's side, felt the scene of AC and Diana fighting with the red-haired weirdo Revis from the Veins of Light, and looked at the scene of Lafia running towards this side with the lively treasure Lullian of the Hermes family, and spoke. As soon as the voice fell, violent explosions were heard from all over the town of Rivera, and tentacle-like carnivorous plants broke out of the ground and spread all over the town of Rivera. At this time, Porus had just gathered the adventurers and had no time to inform the situation. "Go, destroy these monsters." Boris didn't care to say anything. He hurriedly gave the order and rushed towards the nearest piranha plant with his weapon in his hand. The huge axe chopped at the piranha plant. However, it was obvious that the piranha plant would not let Boris attack without fighting back. The level of the piranha plant was as high as LV3, and it was also very powerful in IV.3. Boris's attack was completely dodged by the piranha plant, and it launched a counterattack against Boris. One person and one flower fought like this. The adventurers summoned by Boris were stunned when they saw this scene. When did such a strong monster appear on the 18th floor? 26 could actually tie with Boris. You have to know that Boris is an IV.3 adventurer, and he is still very strong, otherwise he would not be the manager of Rivera Town. What are you still doing? Hurry up and act. Don't you see that there are so many monsters around? If we don't act now, the town of Rivera will be completely destroyed. During the battle, Boris noticed the reactions of the adventurers behind him one by one, and he was immediately furious and roared loudly. At this time, the adventurers in the town of Rivera reacted and formed teams to attack the nearest piranha plants. As for acting alone, don't be funny, most of them are only IV.2, and there are even 4.1, and there are very few IV.3. Even LV3 monsters are very difficult to fight, and these adventurers of IV.2 or even 4.1, brought by their companions, act alone. Isn't this like an old man eating arsenic and being impatient with life? If they join forces, they can still deal with a piranha plant monster. However, these adventurers obviously overestimated their own strength and underestimated the number of piranha plants. Just when they were stunned just now, the number of piranha plants increased a lot. Even if all the adventurers in Rivera were dispatched, they couldn't deal with so many piranhas. The team composed of many adventurers soon fell into a disadvantage and retreated step by step after fighting with the piranhas. However, this is also normal. In the original book, the reason why the attack and defense of Rivera was able to end was because of the support of several first-level adventurers from the Loki clan, who cleared all the piranhas. Otherwise, relying only on the adventurers in Rivera, even if there were heavy casualties, they could not solve this crisis. After all, there were as many as 50 or 60 piranhas. At this time, Chenxing. Tioni, you just need to help others clean up the monsters, don't worry about me at all. Chenxing looked at Tioni beside him and said. No, you have to have someone to watch over you if you want to cast magic now. Tioni shook her head and said firmly. She didn't know what instant magic was, but she knew one thing, that is, when a magician casts magic, he must not be disturbed. Because if he is disturbed, the magic will easily fail. Although some magicians can chant in parallel, and Morning Star is obviously a magic swordsman, so he can do this, but even for a magic swordsman, it is not the best to be undisturbed when casting magic. So she decided to stay by Morning Star's side, blocking the monster's attacks for Morning Star, so that Morning Star can cast magic quietly. Seeing that Dion was so determined, Morning Star shook his head and didn't force it. After thanking Dion for her kindness, Morning Star began to cast his own magic. Rain of Light, this is the wide area tracking and annihilation magic that Morning Star used in the Monster Festival before. This thing is used with the light vein. This time, Morning Star is still going to use this kind of magic. The light vein has been turned on since Morning Star came here, but there is nothing to show. Next, Morning Star only needs to release the rain of light. A small magic circle emerged from the top of Morning Star's head, and then flew towards the sky, becoming larger and larger, and in a flash it covered half of the town of Rivera. Looking at this huge magic circle, even though he knew before that it was the magic released by Morning Star, after seeing this magic circle flying out of Morning Star's body, Tioni couldn't help but sigh. It's really a huge magic circle. However, the next second, Tioni's expression condensed, and he looked at the surrounding piranhas rushing towards Morning Star. Obviously, the moment Morning Star released the magic circle, the piranhas had been attracted by the magic fluctuations here. The kukri on the waist was unsheathed instantly, and Tioni held it in his backhand. With a grin on his face, he rushed out quickly. All of you, come and die. Looking at Tioni rushing out, Chenxing's eyes twitched slightly. Sure enough, Amazons are Amazons. As expected of a fighting race, they are all very irritable, especially Tioni, who is still the best among them. After complaining slightly in his heart, Chenxing's eyes suddenly became serious and indifferent, with a slight light flashing in his eyes. Rain of light, he silently said in his heart, and the adventurers covering half of the town of Rivera burst into a fierce light, and then streams of light flew out from it, attacking the monsters that were constantly destroying the town of Rivera at lightning speed. In just a short moment, more than 40 carnivorous plants were pierced by the light and turned directly into ashes. This scene directly made the adventurers in Rivera who were dealing with the carnivorous plant monsters dumbfounded. In fact, when the magic circle appeared, the adventurers in Rivera town had already noticed it. However, they were fighting the piranha plant and didn't pay much attention to the magic circle. They could only pay a little attention to it and prepare to dodge the magic as soon as the magic circle exploded. But they didn't expect that the magic of the magic circle would explode so quickly and with such terrifying power. The magic that flew out of the magic circle actually penetrated the monster that they had been fighting for a long time and couldn't take down in an instant, killing it instantly. So powerful, is it the 1,000 sisters of Loki's family who made the move? No, that's not right, the 1,000 fairies don't seem to have used this kind of magic. The piranha monster that Boris was in charge of was also pierced. At this time, he looked at the magic circle that was gradually dissipating in the sky, and the first thing he thought of was Lafia. Because now in the town of Rivera, only Lafia has such powerful magic firepower. However, this idea was directly overturned by Boris himself as soon as it appeared. Although she had never seen Lafia release magic, she had heard that Lafia's magic was not like this. Boris, I have seen this magic before at the Monster Festival. At that time, the magic captured by the Ganesha family rioted, and many monsters ran away, causing considerable losses to the Monster Festival. At that time, it was this magic that appeared, and all the rioting monsters were killed in an instant. An adventurer near Boris said. Do you know who uses this magic? Boris blurted out after hearing the adventurer's words. No, I don't know. No one knows who cast this magic. But now it is certain that the user of this magic is in the town of Rivera. The adventurer shook his head and said. Hearing this, the image of Morning Star instantly appeared in Boris' mind. For some reason, Boris thought of Morning Star first. Because Morning Star is the most suspicious one. Being able to command the first-level adventurers, and Tioni trusts him so much, Morning Star is the most peculiar one in Rivera town now. If we talk about the user of magic, the most likely one is Morning Star. As for the others, he didn't urge him. He knew more or less about the adventures in Rivera town now. Except for Lafia, no one has this kind of magic, no one has this kind of magic firepower. However, Morning Star has just upgraded to 4.2, and he hasn't even obtained the title. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Wait for 600 to ask again. Suppress all the doubts in your heart. Boris looked at the piranha plants that had not been eliminated, waved his hand and called the nearby adventurers to start clearing these piranha plants. The magic just now helped them eliminate so many piranha plants, and now the remaining ones are enough for the adventurers in Rivera town to deal with. On the other side, Morning Star. Morning Star did not continue to act after releasing a luminous rain. There were not too many piranha plants, only more than 60. He just eliminated more than 40 at once, leaving only about 20. Moreover, there were still 7 or 8 of these 20 in his basket. The adventurers in Rivera town only need to take care of the remaining dozen. It's amazing, Morning Star, why do I feel that your magic firepower has reached IV.5 now? After following Morning Star and killing several piranhas one by one, Tioni put away the cookery and said to Morning Star with a smile. Although Lafia said that Morning Star's magic was only close to IV.5, she always felt that Morning Star's magic firepower had reached IV.5. Ah, my magic firepower has reached IV.5 now. Morning Star nodded without hiding anything. He has a strong talent, both in close combat and in magic tricks. Although only a few days have passed, it has also greatly enhanced Morning Star's magic attainments. With stronger magic attainments, Morning Star's magic power has naturally increased. Morning Star's magic firepower has indeed reached IV.5. It can only be said that Morning Star's magic talent is even more terrifying than Lafia's. It's incredible. Whether you were hiding it before or it has only been improved in the past few days, both situations that happened to you are very incredible. Hearing Chenxing's definite answer, Dion sighed again. Thank you for the compliment. Chenxing smiled and said, and then Chenxing suggested, okay, we don't need help here, let's go to AC and the others. Well, let's go and take a look over there. Dion nodded. Chapter 78, Tioni Sighs, A Different Battle. Morning Star can directly clear all the monsters, but Morning Star is not the babysitter of the adventurers in Rivera Town. It is enough to clear some of them. It is Morning Star's kind help. As for the rest, let the adventurers in Rivera Town deal with it themselves. Morning Star and Dion ran side by side, quickly rushing towards the direction where AC and Dion were fighting. However, when they were halfway, they met Lafia, who was running towards this side with Lulian. Behind Lafia was an unknown monster. The lower body was a carnivorous plant, and the upper body was humanoid. Judging from the body shape, it was a female monster, but it only had a mouth without a nose and eyes. Morning Star knew the identity of this monster at first sight. It was a defective product of the fallen fairy essence after the fairy essence orb parasitized it. The product of the transformation of the monster itself after the fallen fairy essence orb parasitized it. The stronger the monster parasitized by the fallen fairy essence orb, the stronger its strength. It is estimated that the level of the piranha plant is too low, so after parasitizing, it cannot exert the power of the fallen fairy essence orb at all, and such a defective product without even a face appeared. When Lafia saw Chenxing and the others, she shouted for help. Chenxing and Dion looked at each other, as if they had a tacit understanding. In an instant, Chenxing entered the Samsara Eye mode. The next second, Chenxing and Dion turned into a residual image at the same time, passing by Lafia and Lulian. TSK. 2 severe wounds passed through the defective fallen immortal spirit clone. The fallen immortal spirit clone was cut in half by the 2 men without even a roar. The lower half of the body turned into ashes, while the upper half fell directly to the ground. After jointly injuring the fallen immortal spirit clone, Chenxing and Dion fell to the ground. Looking at the fallen immortal spirit clone behind him, Dion stretched out his palm to Chenxing. We have a good understanding. Hearing this, Chenxing also stretched out his hand and patted Uni. Ah, we do have a good understanding. Awesome, it was solved in one go. Lafia had stopped and looked back. When she saw the fallen fairy clone digging its hands on the ground, trying to escape, she couldn't help but shout. Although she knew that they would not be in danger after Dion and Morning Star appeared, she couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing the 2 of them kill the fallen fairy clone instantly. Is this the strength of the first-level adventurer Angry Snake? But who is the other one? Lulian was also surprised by Dion's strength. Because she had just started, but she was no match for the fallen fairy clone, otherwise she would not have been dragged away by Lafia. However, what she was more concerned about was Morning Star, who attacked with Dion. Because Morning Star was in the Samsara Eye mode at this time, even if Lulian had seen Morning Star's information, she could not recognize Morning Star at all. However, this last sentence was said by Lulian in her heart, and she did not say it directly. At this time, Morning Star and Dion had already arrived at the upper body of the fallen fairy clone. Morning Star, you have a lot of magic. But what on earth is this guy? Dion looked at the fallen fairy clone who was tied up by the white light chain and could not move at all, and sighed, and then she became curious about the identity of the fallen fairy clone. I've encountered this thing before. It's a parasitic monster. It looks like a gem with a fetus inside it. This gem can parasitize on monsters, transform them, and make them stronger, Morning Star said. Although it was a lie, some information about the fallen fairy clone could be handed over to Loki's family and let Finn investigate. Hey, a parasitic monster. It's the first time I've heard of it. It seems very important. Tell the leader when you go back. Tioni nodded after hearing this, and then said. Then, Trouble One stood up. Morning Star, kill this guy. Kill this guy, and your great feat of level 3 should be enough. Don't underestimate the strength of the fallen fairy clone. After parasitizing the man-eating plant, the potential ability of the fallen fairy clone is stronger than Goliath. In other words, the strength of the fallen fairy clone of the man-eating plant is closer to IV.5 than Goliath. Such a being, the feat gained by killing it is definitely enough for an adventurer of level 2 to upgrade to level 3. On the contrary, it is useless to let her kill it. As for handing it over to Lafia, that is even more impossible. After all, it was she and Chenxing who did it together, and it had nothing to do with Lafia. Yes. Chenxing nodded, and then cut across the neck of the fallen fairy's clone, beheading it directly. The upper body of the fallen fairy's clone collapsed directly, burning into ashes. With a ding-dong sound, a yellow magic stone fell in front of the two. It's this new type of magic stone. Morning Star, is it okay to give this thing to me? Dion picked up the magic stone on the ground and said to Morning Star. It's okay to take it away. Morning Star nodded and replied. This thing is not a normal magic stone, it can't be exchanged for Wallace, and it's useless for Morning Star to take it. Thank you. Dion thanked, and then stuffed the magic stone directly into her chest. Accompanying Dion's movements, a wave of turbulent waves surged in front of her, and Morning Star couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he saw this scene. This guy Dion doesn't treat himself as an outsider at all. How about it, sister, do I look good? Dion noticed Morning Star's gaze, and immediately a smirk appeared on her face. She came over and looked at Morning Star and said jokingly. Thank you, but I have Hestia. Please don't tease me. Morning Star pushed Dion's face away and said lightly. Haha, so what if you have a partner? What we Amazons are best at is snatching partners. Tioni heard this, immediately put one hand on her waist, full of confidence. Don't make a fuss, don't you like Finn? Morning Star rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Hearing this, Tioni frowned slightly and sighed. What's wrong? Seeing Tioni's look, Morning Star was a little confused. It's okay, let's go, find Lafia, let's go to meet up with AC and Tiona. Tioni shook her head and said, and then walked towards Lafia who was running towards this side. Seeing this, Morning Star did not continue to ask, and stepped up to follow. Tioni, Morning Star, thank you. Lafia ran over and immediately thanked her. Don't be polite with me, just thank Morning Star. Tioni waved her hand and smiled. No need to thank me either. Let's go and meet up with AC and the others. Morning Star also waved his hand and said before Lafia spoke again. Well, okay. The four of them ran in the direction where Lafia and the others came from. Lulyun was running at the back, and she was completely confused. At this moment, she was completely stunned by Lafia's words just now, and she ran behind the three people in a daze. There was no way, she knew the name Morning Star, a new adventurer who refreshed the Orario Adventurer upgrade record. But, Morning Star has just upgraded to 4.2, right? But why does Morning Star, who has just upgraded to 4.2, have such terrifying strength? Just now, being able to kill the monster directly in seconds was definitely not just the credit of Tioni alone, Morning Star must have also made a lot of efforts. Hermes sir, the adventurer we are paying attention to seems to be very impressive. The battle on Ace side is still going on, and Chenxing and his companions arrived here in 2 minutes. However, after arriving here, the scene in front of them surprised Chenxing and his companions. Because Diana did not participate in the battle, it should be said that she withdrew from the battle. In the image sent back by Chenxing's light vein just now, Diana was fighting with Revis together with Ace, but now Diana is standing outside the battlefield watching the battle between Ace and the red-haired female adventurer. Chenxing has already turned off the light vein, and really doesn't know what happened in this place. Ah, you are here. Diana smiled and waved to greet Chenxing and his companions when she saw them. Why didn't you join Ace? Dion asked in a strange voice. Originally, she thought Diana was fighting the enemy with Ace, otherwise why didn't this guy come to help Lafia when Lafia was chased? Ah, I was fighting that guy with Ace just now, but I retreated. This guy is very strong. If it was the previous me and AC, we would not be his opponents at all. If we fought alone, we would definitely be crushed by him. However, I am different from AC now. Although AC is at a disadvantage, she will not be crushed. Now AC is using this guy to hone herself and hone the fighting skills she learned from Brother Morning Star. Diana nodded, then explained with a smile. Tioni heard this and nodded suddenly, then began to watch the battle. On the battlefield, AC's strength was obviously not the opponent's, and the opponent's strength could even obviously crush AC, but the situation did not develop in the direction of Siege. AC used very exquisite fighting skills to block the opponent's attack dangerously. She was not completely crushed by the opponent, but used the opponent as a whetstone. stayed, tempered himself over and over again. Chenxing also saw the situation in front of him, and was very surprised. Chenxing knew that in the original book, when AIC faced Revisit, she was crushed all the way to the end, and was not the opponent of the opponent at all, and was directly seriously injured by the opponent. If Finn and Lavilia had not arrived in time, AIC would probably have been knocked unconscious by Revisit and taken away. But now, although AIC is at a disadvantage, she fought back and forth with Revisit, and it was not one-sided. You are really a genius. The fighting skills learned from me can be used to play such a strong effect in just a few days. Looking at AIC's performance at this time, Chenxing couldn't help but sigh, and murmured in his heart. Chapter 79 Inluan's Explosion. Revis, the number 2 monster, the strongest monster besides Fellweiss. When he first appeared, his strength was in the transition stage between IV.5 and IV.6, between IV.5 and IV.6. This guy almost wiped out the entire Loki clan in the future, so it's best to kill him now. Looking at Revis on the battlefield, Chenxing's eyes condensed slightly. Revis is growing very fast. In the future artificial maze battle, Revis has grown into an invincible monster in LV6. Revis's surprise attack almost made Finn offline, and also made the Loki family leaderless. If AC hadn't used wind magic to inform the location of all members of the Loki family when she was defeated, the Loki family would have been trapped in the artificial maze Gnosis. Although there was not much contact, Chenxing began to regard AC and others as friends. I am a strategy-type family. In future adventures, I should not be able to bypass the Loki family. After reaching the deep level, there will definitely be a time for cooperation. So Chenxing doesn't want the Loki family to get into trouble. Tiona, spread out and block all the routes that this guy can escape. Don't let this guy escape. Looking at Revis on the battlefield, Chenxing said to Dion and Diana beside him. Hearing Chenxing's words, the two sisters were slightly stunned, but still nodded in agreement. Then, the two quickly ran to the left and right. And on the battlefield, Revis also discovered this. It's a bit bad. Arya, let's stop here today. Revis, who noticed the actions of Dion and Diana, naturally knew what they wanted to do at the first time. Revis, who saw the actions of the two, made a decision immediately. That was to retreat. At that time, the Arya in front of her made her feel a little tricky. Although her strength was much stronger than 603 Ace made up for the lack of strength with superb skills. The one before when Amazon didn't withdraw, she was even suppressed by the two of them. Now there are two more. Although I don't know the strength of Dion and Morningstar, here Revis doesn't seem to know the information of Loki's family, otherwise she would have recognized Ace's identity at the first time. As for Morningstar, the location of Morningstar is also a blockade point, so it is naturally counted, but if they can blockade together with Diana, then their strength is definitely not much worse than Diana. AC and Diana have caused her a lot of trouble when they join forces. Now there are two more beings of the same level, it is even more impossible for her to deal with them. The idea of taking AC down and taking her to see the monster is not feasible. Now I have to worry about my own safety. Although I am very confident in my strength, if I continue, they will be taken down by these people. There are not many trained carnivorous plants left, and they can't be of much help. Now, while the enemy's blockade network has not yet been fully formed, the best way is to evacuate quickly. After taking a glance at the situation of the three people, Revis locked on Morningstar. Because Morningstar still has Lafia and the guy who held the orb before. These two people are completely a burden to this battle. In order to avoid the rat, Morningstar is the direction to evacuate. Without any hesitation, Revis chopped AIC away with a knife, and then turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards Morningstar. Tioni and Tiona, who were running and had not yet reached the appropriate blockade location, and AIC, who was chopped away, were all startled when they saw this scene, and then they all rushed here at the fastest speed. On this side, Chenxing was also a little surprised when he saw Rui Weixi rushing towards him. However, the next moment, Chenxing entered the Reincarnation Eye mode. After entering the Reincarnation Eye mode, the Seeking Jade behind Chenxing flew out quickly. 5 Seeking Jades flew in front of Chenxing and rotated rapidly. In an instant, a huge tornado took shape. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned, and Rui Weixi's pupils also shrank, and the vertical pupils became thinner. Rui Weishi could feel that this tornado was very dangerous and brought her a strong sense of crisis. She had a feeling that if she was hit, even if she didn't die, she would definitely be seriously injured. Without any hesitation, Rui Weishi spent a lot of strength to stop her charge, forced her body to stop, stabilize her body, and stop moving forward. However, Rui Weishi stopped, which did not mean that Chenxing would stop. In order to break through as quickly as possible, Rui Weishi used her fastest speed. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared 5 meters away from Morning Star. A distance of just 5 meters can be considered as zero distance in a first-level battle, and it can be crossed in an instant. And what Morning Star released was a tornado, and its speed was even faster. Silver will rebirth explosion. With a low shout from Morning Star, the violent tornado quickly swept out. In just a moment, it crossed the short distance and appeared in front of Reese. Reese had no way to avoid it and could only raise the big knife in her hand to resist. Crack! Bang! With the sound of breaking, Reese's face changed drastically. The next moment, Reese was swept into the tornado. Screams came from the tornado and resounded throughout the battlefield. In the tornado, Reese's body was constantly injured by the rotation impact of the tornado's strong wind. Even though Reese's body was very tough, so tough that Finn broke his finger when he punched her with his fist, she was still greatly injured in the face of the raging silver wheel explosion. The strong wind of the tornado directly plowed the ground and plowed the earth. Does Brother Morning Star have such a powerful skill? He actually rolled this guy in. Diana, who was rushing over here, was stunned when she saw this scene. Although she knew that Morning Star was very strong in this state, she didn't know that Morning Star in this state could release such a powerful wind attribute magic. In Diana's eyes, this is wind attribute magic. After all, the elemental attribute attack in the earth trouble has no other ability except magic and magic sword, and Diana can't sense the fluctuation of magic power like Lafia, and it is so powerful that it can cause damage to Revisit. Listening to Revisit's screams, it seems that the damage is still very strong. You know, Revisit is a guy that neither she nor Ace can take down. If this falls on me, wouldn't I be even more miserable? After all, I am not Revisit's opponent. Even Revisit is like this, so I naturally can't be good. Not only Diana, Ace and Dion were also shocked by the sudden outbreak of Morning Star. Another skill. Behind Morning Star, Lafia, who had not felt any fluctuations in magic power, complained at this time. When Morning Star killed the piranha plant monster with one move before, Lafia was shocked by Morning Star's skills. Such a powerful stream of light was not caused by magic, and now, such a powerful tornado was not magic. The power of this tornado has completely reached the power of the first-level magic firepower, and it is still very powerful. But this is not magic. For a moment, Lafia almost had an unstable magic heart. Morning Star's strength has been improving, and his physique and physical strength have been improving. Naturally, the power of the reincarnation I mode is also increasing. Before Morning Star was not upgraded, at the level of IV.1, when his ability value only reached SS, he used Xiaokong's physical strength to kill the lonely Lord Goliath directly. Now that Morning Star has upgraded, and has walked a long way in IV.2, Morning Star's reincarnation I mode is naturally more terrifying. In the Samsara I mode, Chenxing may only be able to exert the strength of IV.4 in close combat, but the Samsara I mode is not limited to 4.4. Although it cannot threaten IV.6, it is enough for Chenxing to easily deal with IV.5. In the LV5 level, Chenxing's two Samsara I big moves are almost invincible tricks. However, the two big moves consume a lot of physical strength. This move of Silver Will Samsara Explosion directly drained the 7 levels of physical strength that Chenxing currently has. It's not that Chenxing doesn't want to use more physical strength, but Chenxing now only has 1 level of physical strength left. The whole day of fighting today has consumed a lot of Chenxing's physical strength. Now there is so much physical strength because it is recovered on the way back. On the way back, AIC and others were fighting, and Chenxing was recovering all the time. Until just now, Chenxing recovered almost everything. As for using all the physical strength, that is absolutely impossible. Gentlemen are not good under the wall. No matter how powerful the special move of the Samsara I mode is, Chenxing can't use all his physical strength. Although you can use the potion to restore physical strength later, who knows what will happen before you drink the potion and before the potion takes effect. After a move of silver will rebirth blasted out, Chenxing quickly took out the potion to restore physical strength and drank it, and began to recover physical strength. However, at this moment, a loud noise sounded, and the silver will transmigration explosion released by Chenxing exploded directly, and Rui Weixi's figure fell from it. Seeing this scene, Chenxing was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Rui Weici to be able to destroy the silver will transmigration explosion. However, think about it, Rui Weici is not an ordinary IV.5 now. Even AIC, an IV.5 on the verge of upgrading, can't take it down with the wind spirit speed. Her strength is between LV5 and IV.6. It is normal to be able to break the silver will transmigration explosion. At the moment when the silver will transmigration explosion was broken and Rui Weici fell from it, three figures rushed towards Rui Weici from three directions. Bang. Chapter 80 Shai Lafia, the reason why Tioni sighed. Damn, I chose the worst choice. As soon as she fell, Revis was attacked by Ace and the other two. The seriously injured Revis cursed in her heart while struggling to resist the attack of the three. The reason why she chose Morning Star as the breakthrough point was because she saw that there were two burdens, Lafia and Lolyun, on Morning Star, but she didn't expect that she would hit a wall by choosing this side. Revis didn't expect that Morning Star actually had such a powerful magic. Not only could it sweep her in, but the destructive power was also so strong. Her physique was very tough, but she couldn't withstand the terrifying rotation impact. In just a dozen seconds, her body was severely damaged to this extent. In her current situation, it was troublesome to deal with Arya alone, not to mention fighting three adventurers who were similar to Arya. Tisk, I'm going to be killed right after I made a move. What bad luck. Since I can't escape, I'll just fight with all my strength. After secretly cursing her luck for being shitty, Rui Weici was relieved. She didn't think about how to escape anymore. She was ready to fight with all her strength and end it with a fierce battle. Since her resurrection, Rui Weici has been destroying monsters in the deep layer and growing by swallowing magic stones. This time she came to the middle layer because of the mission sent by the Fallen Fairy. She was resurrected by the Fallen Fairy and had no ability to resist that guy. But she didn't expect that she would die before she could achieve her goal. She just came out of the mountain and didn't complete the mission of the Fallen Fairy, but she encountered this situation. She met 4 first-level adventurers at once. And they were all adventurers who were not much weaker than her. One of them was even stronger than her, and a trick severely injured her. She didn't know how to describe her luck. However, since she couldn't end well, Rui Weici naturally wouldn't worry about anything else. Now Revis only wanted to have a hearty battle as her ending. AC and the others naturally didn't know what Revis was thinking. The three of them only knew that Revis was the murderer of this murder case, and she was obviously hostile to them. Since she was an enemy, she had to be captured. They would only give Revis 2 choices now. Be severely injured by them, then capture her, bring her back to the ground and imprison her, and obtain information from Revis. Whether it was how Revis knew the name Arya, or the relationship between Revis and the new type of carnivorous plant monster, and the orb that was very ominous at the beginning of the 10th move. These were the information they needed to master. The second choice was to kill Revis directly. If they couldn't capture Revis and tie her back, then they would naturally not show mercy. It was already very difficult for Revis to deal with AC and Diana alone. Now there was another Dion. Moreover, the three of them were from the same clan, often went on expeditions together, and cooperated very well. The three joined forces, and Rui Weici had almost no power to resist. She would be injured by any of the three people's attacks in almost every round. After just 1 minute, Rui Weisi's body was still full of wounds, and there was no good part. There were wounds everywhere. As for Chenxing, Chenxing did not join the battle. The silver will rebirth explosion just now consumed a lot of Chenxing's physical strength, and now it is recovering. And the three people cooperated too well. After Chenxing joined in, the rhythm of the three people was disrupted. The three people joined forces and were enough to deal with Rui Weici. Chenxing just needed to hold the line on the side. Ace-san and the others seemed to have become stronger. Standing next to Chenxing, Lafia murmured in a low voice. Even a layman like her who didn't understand close combat at all could see at this time that the strength of Master AC seemed to be much stronger than before. As for why it was strong, she couldn't see it, it was just a feeling. But Chenxing could see it. Because the three of them are integrating all the skills they learned from me into their own fighting rhythm, and turning these fighting skills into their own things. If this continues, after today, I don't have to worry about disrupting their rhythm and continue to spar with them. After learning fighting skills from Chenxing, AC can fight with other people and integrate the fighting skills she has learned into her fighting skills, but she can't. Yoshi fight with Chenxing. Because if they continue to spar with Chenxing, they will only continue to learn new skills from Chenxing. By then, they have not yet integrated what they have learned before, but have gained new things, which will only disrupt their rhythm of integrating these skills. So Chenxing didn't choose to continue to fight with AC and others before. This is also the reason why AC and others came to Chenxing and didn't think about continuing to fight with Chenxing, but only wanted Chenxing to follow them into the dungeon and give them some pointers when they were fighting. Because they also know this. If it weren't for this reason, AC Siren would have come to the door again the next day to continue fighting with Chenxing. Especially AC, who is eager to improve her strength, as long as it is not a reward that she cannot give, she is willing to give it in order to become stronger. And now it seems that this battle with Rui Weici is enough for the three of them to completely integrate the skills they have learned. To be honest, Chenxing likes to spar with AC and others. There is no way, who let the battle with the first-level adventurers such as AC bring too much improvement to Chenxing. Chenxing's talent allows Chenxing to completely transform the sparring with AC and others. After just a few battles, Chenxing's ability value has increased so much. How can Chenxing not desire such a good way to become stronger? Thinking of this, Chenxing couldn't help but raise a barely perceptible arc at the corner of his mouth. Get stronger, Chenxing really wants to get stronger now. Arnold, Mr. Chenxing, excuse me. At this time, Lafia on the side suddenly spoke to Chenxing in a low voice. What's wrong, D? Why are you so polite all of a sudden? Seeing Lafia so polite, Chenxing was a little confused and asked back. Ah, yes, Mr. Chenxing, your magic is very powerful. If you can, please share your magic experience with me. Hearing Chenxing's words, Lafia hurriedly said what she wanted to say. When she ran over just now, she witnessed the scene of Chenxing releasing the rain of light again, and also felt the magic fluctuations of Chenxing's rain of light. That is definitely the first level of magic fluctuations. In other words, Chenxing's magic firepower has reached the first level. In just a short week or so, Chenxing's magic has been upgraded to another level, which shocked Lafia. At the same time, she was more determined to exchange magic knowledge and experience with Chenxing. So, looking at Chenxing who was watching the game, Lafia prepared herself mentally, and then mustered up the courage to say this. Ah, sure, we can exchange magic when we have time. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly stunned, and then he agreed directly. Lafia's request is also a good thing for Chenxing. Although Chenxing controls the elements of light and darkness, he can create magic of these two elements at will. But it is not a bad thing to exchange magic with other magicians. Chenxing still knows the principle of brainstorming. What's more, Lafia is one of the best magicians in Orario, and she is a very talented magician. Chenxing will not lose anything by exchanging magic with such a magician. Thank you very much. Hearing Chenxing's agreement, Lafia smiled and her eyes lit up, and then she bowed to Chenxing to thank him. Lafia, don't bow all the time. Chenxing complained helplessly. Lafia is just like this, and she seems to be very unconfident about herself. Ah, yes, Mr. Chenxing. Hearing this, Lafia responded quickly. Well, let's make an appointment later to exchange magic. Chenxing nodded and said, then Chenxing seemed to remember something, leaned close to Lafia's ear, and asked in a low voice, Hey, Lafia, what happened to Dion? I just mentioned Finn to her, and this guy actually sighed. Being so close to Chenxing and whispering in her ear, Lafia's pointed ears turned red visibly, and then quickly spread to the whole face, and there seemed to be signs of smoke on the top of her head, and the whole person froze in place. Lafia. Seeing Lafia's change, Chenxing was stunned and quickly stepped back. Why did Lafia react so strongly after I said something in her ear? Ah, no, it's okay. Chenxing stepped back, and Lafia calmed down a little, but she still didn't dare to look at Chenxing. Then, Lafia answered Chenxing's question. I don't know the specific reason. But I heard from Diana that Dion seemed to have confessed to the captain, but it didn't work out. Was she rejected? Chenxing heard it and immediately understood. Well, it should be. Lafia nodded repeatedly. Dion-san has always liked the captain but has never confessed. This time is the first time, and he was rejected by the captain. I think Dion-san may give up. In the past, we walked together with Dion, and Dion would mention the captain from time to time. But these days, Dion hasn't mentioned the captain at all. Lafia hesitated for a moment, and then said again. Rejected. Rejected is fine. There is no future for Tioni and Finn. Finn's goal is to revitalize the dwarf race. Even if he wants to find a partner, he will only look for it among the dwarfs, not women of other races. Tioni is just simply in love with you. It will only waste time to continue, so it is better to give up this relationship as soon as possible. Hearing what Lafia said, Chenxing sighed slightly, and then said. Chenxing, who has read the original book, knows that Finn's goal is to revitalize the dwarfs. Even if he wants to get married, he will not marry women of other races, but only among the dwarfs. Tioni will never get a response from Finn. Now that Tioni has confessed, Finn naturally rejected it directly and did not give Tioni a vague hope, because such hope would only be despair for Tioni. I didn't see how Finn treated Tioni. Even if there was, it would be considered a second setting. The sooner the breakup, the sooner the cleanup. Lafia didn't know how to respond to Chenxing's words. But Lafia felt that Chenxing's words were right. Tioni is very concerned about her group. Everyone can see clearly the feelings of the head. But the leader of the team obviously is not ready to accept this feeling. This time, Tioni's confession was directly rejected, and the leader has given a clear answer. If Tioni continues like this, it will only cause trouble to herself. While Chenxing and Lafia were chatting on the battlefield. After nearly 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Riwizi was already exhausted. Blast out the last bit of strength, Riwizi blocked the joint attack of AC and the other two, and chopped the 3 people away. The whole person stood quietly in the same place, without moving, but his eyes fell on AC. Arya, go to the 59th floor. Go down. Chapter 81, Entrance to the Artificial Maze, Upgrade Reserved, Vongala Box. After Ruis finished saying that, Ruis gave up the desire to continue fighting. She stood there, letting AC and the other 2 attack, motionless. 3 attacks fell on Ruis without any resistance, and Ruis was immediately hit hard and her body began to collapse. What do you mean by what you said just now? After flashing past Ruis, AC quickly turned her head and questioned Ruis. However, Ruis, who was in a state of collapse, obviously did not answer AC's plan, but just looked at AC quietly, then closed her eyes and let her body collapse. In just 3 seconds, Ruis's body was completely reduced to ashes. At the center of her heart, the yellow magic stone clicked and exploded directly. So far, Ruis, who appeared in front of the adventurer for the first time and almost caused the annihilation of the entire Loki clan in the original book, was completely killed here. In Chenxing's previous life, there was a saying that debut is the peak, but in Ruiwazi's case, debut is death. Seeing the magic stone appearing from Ruiwazi's body, AC and the other 2 were stunned. Magic stone is only found on monsters. But why does the red-haired woman in front of them have a magic stone like a monster? 777. Ace and others found that things seemed to be developing in an unpredictable direction. The appearance of magic stones in human bodies, if this matter spreads, will definitely cause a huge commotion. They don't know what's going on, but the person with the magic stone in his body is definitely a monster, there is no doubt at this time. But now, a human has a magic stone. Who knows if this is an isolated case? Are there humans on the ground who are hiding the same existence as Revis? The 3 looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Go back as soon as possible and tell Finn and Loki about this. After AC and the other 2 killed Revis, the adventurers in Rivera Town quickly killed the piranha plant controlled by Revis. Many adventurers in Rivera Town began to clean up the mess and started to destroy the destroyed Rivera again. The reconstruction of the town of La. And Chenxing and others also stayed in the hotel for free under the warm hospitality of an innkeeper. As for the reason, it was naturally because AC and others found and killed the murderer. The innkeeper was very grateful to AC and others. After all, it happened in the hotel he opened, which could easily affect his business. Now inviting Chenxing and others to stay in is also a publicity. But these are not what Chenxing and others care about. Chenxing was not in the hotel at this time. AC and the other four came to a place under the leadership of Chenxing. The easternmost wall of the 18th floor. Chenxing, why did you bring us here? Tioni looked at the wall in front of him and asked in confusion. The other people also looked over in confusion. Just now, when we were fighting with the attackers, my detection magic felt that there were adventurers coming here and entering here, so I came to take a look. There seems to be an unknown secret passage here. Morningstar reached out and touched the wall, then explained. Morningstar was not joking. When he was using the light vein just now, he did find someone walking this way. But Morningstar did not find out where those people went. However, Morningstar knew that the entrance to the 18th floor of the artificial maze Gnosis was in the east. Since AIC and others have already had contact with the fallen fairy and the weirdo, then tell AIC and others about the entrance here. Is that so? Several people were a little surprised when they heard it. Yeah. Morningstar nodded slightly, then the long sword at his waist was quickly unsheathed, and in the blink of an eye, a cross was cut. The sound of metal colliding came from the wall when the slash fell. Hearing this sound, AIC and the other four were stunned. At this time, they all heard the sound of metal colliding. This means that there is metal behind this wall. As Morningstar finished slashing, the next second, the wall began to collapse, revealing the metal wall behind the wall. Behind the wall is a huge iron door, which is covered with unknown rune patterns. This is. Looking at the iron door that appeared in front of them, AIC and others' pupils shrank. This is not generated by the dungeon itself, someone dug it here and built a mechanism. We must tell Finn and the others about what happened here. Tiona looked at the door forged from mountain copper in front of her, and frowned rarely. Too many things happened today. Let's just go back. Report what happened today as soon as possible. Tioni pinched her eyebrows and said tiredly. Yeah, I agree. Lafia nodded. Yeah, let's do it this way. Even AC had no objection. But Chenxing was slightly stunned after hearing what AC said. Because Chenxing remembered that in the original book, AC was going to stay in the lower level to fight after the attack and defense of Rivera. Why did she choose to return now? Is it because she killed Revis that AIC didn't sound as low as in the original book even when she heard the name Arya from Revis? If so, wouldn't it delay AIC's upgrade? You know, in the original book, AIC upgraded after she challenged Judeos. But now AIC is not going to stay in the dungeon any longer, so it's impossible for her to challenge Judeos, and it's impossible for her to upgrade. Although he was suspicious, Chenxing didn't say anything. Chenxing, let's go back together. At this time, seeing that Chenxing didn't speak, Dion invited Chenxing to go back together. That's fine. Hearing this, Chenxing nodded and agreed. Originally, Chenxing was thinking about staying in the dungeon for another day and then going back to participate in the Gods' Assembly. But since Dion invited him, let's go back together. The group didn't stay on the 18th floor any longer, and set off directly to the ground. For Chenxing and others, it's okay not to rest for a few days. However, it is best to maintain a stable resting habit in the underground city and keep the peak state as much as possible. Because only in this way can we not give the underground city any chance to take advantage of. But if it is the return journey, then it is unnecessary. With the strength of Chenxing and others, it only took a few hours to return to the ground from the 18th floor. It was late at night when Chenxing and others returned to the ground. Then let's separate here. On the dark street, at a fork in the road, Chenxing and AC and others parted. See you tomorrow. AC and others waved to Chenxing, and Dion said with a smile. Well, see you tomorrow. Chenxing nodded, and then both sides turned around and walked towards their respective clan residences. As for why it is said to see you tomorrow, it is because Chenxing and AC and others have made an appointment to continue the competition tomorrow. When Chenxing returned to the library, Hestia had already fallen asleep. Chenxing did not disturb Hestia, and Hestia did not sleep in Chenxing's room. After returning to his room, Chenxing simply washed up, then sat back on the bed and began to update his grace. Chenxing. IV.2. Strength, D598B728. Durability, D578B729. Dexterity, D539B708. Agility, D587B739. Magic, H102G286. Upgrade. Optional development ability, Berserker, Sword King. Development ability, Magic Eye. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Reincarnation Eye. Blessing of the God of War. You all think that there is only one skill left with one space, so I will delete it. There is no limit to skills, only magic. Sure enough, fierce battles are the simplest and crudest way to improve ability values. Looking at the 4 ability values that jump 2 levels at once except for magic, Chenxing was very satisfied. After all, he had experienced several battles in the lower layer today. With his talent, it is normal to have such a big improvement. Then, Chenxing looked at the changes in the grace below the ability value. Have you accumulated enough great deeds? Yes, I was originally only IV.2. This time, I killed so many monsters far beyond my level in the lower level, and several of them were monster feasts like before. On the 18th floor, I also killed a LV5 fallen fairy clone. Even if I worked together with Dion to deal with it, it would be a huge amount of 4.7 great deeds for me. However, I will still upgrade and keep it until I reach the limit. After burning the grace paper, Morningstar prepared to do what he had decided before but had not done yet. That was to continue to curse Dionysus. P.S. I guess some people will pick curse magic. I will answer here that curse magic can work on gods who have sealed their divine power, but no one dares to do so even with curse magic. After all, they are gods and are prone to backlash, but Morningstar is in a special situation and will not be backlashed. If he attacks adventurers, adventurers are not like sealed gods. Strong adventurers can resist a little or two, depending on their strength. However, before Morningstar started action, the system prompt sounded in Chenxing's mind. Ding! You have a new drift bottle, please check it. Chenxing. System, check, open. Ding! The drift bottle has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Vongala Sora equipment box. Vongala Sora equipment box contains Vongala Sora ring, the original version, the handsome one, X-Glove Vongala version, Death Power, Vongala box. Vongala. Looking at the box in the system space, Chenxing slowly typed a question mark. Chapter 82, Vongala Set Meal. Vongala. Tutor. Chenxing muttered to himself, took out the box, and opened it. With a flash of white light, the box in Chenxing's hand turned into several items. Vongala ring, Vongala large empty box, Vongala gloves, and a ray of light sank into Chenxing's forehead. The moment the light sank into Chenxing's forehead, Chenxing understood what this ray of light was. This ray of light was a seed of death energy. After merging with Chenxing, Chenxing could use the power of death energy. With a slight thought, a deep orange flame appeared on Chenxing's forehead, and at the same time, Chenxing's pupils turned golden red. In an instant, Chenxing felt that his physique had been strengthened a lot. The Super Death Energy mode can really enhance strength. Although it is not as good as the increase in my physique brought by the Reincarnation Eye mode, it is not bad, about half. I don't know if the two can be superimposed. Let's try it later. Feeling the changes in his body, Chenxing muttered in his heart. Then, Chenxing thought of something and quickly ran to the floor-length mirror not far away. Sure enough, whether in the last life or this life, the pupils in the Super Death mode are really handsome. Standing in front of the floor-length mirror, looking at himself in the mirror, looking at the deep orange flame flashing on his forehead and the pupils that changed because of the Super Death mode, Chenxing murmured in his heart, and a smile unconsciously rose at the corner of his mouth. Personally, I think the pupils in the Super Death mode are really masterful. Immediately, Chenxing's eyes looked at the ring in his hand. The Vongala ring in Chenxing's hand is the appearance of the Vongala ring when it first appeared in the family tutor, not the appearance of the future because of the first generation of Vongala. It is very handsome. Chen 26 Star did not hesitate and put the Vongala ring on his hand directly. I remember that if you want to awaken the death flame of the ring, you need to be enlightened. What is my enlightenment? Looking at the ring on his swollen finger, Chenxing murmured in his heart. Just when Chenxing was thinking about how to awaken the death flame of the ring, a deep orange flame suddenly appeared in the ring in his hand. In an instant, Chenxing seemed to understand something. It seems that he has had enlightenment since the moment he became an adventurer. The first enlightenment was to become stronger, and recently, with the increase of friends, I have another kind of enlightenment, that is, to protect Hestia, to protect the people around me. As this thought fell, the power in Chenxing's hand suddenly burst into a stronger flame. The erupting flame soared into the sky, about 1 person high. Seeing this scene, Chenxing quickly controlled his thoughts. The flames gradually weakened and hovered around the ring. The finger edge did not explode again. However, Chenxing could feel that when the flames exploded, his physique was strengthened again. It was completely comparable to the physique that was enhanced when entering the Samsara Eye mode. No wonder Sawada Tsuneyoshi, a useless junior high school student, could fight Xanxus after entering the Super Death Chi mode, and then fought with Bai Lan, who was hanging on the wall, after igniting the Death Chi flame and mastering the Death Chi flame. I just ignited the Death Chi flame on the ring, and I already have such an enhancement. When my Death Chi flame is stronger, won't I be able to get a stronger enhancement? Moreover, the power of the Death Chi flame is also very powerful. It would be great if the Samsara Eye mode and the Super Death Chi mode could be combined. Inexplicably, Chenxing's mind this thought came to mind again. If the two modes can be combined, with Morningstar's current situation, although his close combat strength may not reach V.6 stretch, he can definitely stand at the strongest position of TV.5. Thinking of this, Morningstar couldn't wait to see the last Vongala box. With a thought, Morningstar entered the Samsara Eye mode. After entering the Samsara Eye mode, Morningstar was shocked to find that his guess was right. The increase in the Super Death Chi mode and the Samsara Eye mode can actually be superimposed. At this time, Morningstar's body was covered with a deep blue light, with a deep orange flame flickering on his forehead, and his eyes were still the eyes of the Samsara Eye. But Morningstar could feel that as long as he wanted, he could turn his eyes into the golden red pupils of the Super Death Chi mode at any time. But in that case, Morningstar's appearance would be a little weird. After all, it was originally a seamless azure blue, and suddenly two golden red colors appeared. It would be strange if it wasn't strange. But Chenxing didn't care about these. What Chenxing cared about more now was the improvement of his strength under the superposition of the two modes. He was only in the Super Death mode now, and the death on the ring had not erupted. Chenxing moved his mind again, and the flame on his finger suddenly erupted. However, because of the previous experience, Chenxing controlled the release of the flame when it erupted. Although the power erupted, it did not cause the situation just now. The flame was firmly controlled by Chenxing around his fingers, flickering continuously. In an instant, Chenxing felt that his strength had improved a lot. Although he could not determine the specific level, Chenxing was sure that his mode was also the best in LV5. With his own strong strength, he could definitely dominate the level of V.5. Then, Chenxing remembered something and put on the Vongala gloves. The gloves changed dramatically the moment they were put on. Originally just an ordinary adventure glove, it burst into a fierce light after being put on, and turned directly into a pair of very metallic gloves with distinct finger bones, which fit Chenxing's palms and fingers perfectly. There was a pattern of the Vongala Grand Sky ring on the back of the glove, and the Vongala ring appeared outside the glove. At the same time, a lot of information emerged in Chenxing's mind. That was the use of the Vongala gloves. No, it should be said that it was a trick created by the protagonist of the tutor, Sawada Tsuneyoshi, and Chenxing mastered it all at once. Feeling the tricks he had mastered, Morningstar was not surprised. Wasn't it the same when he got the Samsara Eye before? In the Samsara Eye mode, in addition to the basic ability of the Samsara Eye, the two ultimate moves were developed by the person who had the Samsara Eye. As for whether it was created by Otsutsuki Hamura or later by Otsutsuki Tonori, it is unknown. After he got the Samsara Eye and merged it, he naturally mastered the two ultimate moves. And now that he has obtained the Vongala gloves, it is not surprising that he will get the ultimate move of the original owner of the Vongala gloves, Sawada Tsuneyoshi. 0-point breakthrough modified, 0-point breakthrough modified bare-handed blade grabbing, 0-point breakthrough first generation version absolute 0. Soft flame, hard flame, Zburner, no auxiliary characteristic invisible mirror required, and so on, as long as the original owner Morningstar directly obtained all the moves that Tsuneyoshi Kadozada mastered using the Vongala gloves. After feeling these moves, Morningstar took a deep breath, and then looked at the orange box in his hand, which looked full of childishness. Perhaps because Morning Star was looking at the box, the creature inside the box seemed to feel something, and the box kept shaking. Natsu. It feels a bit strange. After all, the protagonist of fairy tale is also Natsu, but he turned into a little lion when he came to the tutor. Complaining is complaining, but Morning Star did not hesitate, and directly ignited the flame of the great sky ring, and then printed the ring on the opening above the box. As the ring was unlocked, the box burst into a fierce light, and a stream of light rushed out from it, circling around Morning Star and landing on Morning Star's shoulder. On. At this time, Chenxing just saw the box weapon on his shoulder, which was exactly the same as the sky lion Natsu he saw in his previous life. It was small in size, with a white metal hat on his head and a mane of dead flames wrapped around his neck, very cute. Oh whoa. When he looked at Natsu, Natsu roared at Chenxing. Chenxing heard 733 coming out. At this time, Natsu greeted him, as if to say that he would take good care of him in the future. He was not timid at all in the original book. However, think about it, the reason why he was timid in the original book seemed to be influenced by the protagonist Sawada Tsunayoshi. And he was not as useless as Sawada Tsunayoshi showed on the surface. Natsu swallowed the dead flames he injected, and naturally looked more like himself. And Natsu's voice sounded like a roar, but the sound was not loud, but it seemed very cute, so Chenxing couldn't help but hug him down. In fact, Chenxing did exactly that. He took little Natsu into his arms and started petting him like a cat. Well, very good. After petting him for a while, Chenxing stopped because Natsu fell asleep after being petted so comfortably. Chenxing sent him back to the box. After sending Natsu back to the box, Chenxing was able to sort out Natsu's abilities. After Natsu appeared, Chenxing learned how to use Natsu just like he had learned the Vongala gloves. Two of them were related to the Vongala gloves. As for why the Vongala gloves and the Vongala box have corresponding abilities, but the Vongala ring does not, Chenxing was not surprised at all. Because this world is not the world of the tutor, the true power of the Vongala ring, the power of the miracle of the vertical spacetime axis, cannot affect this world. That's why it is not the same as the Vongala gloves and the box. After putting the Vongala gloves and the box into the system space, Chenxing started to work. Just now, because I got a new drift bottle, I was delayed. Now it's time to curse Dionysus. As soon as he said it, a black flame appeared in Chenxing's hand and he directly launched the curse. On the other side, Dionysus, who was already in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up, sat up from the bed, and stared blankly at the blood on his face. I was cursed again. Chapter 83 Report, The Upcoming Assembly of Gods. The next morning, Hestia woke up from her sleep. After washing up in the bathroom of her room, Hestia walked out of the room. When passing by Morning Star's room, Hestia was slightly stunned. Because Morning Star had been in the dungeon these days, the door of the room was not closed, but it was closed early this morning. What does this mean? This means that Morning Star is back. Without any hesitation, Hestia opened the door directly and then ran to the big bed in the middle of the room. Looking at Morning Star lying on the bed, who was in a dream, Hestia rushed over without hesitation. Morning Star. Puff. Morning Star, who was sleeping, only felt that he was hit by a violent impact alone, which woke him up directly. After seeing Hestia throwing herself on his stomach, Morning Star's face softened instantly, and he reached out and rubbed Hestia's hair. I'm back, Hestia. Yeah, welcome back. Hestia, whose hair was being touched, nodded repeatedly like a little pet. Hey, Morning Star, has your adventure been going well these days? At the table, Hestia was eating the delicious breakfast made by Morning Star while caring about Farmer Star's adventure. Yeah, it was pretty good. I went to the water mystery. And I was lucky. I got a lot of collection materials. I also met AIC and the others. Morning Star answered while eating. Hey yeah, I met Warren and the others. Hestia was a little surprised, and then, Hestia warned Morning Star, Morning Star, I know you are a young man with vigorous blood and can't resist temptation, but you must resist temptation and can't give Warren and the others a chance to take advantage of you. I think I have strong self-control, so it should be fine. Hearing what Hestia said, Morning Star was a little surprised, and then answered very seriously. Chun flirts with me every time they meet alone, but I haven't responded. It's good that you know. Hestia nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, Hestia seemed a little worried. Morning Star, even if you really can't stand the temptation, you must tell me as soon as possible. Morning Star. So you still don't believe me? While Morning Star and Hestia were having breakfast, at the same time, some things were happening in other places in Orario. 2 of them were related to Morning Star, and 1 was related to Hestia's family Belle. Belle seemed to be targeted by Freya. Freya couldn't deal with Morning Star for the time being, but she discovered Belle's existence when she looked down at the ground from the highest floor of Babel Tower, noticed Belle's pure light. Thinking that she had nothing to do, she used Belle to kill time. Morning Star cannot be taken for the time being, but it does not prevent her from recruiting other adventurers who catch her eye. So, Miss Belle, please accept this lunchbox. On the other hand, please take care of the tavern, Miss Belle. At the door of the Fenyu Hostess Tavern, Sierre handed a lunchbox to Belle and said with a smile. The shy and introverted Belle did not know how to refuse and took it stupidly. That's it, Miss Belle, I'm going to be busy. Please take care of the Fenyu Hostess Tavern. After Belle took the lunchbox, Sierre was ready to escape. She waved her hand to remind Belle, and then entered the tavern, leaving Belle standing there in a daze. It was the first time that someone sent her a lunchbox, and she just took it in a daze. After coming to her senses, Sierre wanted to not take the lunchbox back. But for some reason, this idea disappeared at once. Forget it, I'll repay Miss Shear later. With this in mind, Belle ran towards the direction of the Tower of Babel. On the other side, in the Hermes family's residence. You mean, the Morning Star of the Lucifer family is very powerful? You are facing a LV5 female adventurer, who was severely injured by him using a wind magic. Hermes frowned and looked at Lullian, confirming with disbelief on his face. It is incredible that the 1,000 fairies of the Loki family have the magic firepower of IV.5 with the body of IV.3. As a result, there is now another existence that is more terrifying than Lafia in terms of magic talent. IV.2 has the magic firepower of IV.5, spanning 3 levels. If the level strength is not considered, Morning Star is more terrifying than Alphia. I didn't expect that I would meet such a monstrous adventurer rising star when I came back after not coming back for a few months. Originally, my purpose was to focus on Belle, and I asked the members of the clan to focus on Morning Star because Morning Star broke the upgrade record, but I didn't expect that he actually had such a terrible talent. The next second, Hermes seemed to have thought of something. The Guild and Uranus must have noticed the situation of Morning Star, but they just didn't see the announcement. It seems that I have to talk to Uranus when I have time. Maybe Morning Star can be the second candidate. Well, it's not just this. Lord Hermes, there is another very important thing. Lullian nodded repeatedly, and then mentioned another thing. What is it? Hearing that there was something as important as the information from Morning Star, Hermes was stunned. What? 2 pieces of heavyweight information came at once. Are you so lucky? Yes. Lord Hermes, after the Sword Princess of Loki's family killed the female adventurer, a piece of abnormal magic stone fell from the female adventurer's body. Lullian nodded in response, and then told what she saw. Although the distance was far, when Revis was killed, she still saw the magic stone destroyed in Revis' body. This incident scared her a lot, and she ran back at night. But Hermes was sleeping, so she didn't. Instead of disturbing Hermes, he waited until the morning to find Hermes and report the 2 things to Hermes. Hermes. On the other side, in the Twilight Pavilion, AC and the other 4 were also reporting what they encountered on the 18th floor. At this time in Finn's office, the 3 giants of the Loki clan, AC and the other 4 were all here. As for the others, they were not there. Bert didn't know where he went, and Loki went out, as if to prepare something. Not here. Brother Morning Star is really incredible, he actually showed such a powerful force. From 4.2 to 4.5, this has already crossed 3 levels. In the office, after listening to the reports of several people, Finn was full of emotion. Morning Star really refreshed his understanding of adventurers again and again. He didn't expect that adventurers could actually cross so many levels. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the female adventurer with a magic stone in her body. Well, let's call her a weirdo. A person actually has a magic stone in his body. It seems that he should not be a god's clan. It is impossible for such a thing to exist in the body of a god's family. The god will definitely find out. Besides, that weirdo asked AC to go to the 59th floor. There must be something incredible hidden there. Lavilia followed up. Well, indeed, it seems that the next expedition will be a bit troublesome. The most important thing is what that guy said, Arya, this is really incredible. Grace continued, looking very serious. As soon as this happened, Finn and Lavilia's expressions became very serious. The three of them knew what the name Arya meant. It was 1,000 years ago, the Great Wind Fairy with the mercenary King Albert, and almost no one knows it now. Now that the red-haired weirdo has identified Ace as Arya, which means that the enemy in the dark knows the existence of Arya, and even has a very deep understanding, and it may even be related to 1,000 years ago, which greatly increases the seriousness of the matter. Arnold, what is going on with Arya? Listening to the words of the three, Tiona raised her hand and expressed her doubts. Tioni and Lafia were also very curious. Don't ask about this matter, don't talk about it. Finn smiled and shook his head, and replied obscurely. Arya's affairs can be kept secret or not, and they are quite involved, just like now, a person related to Arya suddenly appeared. If they could really say anything, the three of them wouldn't have kept it secret all these years. Oh. Hearing Finn's answer, Diana was very obedient and didn't ask any more questions. Then we'll leave if there's nothing wrong. After hearing Finn's answer, Guyane said. To be honest, she didn't want to stay with Finn now, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Finn, we'll leave first. AC also said. Captain, Lady Lavilia, Mr. Grace, we'll leave first. Lafia also politely said goodbye. Is there something urgent? Seeing that AC and Lafia both looked like they were in a hurry to leave, Lavilia was a little surprised. Ah, didn't we fight that weirdo? Lou has learned everything he learned from Brother Morningstar. So I'm going to fight with Brother Morningstar again, delicious, and I made an appointment when I came back last night. I guess Brother Morningstar is almost here. Diana explained with a smile. Oh. Really? In that case, I'll have to go and take a look. Hearing this, Lavilia's eyes suddenly lit up. She had heard about Morningstar many times, but she had never seen Morningstar once. She was not there when Morningstar came last time. This time she must take a good look. Then I'll go and take a look. Finn also said with a smile. I'll go with you. Oh, Brother Morningstar hasn't come yet, we're just going to prepare. Hearing that Lavilia was going to go with him, Diana scratched the back of her head and said. Okay, when that compatriot comes over, let someone notify me, and I'll go and take a look. Lavilia nodded after hearing this, and then instructed. Understood. Power. Then, Ace and the other four left the office, leaving only Finn and the other three in the office. Speaking of which, what on earth did Loki do? After calming down, Finn looked at Lavilia and Grace and said with some confusion. I heard that he went to prepare for the Gods' Assembly tonight. Lavilia and Grace looked at each other, Grace shook her head, and Lavilia told what she knew. The Gods' Assembly. I hope Loki can succeed. I hope Loki can succeed more and more now. So do I. Me too. Chapter 84, The Conquered Loki Family. Not long after AC and the others left the office, Morningstar came to visit. Hey, Brother Morningstar, you are here. In the corridor, Diana excitedly waved and greeted Morningstar, who was brought here by the family members. Welcome, Morningstar. Dion said with a smile, with her hands behind her back. Mr. Morningstar, good morning. Lafia still looked shy, and she was a little flustered when she spoke. Morningstar. AC nodded slightly. Morning. Morningstar nodded slightly in response. Then the group rushed directly to the direction of the training ground. Blue, please inform Livia and the others that we asked them to come here. Before leaving, Diana did not forget to ask the family companions who led Morningstar. Understood. The member who led the way nodded and agreed. Thank you. The group soon arrived at the training ground. Because they knew that Chenxing was coming, Diana and others reserved the training ground early in the morning. Before Chenxing and others entered the training ground, there was no one in the entire training ground. Come on, Chenxing, let's start now. As soon as they entered the training ground, Dion threw 2 kukri over, shouted excitedly, and rushed towards Chenxing the next moment. Morning Star, W. Diana, W. Ace, W. Lefia, Y. Looking at what Dion did, the 4 people of Morning Star reacted in an unprecedentedly unified manner. However, Morning Star did not refuse. After catching the kukri, he directly faced Dion, who was attacking directly and started fighting directly. Seeing this, AIC and the other 2 quickly retreated and gave the field to the 2. This guy Dion seemed to know that Morning Star's strength had become stronger again. After just a few moves, he directly improved his strength. 820. The battle a few days ago was only using the IV.4 limit S strength, and now directly use IV.5. Seeing this, Chenxing also quickly turned on the Samsara I mode. With the increase of Chenxing's grace ability value, Chenxing's physique became stronger, and the increase of the Samsara I mode also became stronger. After entering the Samsara I mode, Chenxing's strength became much stronger, and it was infinitely close to LV5. If you want to say, it is the same as Rue Weixi's situation, and he may step into the realm of IV.5 at any time. Although Chenxing's ability value has increased a lot, it is only IV.2 after all, and it cannot be compared with the strength change brought by the ability value increase of high-level adventurers. Of course, it is an elite IV.5 like AC. If it is the kind of random upgrade, Chenxing can beat it with his current strength. However, who can upgrade to 4.5 will upgrade directly after the minimum upgrade conditions are met. It is almost impossible to have such a first-level adventurer. Morning Star's strength has become stronger again, and the speed of improvement is really fast. Looking at the battle on the battlefield, Diana couldn't help but sigh. She could see that Morning Star's current strength was much stronger than a few days ago. Well, it's incredible. AIC nodded and agreed. Their strength has also improved in the past few days, but that's because they have mastered more powerful fighting skills, so their strength has improved. In the world of adventurers, grace abilities and fighting skills complement each other. The combination of powerful grace values and powerful fighting skills can exert more powerful power. Otherwise, they would not be so excited after seeing Morning Star's powerful fighting skills, and would want to pursue this powerful fighting skill. Their strength improvement is due to KDA fighting skills, and the strength improvement shown by Farmer Star today is purely in terms of grace values. AC was very sure that Chenxing's grace ability value had definitely increased by more than a few hundred in the past few days, otherwise it would not have been possible to have such a strong improvement. AC was very curious about how Chenxing did it. But it was just curiosity. With her current relationship with Chenxing, she would not ask Chenxing such a question. How can I improve my relationship with Chenxing? Looking at the battle on the field, AC murmured in her heart. She admitted that she was a little greedy. It was not enough to learn such powerful fighting skills from Chenxing. She also wanted to get a method to quickly improve grace from Chenxing. But she really couldn't suppress her desire to become stronger. If she could get this method to become stronger, she would be willing to pay as long as she could. Great, Mr. Chenxing. As a magician, Lafia didn't have the eyesight of Diana and AC, but she could vaguely feel that Morning Star's strength had become stronger. At this moment, her eyes were shining with admiration. At this moment, Diana discovered something and shouted in surprise. Is there fire on Brother Morning Star's forehead? AC and Lafia on the side also looked surprised. Because just now, they witnessed with their own eyes that a deep orange flame suddenly appeared on Morning Star's forehead. However, the next second, Diana and AC found something wrong. No, after the flame appeared, Brother Morning Star's strength has become stronger again. Diana exclaimed, unable to hold back her surprise. Morning Star's power has completely reached the level of IV.5. AIC murmured in a low voice. It should be a new skill. At this time, a voice came from behind them. The 3 turned their heads and found that because they were too focused on the battle, they didn't notice that Finn and the other 2 had come here. It was Finn who spoke just now. At this time, the 3 were walking towards this side. Hey, Captain, Lavilia, Uncle Grace. Diana waved and greeted. Captain, Lady Lavilia, Mr. Grace. Lafia followed closely. As for AIC, AIC just nodded lightly. It's incredible that someone actually has such superb fighting skills. This fighting skill is enough to erase the difference of thousands of grace values. Grace nodded, staring at the battle on the field, and sighed in his heart. As a LV6 adventurer, and with decades more experience than AIC and others, Grace's vision is undoubtedly much better than AIC and others. He saw a deeper level than AIC and others. The fighting skills displayed by Chenxing can almost be called flawless. At least, he dare not compare his fighting skills with Chenxing. Grace felt that even the warrior who practiced martial arts to the extreme, the fierce Oda, could not compare with Chenxing in this regard. Ah, indeed. At the beginning, Brother Chenxing only had powerful fighting skills. But now it seems that Brother Chenxing has gained enough combat experience and has integrated the two together. This integration has brought Brother Chenxing's fighting skills to a higher level. Finn nodded in agreement, with unconcealed admiration in his eyes. This was the first time in decades that he had encountered such a formidable rising star. No, with Morningstar's current situation, it is estimated that in a month or two, he will be able to stand on the same level as them. Finn overturned his previous speculation and reduced the number of months in which Morningstar could stand on the same level as himself and others. Of course, he was talking about the IV.6 field where he and Grace were. As for LV5, didn't you see that Morningstar can now fight with Dion, who is fighting at full strength? Now Morningstar is already a real IV.5 combat force. Incredible. I originally thought that only the magic firepower reached the first level, but I didn't expect that the close combat strength has also reached it. Livilia couldn't help but sigh at this time. Ah, I can't find any other adjectives to describe Brother Morningstar. I can only use incredible to describe it. It is completely unimaginable and incomprehensible. Finn nodded and agreed. Morningstar's situation has completely exceeded his imagination. For the current situation of Morningstar, he wanted to predict the future of Morningstar, but his mind was blank. He could not imagine any situation related to Morningstar. At most, he could predict the speed of Morningstar's strengthening. Moreover, this is still inaccurate. Maybe during the time he predicted, something incredible happened to Morningstar, which made Morningstar's strength increase faster again. Listening to the conversation between the three giants, AIC and others were not surprised at all, and even felt that the three people's evaluation of Morningstar was very correct. What happened to Morningstar was so incredible that even if something incredible happened to Morningstar again, they would not be shocked again. Diana said that just now was the last time she was shocked by the changes in Morningstar, and she would never be shocked again. Even if Morningstar showed the strength of LV6 next, he would not be shocked again. I am a little itchy, and I will ask if I can have a fight later. After coming here, Grace's eyes stayed on the battle on the field, not moving away for a second. The more he watched the battle between Morningstar and Tioni, the more excited he became. He wanted to go down and fight with Morningstar. Being able to fight with someone with such perfect fighting skills must be very beneficial to him. With his current position and current strength, it is difficult for anyone to help him. If there is anyone, it is that guy Oda. But fighting with Oda is simply impossible, unless the Loki family and the Freya family go to war. But now, there is such a person in front of him. Even if he needs to pay some rewards, he also wants to fight with Morningstar. Me too. Ask later, I'm sure Brother Morningstar won't refuse. Finn nodded in agreement. When Morningstar came before, he was not in the family, and he really missed a great opportunity. This time can't be missed. Seeing that you are so interested, I will also find Morningstar to exchange magic later. Looking at the two companions who were so interested, Livilia thought for a moment and spoke. To be honest, when Lafia said that Morningstar had IV.5 magic firepower, she was interested in Morningstar, otherwise she would not have asked Diana to call her when Morningstar came. Even if Grace and Finn did not say this, she wanted to exchange magic with Morningstar after the fight with AIC and others. It can be said that at this moment, the top leaders of the Loki family were completely conquered by everything that Morningstar showed. Chapter 85, Bug, Dion's shocking words, Livilia's appreciation. Chenxing didn't know what Finn and the others were talking about. Chenxing was very excited at this time. Because after the Samsara Eye mode and the Super Death Chi mode were turned on together, his strength was the same as he guessed last night. With the two modes combined, Chenxing's strength was not much worse than that of Tioni. If he ignited the Death Chi flame, it would definitely be stronger than Tioni's current strength. Coupled with Chenxing's powerful fighting skills, even if he met Revis, Chenxing would be sure to take him down alone. This is the strength brought by powerful fighting skills. As Grace said, Chenxing's powerful fighting skills are enough to allow Chenxing to cross the ability value gap of 1 or 2,000 or even 3 or 4,000. In the novel, when AC and others met Oda during the expedition again, AC mentioned when fighting with Oda that powerful fighting skills can make up for the gap in these ability values. Chenxing's current fighting skills are not worse than Oda, but I don't understand it. Does Oda need to make up for the ability value gap when fighting with AC? I'm a little confused. However, when fighting with Tioni, Chenxing did not ignite the Death Chi flame. The current battle between Morning Star and Tioni has completely turned into a coaching battle. If the Death Flame is ignited, it will be a pure crushing game. The owner of the Grace improves his strength by fighting fiercely with adventurers and monsters of equal strength. And here in Morning Star, there are 3 kinds of adventurers and monsters of equal strength. The first kind is adventurers and monsters of equal strength to Morning Star in normal state. And the second kind is adventurers and monsters of equal strength to Morning Star after the Reincarnation I mode is activated and the Reincarnation I mode is amplified. As for the third kind, that is the current Morning Star, with the Reincarnation I mode, Super Death mode and the Death Flame ignited superimposed. When fighting with adventurers like Tioni, the 3 modes, the Reincarnation I mode and Super Death mode and the third one are activated together, and the Death Flame is not ignited. That is to say, Morning Star can play like this, and can freely choose the training object and the battle object when improving the Grace. Because Morning Star has a skill that can greatly increase its own strength. If it were any other way, there would be no choice at all. However, fighting adventurers and monsters far beyond their normal state with the amplification skill would improve the adventurer more than any other situation. A few days ago, Chenxing gained an example after fighting with AC and others in the Samsara I mode. Speaking of which, AC's Wind Spirit Sprint is also a skill that increases strength like the 2 modes of Chenxing. AC should have done this before. In the original work, AC challenged Udios with the Wind Spirit Sprint, and won the duel. After that, the bottleneck that had been in the bottleneck period was broken, and the great deeds were accumulated, and she was directly upgraded. This is Chenxing's current situation. Use the amplification skill to increase your strength to a level far beyond your own strength, and then fight with adventurers who are better than you in the normal state to improve your Grace ability. However, if it is a crushing game, it will not have a very good training effect. The 2 modes of Morning Star combined together make its strength equal to that of Tioni, which is just right for fighting. However, if the Flame of Death is ignited, then Morning Star, with its strength further increased, will crush Tioni. This would be counterproductive and it would be impossible to get effective training at all. Morning Star came to fight with AIC and others this time, just to use this principle to improve the value of Grace through fierce fighting. If he crushed them directly, what's the point? He couldn't get any exercise at all. In that case, he might as well not come. Morning Star's approach is a bit like a bug in the Grace. In addition, the superposition of the 2 modes is already very stamina-consuming, and igniting the Flame of Death consumes even more stamina. Next, he will fight with AIC and others. Morning Star doesn't want to use up all his energy before fighting with AIC and others. It would be embarrassing to become a weak shrimp by then. However. Cool, Morning Star, keep pleasing me. Looking at Dion who was in the violent mode, Morning Star was a little speechless, but he still followed Dion's request and exerted the most powerful power of this mode. The battle between the 2 was very fierce, and the sound of the collision was deafening, constantly echoing in the training ground. If this was not a training ground with strong sound insulation, it would have spread outside and spread throughout the dusk hall. Feeling the slight heat coming from the Grace behind him, Chenxing raised a barely detectable arc at the corner of his mouth. Grace, it's improving. Chenxing was very happy about his growing strength. Although he could possess Xiaoguang at any time and increase his strength to IV.6, it was a possession after all, not Chenxing's own power, and Xiaoguang was used to protect Hestia, so he would not summon it casually. It seems that I have to come here every week to repair it in the future. Outside the battlefield, looking at the broken floor caused by the battle between the 2, Lavilia said lightly. Ahaha, it seems so. I guess the people of the Dingubernui clan will come to overhaul it in the evening. Finn smiled awkwardly and said. It's just the first battle now, and it has caused such damage to the training ground. There are several more battles to come, and he and Grace are also preparing to go down. It is estimated that the damage caused by the fight will definitely not be more than the damage caused by the battle between Chenxing and Ace and others. Tioni is going berserk again. Tiona, who was standing by, said with a smile as she watched the changes on the battlefield. Indeed, Tioni on the battlefield was indeed going berserk and entered a violent state. Tioni seems to be gradually returning to her nature. Looking at Tioni on the battlefield, Lavilia suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Finn's face. Tioni's personality was originally very irritable and easy to get angry, but she had been suppressing this personality because she wanted to pursue him. But since she confessed to him and was rejected by him, Tioni seemed to have gradually returned to her nature. It's good to return to her nature, but it's not a good thing for her to keep suppressing her personality. After the embarrassment, Finn said with a faint smile. I hope you don't regret it. Lavilia glanced at Finn and said lightly. Finn smiled and didn't answer. The battle between Chenxing and Tioni was quick and ended in about half an hour. It's so refreshing. Just like before, the two of them lay on the ground at 90 degrees, and Tioni shouted with joy on her face. Ah, indeed. Chenxing smiled and responded. Hearing Chenxing's words, Tioni suddenly turned her head and looked at Chenxing, her eyes slightly hot. Chenxing felt this heat, and Chenxing looked over unconsciously, and met Tioni's hot eyes, and was directly shocked. What? The startled Chenxing asked. F. Chenxing, surprised face. Hearing this answer, a question mark slowly appeared on Chenxing's head. However, the next moment, Tioni laughed out loud. And Chenxing seemed to react to what Tioni's answer was. The corner of his eye twitched slightly, and Morning Star complained in his heart. Hestia, your worry seems to be right. In addition to Tsubaki, I have been targeted by another woman, and she is an aggressive Amazon. Morning Star rested for a while, then looked at Diana and others, looked at Finn and the other two, nodded, and greeted them, then looked at Diana and Ace. Please give me flowers, 01441126 Falu 1321414451. Although Morning Star did not speak, Ace and Diana both knew what was in Morning Star's eyes. Ace was the first to stand up, and walked towards Morning Star with two weapons that had been prepared long ago, passing by Dion who was walking over. Come on. Dion looked at Ace sideways and encouraged with a smile. Yeah. Ace nodded in response, and then continued to move forward. Soon, the battle between Morning Star and Ace began. Then, an hour later, the battle with Diana also came as scheduled. After fighting with the three people, Chenxing did not immediately fulfill the agreement with Lafia, but looked at Finn and Grace. These two guys, since they came here, looked at him with very fiery eyes. Chenxing was very sure that both Finn and Grace wanted to fight with him. Chenxing also wanted to fight with Grace and Finn, and he must be able to get more powerful gains than fighting with Ace and others. How about it, Finn, Mr. Grace, do you want to fight? Looking at the two, Chenxing took the initiative to invite. Ah, please teach me. Finn was the first to stand up and said with a smile. Grace. Obviously, I came here first. Soon, Chenxing and Finn stood in the field. Looking at Chenxing holding a spear in his hand, Finn was slightly surprised. Although I've heard from Acey and the others before that you seem to be able to use various weapons skillfully, now it seems that this is not false. Ah, as long as it is a weapon, I have dabbled in it. Morning Star smiled and said, the next second. Morning Star directly entered the duel mode and ignited the flame of death. Seeing Morning Star's appearance in the ring flashing with flames on Morning Star's finger, Finn's eyes were slightly suspicious. It seems that I need to go all out to express this fighting spirit. Ah, please be merciful. Hearing Finn's words, Morning Star's eyes twitched and rolled his eyes speechlessly. Hee, this won't work. Morning Star, oh. I didn't expect that your strength is so strong, Morning Star. I just don't know how good your magic attainments are. In the corridor, Lavilia said to Morning Star with a smile, and beside her were Morning Star and Lafia. As for the rest of the people, they were still in the training ground, confirming the skills they had just learned from Morning Star. I can boast about my fighting skills, but I'm really not that good at magic. Please take care of me, Lavilia. Chenxing smiled and said modestly. You are really different. Seeing Chenxing's very calm reaction, Lavilia also smiled faintly and chuckled. What's different? Chenxing was a little confused. Your attitude towards me is different from that of other compatriots. I like it. Lavilia explained with a smile. Lafia, who was silent on the side, nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Lavilia's words. It was the first time she saw a compatriot who could talk to Lavilia so calmly when they met for the first time. You have to know that Lavilia in front of you is a member of the royal family. Almost every elf will unconsciously be respectful when facing Lavilia. Only Chenxing was different. He was very calm when talking to Lavilia, just like treating an ordinary person. Morning Star. Don't worry about it. Seeing Morning Star's puzzled look, Lavilia smiled even more and said softly. Chapter 86, 2,500 Ability Points, Heading to the Assembly of Gods. For the whole afternoon, Chenxing was in the Dusk Pavilion, exchanging magic knowledge with Lavilia and Lafia. It must be said that Lavilia is indeed a magician of IV.6, the strongest magician in the city, and her attainments in magic are really strong, and she can teach such a powerful magician as Lafia. Chenxing, a half-baked beginner, really admires Lavilia, the strongest magician. This guy, after decades of accumulation, is very strong in magic attainments. He has dabbled in magic of any attribute and is very proficient in it. If it weren't for the restrictions of grace, Chenxing thought that Lavilia would become an almighty magician, creating magic of various attributes for his own use. Even the knowledge of light magic that Chenxing mastered, Lavilia could talk about it clearly. Moreover, the magic knowledge that Lavilia talked about was useful, which helped Chenxing a lot. However, Chenxing's attainments in light magic also surprised Lavilia. After all, Morning Star can directly control the element of light, and naturally has a very deep understanding of the element of light. Even if he has only just started to control it for a short time, it is not something that an outsider can compare to. However, Lavilia can really compare to him. That's why Morning Star was so surprised by Lavilia's magical attainments. Talk to her more about magic in the future. On the way back, Morning Star whispered softly. On the other side, in the Dusk Pavilion, Lavilia put down the quill in her hand, looked at the magic knowledge she had just written, and nodded with satisfaction. These are the experiences she gained after communicating with Morning Star about light magic just now, and she has recorded them all. In the future, if there are companions with light magic in the family, these experiences can be handed over to them for use. Lafia, what's wrong with you? After closing the experience notebook, Lavilia looked at Lafia on the side and found that Lafia looked dejected at this time, suddenly a little confused. Ming, Lady Lavilia, your magic attainments are so strong that I can't keep up with your communication. Lafia said disappointedly. Ah, you care about this. Although Morning Star's magic is different from yours, he is indeed very experienced in element control, especially light magic. Lafia, one of Morning Star's light magic is very powerful. You can find a way to talk to Morning Star and see if you can get this magic from him by paying some rewards. This will be of great help to you. If Morning Star is willing to give it, if you need any reward and you can't afford it, you can come to me. Lavilia smiled when she heard this, and then said gently. Lafia was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Lavilia in a daze. Lavilia didn't say anything else, just smiled slightly to show encouragement. As for what encouragement, only Lavilia knew. As for whether Lafia knew it, looking at the elf's confused look, she probably didn't know. Silly, I have kept you by my side for several years, how could I not understand your thoughts? I have a vague feeling for Morning Star and want to get close to him, but I don't know what method to use, so I thought of the method of communicating magic. This method can't have much effect, it's better to find an opportunity to connect. And for this opportunity, your elf ring is the best choice. To be honest, Lavilia has a very good impression of Morning Star. Because Lavilia treats Morning Star as a fellow traveler, and those who travel together are fellow travelers. The communication with Morning Star today made Lavilia know that Morning Star's talent in magic is very terrifying, more terrifying than anything else. Just as Finn and others said, Morning Star will soon stand in the same position as them. The same position that Finn mentioned is a melee adventurer. And now, Lavilia also wants to say this. Morning Star will soon stand in the same position as her. After all, Morning Star has reached this level in just over half a month. As long as it continues to grow, in another month, perhaps the magic harmony of the farmer will be enough to support Morning Star to have 4.6 magic firepower. This is a person who can truly walk with her in the magic world. The existence of the law. At the same time, Livia was also very satisfied with Morning Star's attitude towards her. In the past, any compatriot would be respectful when seeing her. Even Haydeen and Heg, the kings of the Dark Elves and White Elves before becoming adventurers, had the same reaction when they saw her. Even though they were hostile to each other later, Livia could feel their respect from the bottom of their hearts. This situation might be very happy for other elves. But for her, it made her very uncomfortable, and she didn't like this attitude. However, even if she scolded them, those compatriots did not change. Morning Star was the only compatriot who did not show respect to her at first sight, making her feel that there was a long distance between them. She could see when she came out, Chenxing treated her as an ordinary compatriot. This made her very satisfied. Because she finally found a compatriot who could communicate with her normally. And if Chenxing and Lafia could achieve some results, she would be very happy. Chenxing naturally didn't know the situation on Lavilia's side. Chenxing had returned to the library at this time. After returning to the library, Chenxing immediately started his grace update. Although it was updated last night, it would seem very frequent to update again today, but Chenxing is now very concerned about his grace improvement. In the morning, his back kept feeling hot, and even now, Chenxing can vaguely feel it. Chenxing really wants to know how much his ability value has improved after a morning of competition. Morning Star. IV.2. Strength, B728 SSS 1336. Durability, B729 SSS 1359. Dexterity, B708 SSS 1389. Agility, B739 SSS 1348. Magic, G286E305. Upgrade. Optional development ability, Berserker, Swordsman. Development ability, Magic H. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skill. Ren I. God of War's Protection. Flame of the Sky. Wow, except for magic, the other 4 basic abilities have all reached SSS. The improvement obtained in today's competition is really big. From B to SSS, this is already a leap of 3 levels, 2,500 ability value. In addition, the development ability of magic has also been upgraded by 1 level. There is also a skill of Flame of the Sky, which is the power of the Flame of Death. However, whether it is magic or Flame of the Sky, Morning Star doesn't care now. What Chenxing cares about most now is his ability value. Seeing that his ability value has increased so much, Chenxing couldn't help laughing out loud. This is the first time that Chenxing has directly released his inner joy since he obtained the system. In the past, he would whisper in his heart and chuckle in his heart. There is no way, who made the ability value increase this time almost double the previous one. At this rate, Chenxing can upgrade again after going to the dungeon 1 or 2 more times. Or, he can have another sparring match with AC and others. However, this is obviously impossible. Suppressing his inner excitement, Chenxing restrained his smile and looked at the development ability. When he updated last night, the magic guide was still I, but today it has directly reached H. It seems that the only thing he did today related to the magic guide is to communicate magic with Lavilia. Can communicating magic also improve the magic guide's development ability? If so, then it would be great. However, whether it is true or not, exchanging magic knowledge with Lavilia is always beneficial to me, and I can exchange more with Lavilia in the future. As for the remaining new skill, Flame of the Great Sky, Chenxing did not even look at it. After all, he already knew it. After returning to the bathroom to wash up, Chenxing said hello to Hestia and then went out. After booking a room in a hotel, Chenxing began to sit in meditation, transferring his thoughts and strength to the thought body that had not been released and stayed somewhere in Horario. Chenxing's thought body was also in a hotel. After the consciousness came to the thought body, Chenxing controlled the thought body to stand up and stretched hard. These days, Chenxing rarely controlled the thought body to move, and most of the time he stayed in the hotel. Now it is finally time to use his skills. Controlling the thought body, Chenxing rushed towards the Tower of Babel. It's time to participate in the assembly of gods. Old Biden Dionysus, you'd better come and join us. At the same time, 0.2, when Morning Star was controlling the thought body to move, there were several other places. Sada, let's go and see what kind of existence you are, Lucifer. On the roof of the house where the Hermes family lived, Hermes looked at the direction of the Tower of Babel, lowered the brim of his hat, and in the shadow under the brim of his hat, a pair of eyes flickered slightly, and I don't know what he was planning. On the other side, Loki had already come out of the dusk pavilion excitedly, jumping and jumping, rushing towards the direction of the Tower of Babel like a child. Hey, Morning Star boy, here I come. In addition to Loki, in the Silver Mansion, Freya slowly stood up from the throne. Let me see what kind of god can actually recruit an existence like you, Morning Star. Freya murmured in a low voice, then turned and left the room, and also began to rush towards the direction of the Tower of Babel. Not only these three gods, but many other gods also set out at this time, each of them rushing towards the Tower of Babel with their expectations for Lucifer. All the gods wanted to know what kind of existence Lucifer, the main god of the Morning Star, was. It can be said that at this moment, all the gods were moved by Lucifer, whom they had never met before. Chapter 87, The Noisy Assembly of Gods. The so-called Gods' Assembly, in the final analysis, is an opportunity held by a group of gods to relieve boredom. After the gods' families were supported, some gods became lazy. The idle gods learned to find other gods to make trouble and kill time with some boring trivial matters. As time went on, this kind of gathering increased day by day, and the scale of the gathering also expanded. In the end, the purpose of the activity changed. From chatting to sharing the latest intelligence information and exchanging opinions. So the gathering is no longer just an exchange between the families, but has become an activity that cooperates with the guild and affects the entire city. The venue of the Gods' Assembly is the Assembly Hall on the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel. This kind of gathering can be said to be in name only, but the Gods' Assembly has been recognized and evolved into a consulting agency with a certain degree of power, and can even influence the adventurer families. The awarding of titles is also one of the links, and now it has become a routine. The Gods' Conference is held every 3 months, and the most anticipated activity in the conference is to give adventurers who have upgraded within 3 months some titles that are bad and enough to make the adventurers enter the shit book. Because the gods will give the newly upgraded adventurers some names that are like shit for their own bad taste. As for whether they can get a name that will not be recorded in the shit book for their own family's children, it depends on the strength of the family and whether the gods are strong enough. In the original book, Hestia was reluctant to give Bel a decent title with the help of Freya. However, Morning Star will not indulge these gods. If you don't understand the truth, then I also know a little bit of boxing. If these gods dare to give themselves some messy names, then I will not be polite, and beat them one by one. If you want revenge, just come and beat the shit out of you. The place where the Gods' Conference is held is the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel, the Assembly Hall, where the gods discuss things, exchange opinions and consult, and give adventurers titles. Morning Star took the elevator of the Tower of Babel and quietly came to the 30th floor. During this time, Morning Star had asked Aegina about the location of the Assembly Hall. So after coming to the 30th floor, Morning Star did not get lost because it was his first time here, and he quickly found the location of the Assembly Hall. Well, even if he didn't ask Aegina, Morning Star could directly use the veins of light to find the location of the Assembly Hall. Perhaps it was because the gods were very much looking forward to seeing the so-called Lucifer. At this time, the invited gods had almost arrived here, and many gods gathered to communicate. The whole assembly hall was noisy. However, no matter how heatedly these gods chatted, they would occasionally glance in the direction of the gate. As for why this happened, the gods present all knew it. It was nothing more than waiting for Lucifer to come. I want to see what Lucifer looks like as soon as possible. Hephaestus, I didn't expect you to come back too. I remember that no one in your family has upgraded in the past 3 months, right? Sitting next to Hephaestus, Freya asked Hephaestus with a faint smile on her face. Well, I know Chenxing, so I came to see if I can help. By the way, I also want to see what this guy who stepped on dog shit luck is like. Hephaestus smiled and replied. The first purpose of her coming here this time was to try to help Chenxing get a better title, and the second was to see what kind of guy was so lucky that he actually got a potential adventurer like Chenxing. Really? Freya nodded slightly. It's good that she didn't come to snatch people. By the way, Freya, how about you? Why are you here too? You don't like this kind of gathering. There haven't been any adventurers in the family who have upgraded in the past 3 months, right? Hephaestus also nodded, and then asked curiously. Well, I was bored, and I was as curious as you, so I came to take a look. If possible, I also want to see if I can dig a corner. After all, I am quite optimistic about Morning Star. Freya did not hide anything about the purpose of her coming here, and said it directly and openly. When these words came out, Hephaestus and several gods around her were stunned, and then they felt that this was in line with Freya's style. Morning Star is such an excellent adventurer who has upgraded in half a month. It is indeed easy for Freya to target him. Once Freya targets him, the 9th floor will be obtained by Freya through various means. The eyes of the other gods suddenly lit up, and they almost wrote the words, "watching the show," in their eyes. Only Hephaestus had a calm face, but she was worried in her heart. After all, she knew that Morning Star and Hestia had a good relationship, and they seemed to have become partners. If Morning Star was poached by Freya, what would Hestia do? According to the rumors about Freya, Morning Star was dug up, and it would definitely be Freya's forbidden fruit, and no one, no god, would be allowed to touch it. Tell Hestia about this after returning, and let Hestia be prepared for defense. Murmuring in her heart, Hephaestus closed her eyes and quietly waited for all the invited gods to arrive and the gods' assembly to begin. Seeing Hephaestus like this, Helena didn't care. These days, she naturally inquired about the situation of Morning Star, and knew that Hestia lived in the library of Morning Star, and knew that Hestia and Morning Star seemed to have an unknown relationship. But she didn't care. After she dug Morning Star up, everything would be nothing to fear. However, gods are all gossipy, and Freya's words were directly spread by the gods around the two. In just a few minutes, all the gods in the assembly hall knew that Freya was going to poach people. "Hey, Freya, are you going to steal people from me?" Loki also heard it, and he stepped on the table and shouted at Freya with an unhappy face. Seeing Loki like this, the gods of fun present were immediately excited. Loki and Freya are the main gods of the two major families of Orario. If they were to fight, it would be a lot of fun, enough for them to enjoy. After seeing Loki's reaction, Freya narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Loki with some surprise. Not only Freya, but other more serious gods were the same. Hephaestus also looked at Loki in surprise. Because she knew that although Loki would poach people, he would only poach those adventurers who were upgraded and reserved, and came from other families and could convert at any time. He never poached other people's people openly. But now, Loki seems to be ready to poach Morning Star. How could these gods not be surprised? After being surprised, many gods began to think deeply. To be able to let Loki do this, the newly upgraded adventurer upgrade record breaker Morning Star must have a very important secret. This secret is enough for Loki to break his own 10 strings of wind. And the gods who like to watch fun also thought about it after the initial surprise, and naturally thought of this. For a while, the gods became more interested in the situation of Morning Star. Not far away, Hermes watched the changes on the scene, pressed the brim of his hat, and hid his eyes in the darkness. Sure enough, even Loki, after knowing the true situation of Morning Star, would not be able to resist poaching. After knowing the strength of Morning Star, Hermes guessed that Loki might poach, and when Morning Star poached his own family Ming. No one, after knowing the true situation of Morning Star, would miss such a monstrous adventurer as Morning Star. He was also moved. However, he knew his own strength, so he killed the thought as soon as it came up. Their Hermes clan did not have the ability to snatch those large clans. On the other side, Dionysus sat quietly in his seat, watching the changes of the gods in the hall. His eyes were calm, and he seemed not interested in this matter. However, only Dionysus himself knew what he was thinking at this time. Dionysus was also very interested in Lucifer. After all, Morning Star was from the Lucifer clan. And he had asked Fellweiss to attack Morning Star before, and even Fellweiss's clone was severely injured by Morning Star. Among the people present, only he knew how evil Morning Star was. He also wanted to know what kind of god had obtained such an evil existence. At the same time, he also suspected that Morning Star was so evil, whether Lucifer had used some means. In fact, this was also what other gods thought in their hearts. The gods would definitely make trouble later. And Loki also knew that other gods would think the opposite. But Loki didn't care at all. Anyway, when Lucifer comes, he will poach people. Even if other people follow him to poach, he doesn't care. She is not bragging. Among these gods, except Freya, all other gods can fight. What Loki didn't expect the most is that Freya would come today. Then we will rely on our own abilities. Looking at the covetous look, Freya put her hand on the table, her palm on her chin, and said with a smile. Tisk. Looking at Freya like this, Loki curled his lips. At this moment, the door of the assembly hall was slowly opened, and then a figure that the gods were very unfamiliar with walked in from the door. The eyes of the gods were all attracted at this moment. After seeing the appearance of the person coming, the gods narrowed their eyes one by one, and the noisy assembly hall was extremely quiet at this moment. This atmosphere lasted for a full minute before someone broke the silence. You are Lucifer. Loki still kept one foot on the table, looking down at Morning Star at the door, and shouted loudly. I am Lucifer. Everyone, it's our first meeting, please give me your guidance. Morning Star smiled and nodded, responding. The next moment, before the gods could respond, Morning Star's figure suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Then. Bang. Chapter 88, Beat Him First, Communicate with Freya. Damn it, although I repeatedly stressed in my heart before coming here that if I met Dionysus at the gods' assembly, I must wait until the gods' assembly was over before letting the thought body change its appearance and then attack. But after seeing Dionysus, Chenxing was furious, and the scene of being almost killed by the sneak attack of Fellweiss's clone appeared in his mind. I can't stand it at all. So Chenxing took action directly. What the consequences are, I'll beat him first. The fist landed on Dionysus' face, and Dionysus was knocked to the ground by the punch, with a bruise on his face, and blood flowing from his nose and mouth. This punch stunned Dionysus. It also stunned the gods around him. It was not only because Chenxing attacked suddenly, but also because of Chenxing's speed. The gate was at least more than 30 meters away from Dionysus, but Chenxing flashed past in an instant. This speed is simply not something that a god with sealed divine power can achieve. Sorry, I have some grudges with this guy. This time I came to the assembly of the gods not only to give my kid a title, but also to seek revenge on this guy. Looking at everyone's eyes on him, Chenxing smiled and explained. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenxing's fist hit again. Before Dionysus could react, he was punched in the face again. Then, punch after punch fell one after another, hitting Dionysus' face continuously. Chenxing did not hold back at all. In a flash, Dionysus turned into a pig head. At this time, the other gods reacted. The gods near Dionysus came quickly, held Chenxing, and began to persuade him not to continue. Chenxing also climbed down the pole and did not continue to fight. If he fought again, even if Dionysus, this guy is very patient, and he is about to explode. Dionysus, who was helped up by the gods, stared at Chenxing with gloomy eyes, but did not say anything. He had asked Fellweiss to attack Chenxing some time ago, but now Lucifer, the main god of Chenxing, beat him to death as soon as he appeared. This made Dionysus instantly connect the two things together. Looking at Dionysus's sinister eyes, Chenxing did not feel any apology, but instead stretched out his hand to make an international gesture to him, and said indifferently, "Come to me anytime if you want revenge. The hatred between you and me is very deep, and it won't end like this." As he spoke, Chenxing's eyes flashed with a faint light, and the gods around him all felt a murderous aura unconsciously, and their bodies trembled. Good guy, really good guy. This new god Lucifer in the lower world is a ruthless person. Looking at this murderous aura, he is ready to kill Dionysus. What kind of hatred or grudge do these two have that has led to this? Did Dionysus violate the heavenly contract? Hearing what Chenxing said, Dionysus' pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes began to flicker. Chenxing's words made him understand that Chenxing should have known about Fellweiss's sneak attack on his family. After all, apart from this, Dionysus and Lucifer's family had no intersection. But for some reason, Chenxing didn't seem to intend to expose the fact that Fellweiss was very strong, even comparable to IV.6. He didn't know what Chenxing was planning, but he couldn't fight back. Because once he fought back, Chenxing might expose the matter. At that time, even if the gods didn't believe it, they would have doubts. The eyes of the gods would definitely fall on himself and Fellweiss. Being watched by the gods, he couldn't do many things, otherwise he would definitely be exposed if he did too much. Wasn't it just to prevent the gods from paying attention to him and suspecting him that he used the divine wine to paralyze himself in some things and prevent himself from revealing any flaws? There were still some unfinished plans of his, and he couldn't let them be destroyed here. Therefore, even if he was beaten by Morning Star, Dionos did not have an attack after hearing the Morning Star. Although it is for the sake of leaving, although he will be suspected, the gods will only put the doubt in conflict at most, and notice that the probability of other situations will become less. In front of the long table, Holmes looked at the direction of the door, and the feather hat was lower again. At this time, Loki also squinted his eyes and looked at the gate where Dionysus left. His eyes flickered slightly. Not only Loki, Freya, and Ganesha, but all the main gods of large families were interested in this. Okay, let's start the gods' assembly next. This is my first time to attend the gods' assembly. I don't know the process of the gods' assembly. I would like to trouble you seniors to show me a demonstration first. Ignoring the gazes of the gods, Morning Star came to sit beside Hephaestus, and said to the gods with a smile. Seeing Morning Star sitting down, the gods came back to their senses, and their eyes fell on Morning Star, and they also noticed Morning Star's appearance. Morning Star's thought body looked somewhat similar to Morning Star, also with long silver hair, but Morning Star's silver hair was tied into a high ponytail, while Lucifer's was loose. In addition, Morning Star had pointed ears, while Lucifer's ears were normal ears. As for the rest of his posture, even if he was sitting, the gods could see that Lucifer's posture was upright, and his appearance was different from Morning Star's, but he was also very handsome, exactly what a god should have. You really made an incredible start on your first visit. A god started to speak, joking with Chenxing. Others also started to make a noise. It couldn't be helped, this was the first time this had happened since the gods held the gods' assembly. Dionysus was beaten into a pig's head by Chenxing. Well, I have a grudge against that guy. Chenxing smiled and explained again. The gods heard this and expressed their understanding. They were quite curious about this matter, and they might try to investigate it after the gods' assembly. But now as the gods' assembly, it is not appropriate to talk about this matter. And at this moment, 10 long voices sounded in the Gene Hall. Now, I declare. The 1000th gods' assembly has officially begun. This time, the MC is me, Loki. Please take care of me. Oh underscore 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 underscore. As Loki's voice fell, there was a warm cheer, cheers and applause at the scene, which was unprecedented. Then, the gods' assembly officially began. The gods began to talk to each other. Quick question and answer, first of all, information exchange, does anyone have something interesting to say? Yes, 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 I heard that Brother Suemo was warned by the guild, and his only interest was confiscated. What did you say? What is Sumo's interest? Oh this. I think it was probably Sister Aina who confiscated it. I didn't expect the first topic to be Suemo, who has no friends. What happened later? What happened later? I heard that he hugged his knees and huddled in the corner of the room. I really want to see it. I will go to comfort Brother Suemo after the gods' assembly, hee hee. The gods talked one after another, and began to expose each other's scars. Morning Star just watched quietly, without any intention of interrupting. Nice to meet you, Lucifer, I am Hephaestus, please give me more advice in the future. At this time, Hephaestus, who was beside Morning Star, stretched out her hand to Morning Star and introduced herself. Lucifer, Hephaestus, I've heard about you from Morning Star. Please take care of that useless brat. Morning Star also reached out his hand, shook it with him, and smiled. Ah, I will. Hephaestus nodded slightly. At this moment, Freya on the other side of Hephaestus also spoke. Nice to meet you, Lucifer, I'm Freya. Freya, like Hephaestus, smiled and said to Morning Star. Ah, nice to meet you, Freya. I've heard your name from that brat many times. Morning Star saw this and smiled and replied with a meaningful look. Hee hee. Lucifer, you and Morning Star are really special. Freya laughed, and then showed a meaningful smile. What do you think? Your divine eyes can't see through the boy's soul. After all, that boy is like me, his soul is without light. I also have a divine eye similar to yours. I have been looking for a human being like me in the lower world since I went to the lower world. It took me hundreds of years to find him. Looking at Freya's meaningful eyes, Chenxing was not panicked at all. Instead, he squinted his eyes and smiled. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself, and your experience is made up by yourself. Let's throw a smoke bomb to Freya. Sure enough, when hearing Chenxing's words, Freya's eyes narrowed slightly, and her eyes flickered slightly when she looked at Chenxing. Have you been in the lower world for hundreds of years? No one has heard of your name for hundreds of years. You are really good at hiding, Lucifer. Hephaestus spoke at this time, a little surprised. I went to the lower world because I had a special premonition. Hundreds of years ago, I felt that a child similar to me would appear in the lower world, so I went to the lower world. As a result, I searched for hundreds of years and traveled all over the continent before I found that bad boy in Orario. If I had known that the bad boy was born more than 10 years ago, I would not have gone to the lower world so early, wasting hundreds of years of my time in vain. Chenxing nodded, and then showed a helpless look. Just give an explanation casually, anyway, they can't tell the truth. Then, Lucifer looked at Freya. Freya, I know that you have set your sights on that bad boy. You want to snatch that bad boy from me. But if you want to start from me, then I advise you to give up. I won't give up on that brat easily. To be honest, I'm quite confident in myself. Although the divine power is sealed, I can still fight with the first-level adventurers. Even if your warrior Oda comes, I am sure I can escape from his hands. Chenxing looked at Freya and said with a smile. Of course, if you can use your charm to trick that brat away, then you are capable, and I won't stop you. Chenxing said again after changing the subject. Haha, it seems that you know me very well. Seeing Chenxing directly make things clear, Freya's expression froze, and then she showed a slightly forced smile and said softly. Well, I have nothing to do, so I often stroll around and notice that you were investigating that kid. Combined with your past situation, I guessed it. Chenxing nodded and smiled. Although you said so, I don't want to try to start with you directly. After the gods' assembly, I will send Oda and others directly. Lucifer, let me see your ability. Listening to Chenxing's explanation, Freya was a little unhappy, and then narrowed her eyes again and whispered something very incredible. Oh my god, you are serious. Chapter 89, Inexplicable Factional Conflict. From the beginning, Freya came with the mentality of getting Morning Star. She had this plan in mind for a long time. If the communication with Lucifer goes smoothly, then Oda and the others will not be dispatched. If it doesn't go smoothly, then sorry, she will directly send Oda and the others to force Lucifer. Moreover, she is also very interested in Lucifer now. Because Lucifer is also like Morning Star, his soul has no light. If she could not feel that Lucifer has the existence of divinity, the active effect of the world's grace, which protects himself and the thought body according to the protagonist's thoughts, just like the guild members did not suspect that the protagonist used the thought body to register at that time, and Morning Star does not have it, she would have thought that Morning Star and Lucifer are the same person. However, as two souls with the same existence, Freya cares more about Morning Star. Because Morning Star appeared first, her mind is now completely attracted to Morning Star. Besides, Lucifer, a god who has lived for so long, is not so easy to grasp. Since it was impossible to get Morning Star from Lucifer through communication, she could only force it. After the gods' conference was over, she would directly send Oda and others to attack Lucifer. As for what Lucifer said, let her use her charm to deal with Morning Star. She would also use this method, two-pronged approach. Hey, Freya, do you want to attack Lucifer? That's not possible. I also want to take down that kid Morning Star, and I won't let you mess around. Just when Morning Star was speechless, Jiang Ji's voice suddenly came over. Now, Morning Star and his friends realized that when he was talking with Hephaestus and Freya, the gods had stopped exchanging consultations. Now the gods' eyes were on them. But Loki is also targeting me. Morning Star was a little surprised. However, Morning Star soon reacted. Given his own situation, it seemed normal for Loki to target him. It is estimated that there are many gods who are targeting him among the gods present now. However, only Freya and Loki said it directly. Loki, are you trying to stop me? Freya propped up her chin and looked at Loki with a smile. Yes. I've been eyeing this kid Morningstar for a long time, and I can't let you get there first. Loki said carelessly, but his eyes were full of fierceness when he spoke. Don't think that she is easy to talk to and really regard her as a god with a lively personality but not lacking kindness. That's a big mistake. When she was in the heaven, she provoked countless fights, and there were many cases of gods dying and reborn because of this. It was only after she came to the underworld that she restrained herself a little. If Freya really wanted to compete with her, she didn't care about starting a fight between the two clans. Freya didn't say anything, just stared at Loki quietly. After a while, Freya smiled gently, and then kissed Loki. In that case, let's have a fight. Who's afraid of who? I'll ask Finn and the others to come over when we get back. Loki said unwillingly. Oh. Fight. The gods around looked at Loki and Freya confronting each other, and suddenly they were extremely excited. They just wanted to watch the fun and shouted loudly, excitedly cheering. However, some gods smiled bitterly when they saw things developing in this direction. The Freya family and the Loki family are the two largest factions in Orario now. If they really fight, the whole of Orario will be affected. Don't these guys who like to watch the fun think about whether the two families will really fight and affect them? Looking at the changes in the gods' assembly, Chenxing was speechless. Isn't it a naming meeting? How come it suddenly involves me? I say, shouldn't we name the children now? How about putting other things aside for now? Chenxing raised his hand and said softly, looking at the tense scene. As soon as these words came out, the gods' eyes immediately shifted to Chenxing, and they all looked stunned. After a while, all the gods laughed. Haha, Lucifer, you are so interesting. You are the person involved now. Freya has made it clear that she wants to attack you, but you can't be so calm. Hey, Lucifer, aren't you afraid that Freya will force you back to heaven? Do you need your sister to help you? Stupid, that's Freya's family, how can you help? Help with your head. That's right, Freya's family can just send out a first-level adventurer to directly wipe out my sister's family. Sorry, sister can't help you, Lucifer. One by one, the gods talked around Chenxing. What are you thinking? You still care about naming at this time? Beside Morningstar, Hephaestus covered her forehead, speechless. It's almost urgent, but this guy is still thinking about naming. Doesn't he really worry about his own situation? Hee, I just said that I am still quite confident in myself. Even if it's a first-level adventurer, I can fight. Morningstar repeated with a smile. Hearing this, Loki, who was tit-for-tat with Freya, was also a little speechless. Immediately, Loki looked at Freya. First take the title, and then we will see how we do it. I'll do it. Morningstar. You can just say this directly in front of me, the person involved. However, he is really not afraid. When the time comes, he can just find a hidden place and disappear directly. It's a thought body anyway. Speaking of the thought body, it would be great if you can use the thought body to fight to increase the grace. In that case, I can just let the thought body fight, and I can just stay on the ground. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Only when the main body is trained can the ability value be improved. After Loki and Freya stopped fighting, the gods' assembly continued for a short time. However, the gods were not in the mood to continue making trouble. Because they are more concerned about something now, that is, the conflict between Loki and Freya. Just now, the two said that they would directly send out their clans to fight. This also led to the fact that many main gods whose clan members were upgraded successfully won the titles they wanted for their own clans. Many main gods looked at Morningstar with great gratitude. They were able to obtain these serious titles entirely because Morningstar attracted the firepower of the gods. And it was not until the end that it was Morningstar's turn to give himself a title. However, it seems that because Morningstar is too special, the gods don't want to let Morningstar go. One by one, they become excited again and are eager to give Chenxing the title of 10 chairs. But do you want your family to be destroyed? Do you want to be sent back to heaven? Do you need me to reason with you? Faced with the gods' eagerness to try, Freya, Loki, and Morningstar issued warnings at the same time. Suddenly, all the gods who wanted to make trouble were defeated and cursed one by one. We are too proud, please treat us as a fart. Many shameless gods knelt without any scruples. Morning Star, this is the title I gave Morning Star. Who agrees and who opposes? After watching the gods wilting, Morning Star clenched his fists, glanced at the gods calmly, and said lightly, "No objection, absolutely no objection." Looking at the fist-clenched Morning Star, the gods all thought of the scene where Morning Star beat Dionysus just now, and suddenly they all froze. In addition, Freya and Loki had both issued warnings just now, so the gods had no objection to the title of Morning Star. Morning Star. It is the same name as Morning Star, I have no objection. Freya smiled sweetly. Isn't this repetitive? But it sounds good, I have no objection. Loki also said. Then it's settled. Morning Star nodded. The gods' assembly ended so hastily. What, go back and worry about your own troops. Loki stood at the gate of the assembly hall, confronting Freya, with a wild smile on his lips. Wait and see. Freya also smiled slightly and said. Then, the two walked side by side, walking towards the direction of the elevator. No one followed them. Because there was an indescribable aura around the two of them, that aura made the gods present dare not approach at all, as if they would be torn to pieces by that aura if they approached. Lucifer, what are you going to do next? Hermes came over and said to Chenxing with his hat brim pressed down. In an instant, the eyes of the gods fell on Chenxing. What else can I do, just watch the show. Chenxing shrugged and said lightly, then stepped forward. Hearing Chenxing's answer, the gods present looked a little strange. This Lucifer's personality is quite interesting. It's obviously something related to him, but this guy doesn't care at all, and even said something like watching a show. Hephaestus, do you have anything to do? Watching Chenxing leave, Hermes turned his head and looked at Hephaestus. I'm leaving too. Hephaestus ignored Hermes and followed him. Hermes. Really, I was ignored twice. Why are you still standing there? How can we be the only ones to witness and participate in such a grand event? Tell the gods who didn't come here about what happened here. Turning back, Hermes looked at the gods, pressed down the brim of his hat, and chuckled. Hearing this, the gods finally reacted and cheered excitedly. Oh! Chapter 90 Hermes, Assigning Opponents, Dark Elves. The gods quickly left the Tower of Babel, like birds and beasts, and returned to their respective families at the fastest speed, and spread what happened in the gods' assembly. In an instant, the originally quiet night became lively. At the same time, in the underground altar of the guild headquarters, the figure of Fels emerged from the darkness. Uranus, something incredible happened on the ground. What happened? Uranus's calm and vicissitudes voice came down. The Loki family and the Freya family seem to be going to war. Uranus. It's quite sudden. How could these two suddenly go to war when they were fine? It's just causing trouble for me. What's the reason? It seems to be because of the Morning Star. Loki and Freya both want to poach people, and they ended up fighting. Although Morning Star has a strong talent, it shouldn't be broken to such an extent by Loki, right? Uranus was not surprised that Freya wanted to poach her. After all, this guy could see the souls of children in the lower world. Morning Star was so evil that it was normal for Freya to be attracted to her, but Loki actually had the idea of poaching her, which was a bit beyond his expectations. Let me tell you about this. Before Fels could answer, Hermes pushed open the secret door and walked in. Hermes. Uranus was a little surprised by this sudden appearance of the male god. What are you doing here? Just to tell you the reason for the current development, and to ask you what plans and arrangements you have for Morning Star. Hermes raised his head, stared at the old god on the altar, and said with a faint smile. Go ahead. Uranus was silent for a while, and then said sparingly. Morning Star has the combat power of IV.5, which is why Loki wants to poach him. Hermes said with a faint smile. In Hermes' family, only he, Lulyun and Yasvi knew about this matter, and no one else knew about it. He also ordered Lulyun not to spread it. What did you say? Level 5. Both Uranus and Fels were shocked after hearing what Hermes said. Ah, this was witnessed by my family members. It was Lulyun you commissioned. Hermes nodded and said, looking at Fels while speaking. Seeing this, Fels was silent. Uranus was also silent. No wonder, Loki wanted the adventurer Morning Star. IV.2 has the power of IV.5, who doesn't want such an adventurer? Even if it means going to war with your enemies for this, it is worth it. Because as long as Morning Star is brought into the family, any sacrifice is worth it. Uranus, what level of intelligence do you have about Morning Star? What plans do you have for Morning Star? Can you tell me? Hermes pressed down the brim of his hat, then looked up again, looked at Uranus, and said in a deep voice. Morning Star destroyed a wave of Minotaur's monster feast in IV.1. I thought this was his limit. But now it seems that this is far more than that. As for plans, I don't have any plans. I just hope that he can grow up step by step, so I hid this information. Uranus replied lightly. No plans. Now that you know the real situation of Morning Star, what plans do you have? Hermes was a little surprised by Uranus' answer and asked immediately. Uranus, no comment. 16 *:. Really? Then I'll take my leave first. Hermes was silent for a moment, then said. Hermes, you can arrange for Zeus' child, but don't interfere with Morning Star's affairs. Seeing Hermes was about to leave, Uranus, who knew this guy's character, warned directly. I won't attack Morning Star, but if Morning Star takes the initiative to interfere with my plan, you can't blame me. Hermes turned around and said meaningfully. Uranus, whatever you want. Goodbye, Uranus. Hermes nodded slightly, then turned and left. Hey, Uranus, do you think Morning Star can grow to the strongest level in Aurario before the agreed time? After Hermes left, Fels said softly. Uncertain. Morning Star seems to have uncertainty, and its potential possibilities seem to be really infinite. Fels, don't have any contact with Morning Star for the time being, let him grow for a while. Uranus fell into silence again, and spoke slowly after a long time. What about tonight's situation? Fels did not agree, and asked how to solve this inexplicable development tonight. Let Royman go. If they want to fight, let them fight. But they must fight outside of Aurario. Tell Royman that this is my divine will. Understood, Uranus, I'll do it right away. Fels nodded slightly, and then his figure gradually disappeared. On the other side, in the Twilight Pavilion, after Loki returned to the Twilight Pavilion, he immediately summoned Finn and others, all the first-level adventurers of Loki's family and Lafia. The clash with Freya later was limited to the first-level adventurers of the two families. As for the adventurers below the first level, neither she nor Freya would let them intervene, and Lafia had the first-level magic firepower, so she was also counted. Everyone, the war has begun. After summoning Finn and others, Loki announced loudly. Finn, who originally wanted to ask Loki about the poaching, was stunned after hearing Loki's words. Not only Finn, but everyone else was also stunned. There is no way, suddenly they say they want to go to war. What war? Who to fight? Is it the Dark faction? Freya wants to snatch the Morning Star from me, do you think I will give up? So I agreed with that guy to go to war. She brought all the first-level adventurers under her command, and you are on my side. Are you in doubt? Loki put his hands on his hips and said aggressively. Are we finally going to fight those stinky guys? I can't wait. Hearing Loki's words, Bert's face quickly reappeared with excitement, and he looked eager to try. Tiona on the side also clenched her fists excitedly. Are we finally going to fight those guys? I'm so excited. Please give me flowers 00. Well, revenge for Lavilia. Tioni also said excitedly. Although it's a bit abrupt, since it's your decision, Loki, then go ahead. Finn smiled and nodded, and had no objection to this sudden battle. Then let's make a plan and wait for our respective opponents. Grace also said. Leave that stinky cat to me. Bert said first. No, you are not as strong as that stinky cat. I will go with you. After hearing Bert's choice, Tioni said. TSK, don't hold me back. Bert did not refute, because it was true. He and that stinky cat were a full level apart, and it was indeed very troublesome to fight. Leave the 4 flame gold warriors to me. AIC said at this time. Then Lafia and I will take over that black goblin. Tioni hugged Lafia, who was in a state of confusion, and said with a smile. Hey. I'll deal with Dean. Grace, Lavilia, Oda will be left to you, no problem. After seeing that AIC and the others chose their opponents, Finn also spoke up, decided on his own opponent, and handed Oda to Grace and Lavilia to deal with. 0-0. Ah, leave it to me. Grace nodded and agreed. Let me experience the power of the fierce men. Lavilia also nodded with a smile. Then it's decided, let's go. Seeing that Finn and others had decided on their opponents, Loki waved his hand and shouted loudly. However, before Loki and others left the Twilight Pavilion, a half-elf from the guild came to visit. Sister Regina, why are you here? If you are here to persuade me on behalf of the guild, then don't waste your time. Looking at Regina who came to the door, Loki said with a smile. Ah, no, I'm here to convey the will of God Uranus. God Uranus can't stop you, but please go to fight outside Orario. Regina waved her hands repeatedly, and then quickly explained. Bert's eyes were so fierce that she was afraid that she would be torn apart by Bert if she spoke slower. Oh, is that so? Even if I agree, what about Freya? Loki raised his eyebrows and said. Well, the president has already gone there with the will of the god Uranus. Aina explained a little awkwardly. I understand. At the same time, on the other side, Freya also summoned everyone from Oda and prepared to set off. However, before they set off, Royman, who was pregnant, came to the Silver Mansion. At the hotel, Chenxing had already shifted his mind back. As for the thought body, it was temporarily dispersed by Chenxing. Well, how did things develop to this point? Chenxing murmured in a low voice, touching his chin. However, at this moment, Chenxing suddenly remembered the system prompt in his mind. Ding. You have a new drifting bottle, please check it. 17. System, check it, open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upper-level Dark Elf. Morning Star. This system really wants to train me towards Lucifer, 0. Chapter 91 Hephaestus's Proposal. Hestia, where is Morning Star? On the other side, after leaving the assembly hall and returning to the base camp, Hephaestus brought Chun to Hestia's side, ready to tell Morning Star about the meeting hall, but found that Morning Star was not here at all. Ah, Morning Star, he said he went out for something. Hestia had no idea what happened in the assembly hall at this time, and answered as usual. That's troublesome. Hearing such an answer, Hephaestus immediately rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. What happened? Hestia keenly noticed something wrong. Ah, something happened at the gods' assembly. Hephaestus nodded, and then told Hestia everything that happened at the gods' assembly. Hey! Freya and Loki are trying to snatch Morning Star. Damn it, I'm going to kill them both. After hearing the reason for the incident, Hestia was immediately furious, and wanted to make the two of them look bad, but she stopped halfway through her words. Because she couldn't do anything to these two guys. Hestia, what happened? Why are you screaming so loudly? At this time, Morning Star's voice came from outside the library. Several people looked over in an instant, and saw Morning Star walking in with a curious look on his face. 160-inch. Ah, Morning Star, it's great that you're back. Seeing that Morning Star came back unscathed, Hestia was immediately excited, and the whole person threw herself directly into Nongxing's arms. Morning Star didn't know why Hestia was so excited, but she still quickly caught Hestia. After feeling Hestia's slightly trembling body, Morning Star was startled, and then reached out to stroke Hestia's hair to comfort her. Then, Morning Star saw Hephaestus and Chun, and suddenly realized it. Hephaestus was here, so she should come to tell Hestia about the gods' assembly. Hephaestus, Chun, you are here. Morning Star nodded to the two and greeted them. It's great that you're okay. Chun was slightly relieved when she saw Chenxing. After learning from Hephaestus that Chenxing was targeted by Freya, she was very worried about Chenxing's safety, fearing that Chenxing would be taken away by Freya's family. Now that she saw it, she was relieved. Chenxing, have you seen Lucifer? Hephaestus also spoke at this time, asking about Chenxing Lucifer's situation. Ah, I saw him, and I also knew about the meeting of the gods. Although I knew that I was targeted by Freya a long time ago. But Loki also targeted me, which I didn't expect. But I won't move my family. If I really want to move, I will convert to Hestia before. Chenxing smiled and said. Hearing this, Hephaestus smiled faintly, and Hestia in Morningstar's arms also trembled slightly. Li's cheeks in Nongxing's arms were full of joy. Let's not talk about this. Where is Lucifer? Freya said that she would force him back to heaven and let you become free. Hephaestus nodded and asked. The most urgent task is to hide Lucifer so that he can't be found by Freya's family. Although Freya and Loki have an appointment to fight, it does not mean that Freya will not force Lucifer back to heaven in advance. After all, if Lucifer is forced back to heaven, the two of them can use their own methods later. When I came back just now, I heard the guild spread the news that the appointment between Loki's family and Freya's family will be set outside Orario, and Lucifer has run over now. Morningstar heard this and said with a smile. On the way back, the whole of Orario had begun to show signs of boiling. The staff of the guild had all set off and publicized the fact that the high-level adventurers of the Freya family and the Loki family would fight outside Orario, hoping that many adventurers would not run around in the middle of the night and cause a commotion. It seemed that they were preparing to deal with the war game, asking the gods to appease their respective family members, open the magic mirror for the family members, and let them watch in their respective family residences, and not all rush outside Orario. After knowing this information, Morningstar directly separated the thought body Lucifer and asked the dark elf who had just signed in to take him with him. This guy is rushing to the most dangerous place. Hearing this, Hephaestus's eyes that were exposed outside twitched suddenly, and her face was full of speechlessness. Since you know it, why don't you stop him? Do you want him to be sent away? It can't be stopped. That guy is ***T, running around all day, and likes to join in the fun and watch the show the most. He can't miss this big show. Morningstar shook his head and said with a faint smile. You really are not worried at all. Hephaestus was disappointed. Immediately, she remembered Lucifer's performance at the gods' assembly before, and found that what Morningstar said was really right. Lucifer might be like those gods of fun, who like to watch fun. Thinking of this, Hephaestus was full of helplessness. Let's go. I'll go over now, find that guy as soon as possible, and hide him. Hephaestus said, rubbing his eyebrows. Although Morningstar's situation is also very dangerous, it is most important to save Lucifer. Because as long as Lucifer is not forced back to heaven by Freya, then everything will still have room for reversal. If Lucifer is forced back to heaven, then Morningstar will be a fish on the sticky board, at the mercy of others. This is a truth that any god knows, and so does Lucifer. But this guy didn't care at all, and instead ran over on his own initiative, fearing that Freya wouldn't take action before fighting with Loki's family. Well, don't be so anxious. Lucifer is very strong, much stronger than me. Even an adventurer of level 6 is not his opponent. Only Oda the Fierce One is a threat to him. And even if he can't beat Oda the Fierce One, Lucifer has the ability to retreat unscathed. So you don't have to worry at all. Looking at Hephaestus who was so anxious, Chenxing couldn't help but smile, and then said with a smile. Lucifer said this before, is it true? Lucifer said this before at the gods' assembly, and now Chenxing also said this, is it possible that Lucifer was not joking? But it's impossible, the gods are all weaklings after they seal their divine power in the lower world. That is, some gods related to fighting have some powerful martial arts. Is Lucifer that kind of god? Well, Lucifer is the god who controls war, and he is also the kind of god who has very powerful fighting ability. Chenxing smiled and emphasized. Hearing this, Hephaestus was convinced that Lucifer was such a god. But let's not talk about this, let's go over and take a look first. Hephaestus shook her head and said. No matter how good Lucifer's fighting ability is, if possible, it is better to keep this guy away from Freya's family. However, just after taking a step, Hephaestus stopped, turned her head and looked at Morningstar and Hestia who was held by Morningstar with a complicated expression, and called out their names. Morningstar, Hestia. Hearing Hephaestus calling her name, Hestia raised her head from Morningstar's arms and looked over. Morningstar also looked at Hephaestus. You two should leave Orario. While Freya hasn't done anything to you, Morningstar, you two should leave Orario. Hephaestus said solemnly. She didn't want Hestia to leave Orario, after all, she was her best friend. If she really left Orario, it would be difficult for them to meet in the future. But there was no way. Hestia looked very dependent on Morningstar. Hephaestus knew that Hestia couldn't leave Morningstar. Then the best way was to let Morningstar and Hestia leave Orario and go to other places, and live in seclusion in a place where Freya couldn't find them. But in this way, Morningstar's adventurer career would be interrupted here. After all, adventurers can only improve as quickly as possible in Orario, because Orario has a huge dungeon for training. The field can train adventurers. Once they leave Orario, they will lose this help. The outside world does not provide adventurers with the conditions to improve their ability and accumulate Weya. Otherwise, most adventurers in the outside world would not be at level 1. She didn't want to make this suggestion. However, this is the best and once-and-for-all method for Morningstar and Hestia after careful consideration. After thinking about it, she still proposed her idea. When the three people heard what Hephaestus said, they were stunned. Hephaestus. Hestia murmured in a low voice. Indeed, what Hephaestus said is indeed the best way. 1.4 After all, God Freya has always been unscrupulous in order to get the adventurers she wants. There are only two ways for Morningstar to avoid being taken back by Freya. The first is to let Morningstar go to Loki. Only Loki has the ability to fight Freya. And the second is the method mentioned by Hephaestus. Hestia, Morningstar, which one do you choose? Choose as soon as possible. After Tsubaki came to his senses, he thought for a moment and understood what Hephaestus meant. Then he urged Morningstar and Hestia. Morningstar was also a little surprised at this time. Because in the original book, when Hestia's family was forced by Apollo's family, Tia came up with this method. In the original book, Hestia proposed a plan to let the protagonist leave Orario with her in order to be with the protagonist forever. But it was rejected by the original protagonist. I didn't expect that it would happen to me today, and it was brought up by Hephaestus. Thinking of this, Chenxing couldn't help but smile, and then said with a smile, "Don't worry, Hephaestus, Tsubaki, Hestia, I promise you, nothing will happen." Chapter 92, Tit for Tat. Hestia, don't worry too much. Since Morningstar said so, it should be certain. If it doesn't work, you leave Orario first, and then I will find a way to send Morningstar to you. Your power is very special. You can restrain Freya's charm. Even if Morningstar is charmed, you can remove the charm from him. Then, you can find a secret place to hide, don't be found by Freya, and live a peaceful life. I believe Morningstar will not refuse. Looking at Hestia, who was staring at the picture of Morningstar displayed in the magic mirror, Hephaestus whispered to comfort her. Thank you, Tos. But I believe Morningstar. Since Morningstar said it's okay, then it's absolutely okay. Don't you realize that what Morningstar said is not a lie? Hestia turned her head, smiled, and said. Hearing this, Hephaestus did not answer. She did see that Chenxing was not lying. But this does not mean that what Chenxing said is right. Because Chenxing's words were said based on Chenxing's own cognition. Chenxing believes in himself, so what he said is not a lie to Chenxing, but it may not be true for the reality. She is still a little worried about the current situation, but she didn't say much. She and Hestia stayed here to watch with the magic mirror. Chenxing wanted to go to the scene, so she sent Chun to see if she could help at the critical moment. On the other hand, many adventurers were very excited after hearing this explosive news from their own gods, but with the efforts of Guild 26 to appease them, many adventurers chose to watch the magic mirror in their own residences with the main gods, and did not go to Orario. However, even so, many well-known second-level and first-level adventurers followed their main gods to the outside of Orario, quietly waiting for the feast that was about to begin. That was a clash between the Freya clan and the Loki clan, a battle between the first-level teams of the two clans. How could they miss such a good thing? Compared to watching it on the divine mirror, they prefer to see it with their own eyes. On a plain outside Orario, members of the Freya clan have arrived here at this time. However, there are only 7 first-level adventurers of the Freya clan on the field, and one of them is not on the plain. And the first-level adventurer who did not follow Oda and others was Hayden. At this time, he was standing on a small earth slope outside the plain with Freya, guarding Freya's side. In addition, there were 2 other members of the Freya clan, who seemed to be members of the IV.4 of the Freya clan. There were not only Freya and Hayden on the small earth slope, but also other main gods and adventurers who came here to watch the battle. Many main gods and adventurers were whispering and discussing what happened tonight. However, at this moment, there was a commotion from the back. "Lucifer, you're here." A god who attended the gods' assembly tonight looked at Lucifer, who was walking by him, and shouted in surprise. Any questions?" Chenxing raised his eyebrows and replied. Hearing Chenxing's answer, the god was slightly stunned, and then gave Chenxing a thumbs up. Strong. If it were him, he would have run away long ago if he encountered something like this tonight. After all, Freya wanted to force Lucifer back to heaven. If it were him, he would not be willing to leave the prosperity of the ground. If Aurario couldn't stay, then he would go somewhere else. It's better than being bored in heaven. Not only this god, but other gods also cast strange eyes on Chenxing, and they all admired him. Lucifer is completely a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. I thought you would take the opportunity to escape, Lucifer. Morning Star's thought body arrived here, and Freya naturally noticed it, but Freya did not speak immediately. It was not until Morning Star's thought body stood beside her that Freya slowly spoke. Beside Freya, Hayden was already on alert at this time. Hayden had learned from Freya that Lucifer was different from those ordinary gods and seemed to have a strong fighting spirit. He was worried that Morning Star would suddenly attack and hurt Freya. This was also the reason why he would stay by Freya's side and not prepare to join the war. Why can't I come? Morning Star asked back with a smile, without any panic. He was really not afraid of Freya, because as Morning Star said before, he had the ability to escape from the siege of Oda and others. Moreover, now there are people from the Loki family involved. To be honest, Morning Star knew everything about the current situation. Morning Star never said that he wanted to join the Freya family and the Loki family. But the main gods of the two clans still fought over this. Freya had absolute confidence in her divine power and was confident that as long as Lucifer was dealt with, she could use divine power to make Morning Star join her clan. As for Loki, Loki would not let him join Freya's clan. Even if he refused Loki's recruitment, he would do the same. As for the Loki family, he could join any family, but he could never join the Freya family. Originally, the Loki family was a little different from the Freya family. After all, the Loki family did not have IV.7. And now, if he was recruited by the Freya family, it would definitely be a big worry for the Loki family. The situation between the Freya family and the Loki family seemed very peaceful, but in fact, the major families in Aurario were in a state of competition. The competitor of the Loki family was the Freya family. The Loki family knew their potential. If they joined the Freya family, they would definitely grow up quickly with their own situation, and then the balance between the two families would be broken. Once the Loki family showed signs of defeat, Morning Star would definitely not mind letting his thought body die. The dark spirit would directly possess him, and then he could block any two IV.6 of the Freya family by himself. As for the remaining members of Freya's family, they can be handed over to the members of Loki's family to deal with. Of course, it is also possible that Morning Star will choose to go into battle directly. This is also one of the reasons why Morning Star promised Hestia that there will be no problem. If it still cannot be defeated, then Morning Star's body can also be defeated. If it really comes to this, then there is no need to hide, just fight with all your strength. It would be cowardly to hide at this time. Although Morning Star has not thought about hiding, it is just that there is no need to publicize his situation. Aren't you afraid that I will let Hayden take you down now? Seeing Morning Star so confident, Freya couldn't help but narrow her eyes and threatened. Come if you have the ability. Morning Star replied with a smile. Freya squinted at Morning Star for a long time, and finally continued to talk about this matter, but changed the subject. Where's Morning Star? Such a big thing happened, you didn't tell him, did you? Yes, I did, he should be on his way now. Again, if your charm can work on him, take him away directly, I have no objection at all. Facing Freya's inquiry, Morning Star smiled faintly and said confidently. You are quite confident. But I won't do that unless it's absolutely necessary. Just send you back to heaven, I have time to slowly recruit Morning Star. Freya looked charming and replied faintly. Loki, this guy, why hasn't he come for so long? Then, Freya's eyes fell on the plane. Seeing that there were only her own family on the plane, and no other movement, Freya frowned slightly. However, as soon as the voice fell, Loki's voice sounded from behind everyone. "Ah, sorry, I'm late." Isatin and the others said they wanted to update the favor before the battle, so they were a little delayed. Everyone looked over and saw Loki walking towards them with his hands on his hips and twisting his charming hips. Beside him were Finn holding the domination spear and the catgirls Noble Cat Anchi and Pure Garden Alicia, 2 level 4. Temporary update of favor. 223 is really interesting. But, I didn't expect that Finn, as the leader, would not be ready to leave. Freya was a little surprised, looking at Loki and Finn, and said lightly. Not only Freya was surprised, but everyone present was very surprised. After all, Finn is the leader of Loki's family and the backbone. And now the two families are going to fight. Finn, the backbone, did not join the battlefield. What do you think is very strange? Well, the opponent I assigned to myself is Hayden. Since Hayden is here, I naturally have to come over. After all, we can't just leave our backing under the enemy's nose. Finn smiled and said. The war has already started, who knows whether Freya will attack Loki, so they brought Angel and Alicia with them when they came. Unexpectedly, after arriving here, they found that their designated opponent Hayden was not with Oda and others, but with Freya. So Finn followed Loki. After answering Freya's words, Finn looked at the thought body of Morningstar standing next to Freya. Nice to meet you, God Lucifer, I am Finn Timna. Finn saluted slightly with one hand on his chest and introduced himself politely. Ah, nice to meet you, brave man. Morningstar smiled and replied. Freya, how about letting Finn and Hayden join the battle? After Finn greeted Morningstar, Loki spoke and looked at Freya with a smile. Freya did not answer immediately after hearing this, but looked at the plane. At this time, the other members of Loki's family had arrived there, and they were just thinking about moving over to Oda and others. Ah, let's do it. Looking at the two parties confronting each other in the field, Freya pondered for a moment, and then agreed with a smile. After hearing the conversation between the two gods, Finn and Hayden looked at each other, took steps, and rushed down. As Finn and Hayden left the small earth slope, many gods and adventurers who had been whispering cheered. Oh! The battle has begun. Chapter 93, The Battle Begins, 3 People Upgrade. On the plain, Oda and others had already appeared here a long time ago, quietly waiting for the arrival of the enemy. The waiting time was a little longer, but they were not let down. The people of the Loki family finally came. However, what surprised Oda and others was that Finn, the leader of the Loki family, was not in the team of the Loki family. The personnel on Freya's side were the fierce Oda, the goddess Chariot Allen, the black demon Wand Hegni, and the rest were the 4 brothers of the 4 fire gold warriors Gulliver. And the Loki family's family side, Grace, Lavilia, AC, Dion, Diana, Bert, FIA. After the two sides confronted each other, a tense atmosphere rose on the scene in an instant. Even the main gods and adventurers watching the battle around could feel this invisible aura. Grace, where is Finn? Looking at Grace, the leader, Oda looked down and spoke lightly. Over there. Grace spoke lightly. As soon as these words came out, the people of Freya's family turned their eyes to the little King Ponali. As soon as they looked over, they saw 2 figures rushing down from above and rushing towards them. All the people present were first-level adventurers. Even if the figures rushing down were fast, they could tell the identities of the 2 people at a glance. They were Finn and Hayden. Of course, the elf Lafia was an exception, but she could also see some generalities. Looking at the 2 people rushing over, the members of Freya's family were slightly surprised. Ah, long time no see, Oda. Finn came in front of Grace, with his spear hanging on the ground, looking at Oda with a smile on his face. Ah, long time no see, Finn. I didn't expect to see you again in this way. Oda replied lightly. Then, he looked at the small earth slope again and reached back to pull out his weapon. Oda's weapon was a black giant sword. It was not the one made from Eudias's black sword in the original book, but another first-class weapon. This was a weapon that Oda often used. Go, let's start. After pulling out the giant sword, Oda said lightly. Others were also ready for battle. Whether it was the members of the Freya family or the Loki family, both sides entered the battle state at this moment. The next second, except for Lavilia and Lafia, everyone else turned into a black shadow and rushed out. Bang! The two sides collided with each other in an instant. Perhaps because the two sides involved in the collision involved all the first-class melee adventurers of the Freya family and the Loki family, the movement caused by this collision was really earth-shattering. The deafening roar accompanied by a strong air wave spread out in an instant, and it was transmitted to Chenxing and others in a moment. Chenxing and others were at least more than 100 meters away from the battlefield, but the violent roar was still in their ears, as if it happened right next to everyone's ears. The adventurers were fine, but the gods frowned slightly. Because the roar was so intense, their ears were buzzing. However, before they could bear the violent explosion, a strong wind wave quickly swept over. Under this violent wind wave, many gods and adventurers almost lost their balance and were blown away. For a while, many gods were in a very bad state. However, even in such a situation, none of the gods had any resentment, but were extremely excited. Oh! The fight started, the fight started. What a terrifying collision, worthy of the battle of the first-level adventurers. Many gods cheered and danced, regardless of their own image. I didn't expect the impact to be so strong. Freya lifted her hair that was messed up by the wind wave, raised a faint charming smile at the corner of her mouth, and said softly, "Hee hee, fortunately I was prepared." Beside him, Loki poked his head out from behind Angel and said with a smile, his words showing his gloating. In front of him, Angel looked at Loki speechlessly, but didn't say anything. At this time, Loki's eyes were on the calm morning star. "Hey, Lucifer, you're pretty good." Others were almost blown away, but you stood so steadily. Looking at Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, Loki said in surprise. As soon as these words came out, Freya also looked over, her eyes full of surprise. The gods present all relied on their own clans to stabilize their bodies in the face of this airwave impact, otherwise they would have been blown away long ago. Many first-level adventurers attacked at the same time, and the air waves generated by the collision were very terrifying, which was not something that these gods, who were no different from ordinary people after sealing their divine power, could resist. He can fight with first-level adventurers, it would be strange if he couldn't face this kind of impact. It was not Lucifer who answered Loki, but another figure. When this voice appeared, Loki and Freya's attention was immediately attracted. It was impossible, because the owner of this voice was the person they had been thinking about day and night. The others were a step slower, but they also looked over. I saw Chenxing and Chun walking slowly from that side. "Hey, you're here." Chenxing's thought body turned around and looked over, and greeted casually. Acting should be done in full. "Ah, here you are." Chenxing nodded. "You are Lucifer, you look pretty good, although not as good as Chenxing." Next to Chenxing, Chun touched his chin and looked at Chenxing's thought body, then smiled and said, "Chenxing." "Ah, first meeting, Chenxing." At this time, Freya spoke, looking at Chenxing with a smile, but her eyes were extremely hot. "This is not the first time we meet." Chenxing sighed slightly and said lightly, "Anyway, it has developed to this point, Chenxing doesn't mind exposing the fact that he knows Freya is staring at him." Hearing this, Freya was a little surprised in her heart, but on the surface she was very calm and still had that smiling face. "Morning Star, wait until I see Loki defeated and send Lucifer back to heaven, then we can have a good talk." Looking at Morning Star, Freya said with a smile. "You are dreaming, Finn and the others will not lose to you." Loki retorted directly. "Freya, I will not join your family." Looking at Freya, Morning Star smiled and gave a soft reply. Hearing this, Freya did not care, and retracted her gaze to look at the battle below. Yes, don't join this guy's family, come to me." Loki on the side nodded repeatedly and said with a grin, "I won't join your Loki family either." Morning Star looked over and said speechlessly, "I will make it clear here, I will not convert, I will not go to other families, I will only stay in Lucifer's family, you can just give up this idea." The above, I don't want to say anything else. Morning Star's tone was very serious, and he was not joking at all. Whether it was Freya or Loki, or the other gods present, they all heard that Morning Star was not lying but was really prepared to do so. Loki's face fell immediately. Don't be so disrespectful, don't give me any chance at all. No, you can ask me for help, but don't even think about asking me to convert. Morningstar's tone was very firm. As soon as these words came out, Loki was completely depressed. Hee. Freya on the side immediately gloated. What are you laughing at? Even if Morningstar doesn't want to join my Loki clan, I won't let you succeed. Hearing Freya's words, Loki was furious and said directly. Well, let's wait and see. Freya was not angry and smiled back. At this time, many of the other gods were looking at Morningstar and the others. The other half were on the plain below. The gods were very curious about what Morningstar would say to Freya and Loki. They did not expect Morningstar to answer so decisively and leave no room for reversal. For a moment, the gods became interested in Morningstar. Facing the favor of Freya and Loki, the two main gods of the strongest factions in Orario, he did this to such an extent. This is really not something that ordinary adventurers can do. In addition, Lucifer, the main god of Morningstar, is also so unique. Okay, the gods were very interested in Lucifer and Morningstar. Everyone's attention soon shifted to the battle below. On the plain, after the battle between Oda and others from Freya's family and Finn and others from Loki's family started, the members of the two families each found their own targets. However, it was different from the previous plan of Loki's family. The opponent of Finn, Diana, Lafia, and Ace was still Haydeen, Goodly, as previously determined. Finn faced Haydeen, Diana, and Lafia faced the black demon sword Hegni, and Ace fought against the four warriors of flame gold alone. Only Tioni and Bert had different opponents. Tioni was supposed to fight against Alan with Bert, but now Tioni was fighting against Alan alone. As for Bert, Bert was fighting against Otakwa with Grace and Lavilia. LV6. I didn't expect you to level up, Alan said while launching a high-speed attack. After fighting with Tioni, Alan felt that Tioni's strength had reached LV5. Haha, are you surprised? I just leveled up. Tioni waved two kukri and quickly she launched a counterattack against Alan who was constantly flashing and attacking her. Even when facing the fastest in the city, Dion was at ease and did not fall into a passive position because of Alan's speed. On the other side, Hegni and the four warriors of Yenjin were also very surprised. Because Dion and AC were both upgraded. Not only the parties noticed this, but also the adventurers watching the battle on the hillside. When did Loki, Sword Skill, Great Severing, and Angry Snake upgrade? Ivory Staff Shakti looked at Loki and raised his inner question. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar at the scene. Chapter 94, Shocked People. The upgrade of the first-level adventurer, no matter which one, is a big event that shakes the whole of Orario. And now, three of Loki's family suddenly appeared. The one who spoke was Shakti, the Ganesha staff, so they naturally had no doubts. Because Shakti was famous for being fair and selfless, and would not lie, otherwise he would not have become the leader of the Ganesha family, and was convinced by other first-level adventurers of the Ganesha family to become the captain of the gendarmerie. They couldn't see it, and Shakti couldn't see it either. Hee, I didn't expect that the three of AIC-10 had reached the conditions for upgrading. 3 of them upgraded in a row, but I was shocked. Loki smiled, as if she was also shocked, but everyone could hear the pride in her words. Chenxing was also a little surprised at this time. It was fine in the morning, but AIC and the others upgraded directly in the evening. However, at this moment, Loki suddenly shouted to herself. Morningstar, I have to thank you. Me. Morningstar pointed at himself, somewhat puzzled. What does the upgrade of AIC and others have to do with him? Hey, didn't AIC and the others defeat a powerful monster together before? That battle just happened to collect the great deeds of the 3 of them. Loki made a yeah gesture and said with a smile. Hearing this, Morningstar was stunned. Rue Wasi. Is it such a coincidence? The 3 of them teamed up to kill Rue Wasi, and the result was enough great deeds. Although Rue Wasi is more expensive than any of the 3 of them, if the 3 of them teamed up to kill her, the great deeds would definitely be much less, right? It just happened to be reached, too coincidental, right? Although it was very surprising, it seemed that there was no other reason except this statement. After all, this was the only thing that AIC and the others had experienced these days that could earn 770 great deeds. And after hearing Loki's words, everyone's eyes fell on Morning Star again, and they began to explore Morning Star. This made Morning Star a little helpless. Out of sight, out of mind. Chenxing ignored the gazes of these people and turned his head to look at the battlefield again. The battle on the battlefield at this time was very fierce. Grace and Bert joined forces to fight Oda, but they were still suppressed. Livilia's magic could not be used because Oda was always on guard. However, even if it could not be used, Livilia just stood there, which made Oda afraid to act rashly and distracted Oda's attention, preventing him from exerting his strongest strength. Because he had to guard against Livilia's existence. If he didn't pay attention to Livilia and gave Livilia the opportunity to complete the chant, then even he would lose a layer of skin. The strongest magician in Orario is not a joke. The other people in Freya's family did not help Oda in this situation. They all fought on their own. This is a common thing in Freya's family. And the battles of others. Tioni fought against Alan. Alan relied on his powerful grace ability to steadily suppress Tioni. However, Tioni was not a pushover. After learning a lot of combat skills from Morning Star, he used them all in the battle this time. He just used Alan as a whetstone to hone and integrate the combat skills he got from Morning Star in the morning. The bigger the power, the stronger Tioni's strength, the more excited Tioni was, and she went directly into a violent state. Alan also noticed this, but he didn't care and continued to attack Tioni. On the other side, the battle between Kef, Tiona and Lafia was very similar to the battlefield between Grace and Bert. Tiona, who had just upgraded, was not a match for Hegni, but Heg couldn't take Tiona down either, because Lafia was eyeing her covetously. Tiona also used Hegni as a whetstone to hone her newly acquired skills. Perhaps because this battle was so crucial, Lafia did not make any mistakes as usual. She kept an eye on Hegni. Once she got the chance, she would immediately chant magic, making Hegni, like Oda, unable to use his full power. In addition, there was the battlefield between Finn and Ace. Both Haydeen and Finn were commanders of their respective clans, and their strengths were comparable. Finn's ability value was not much different from Haydeen's, and neither of them was inferior to the other in terms of combat skills. The battle between the two was evenly matched, and neither could defeat the other. As for the remaining Ace, Ace suppressed the 4 Flame Gold Warriors alone. Although the 4 Flame Gold Warriors claimed that the 4 of them had the combat power of IV.6, it was not 4.6 after all, and they were completely at a disadvantage in the battle with Ace. If Ace had not been upgraded, the 4 of them could indeed suppress Ace with their telepathy. But Ace upgraded. Although there will be a short period of separation between the body and the soul after upgrading, AC and others have fought a little before coming here and have temporarily overcome this situation. After fighting for so long now, AC has completely adapted to her own strength and directly suppressed the 4 warriors of Flame Gold. Hey, Freya, it looks like I won. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Loki smiled and said to Freya triumphantly. Freya heard this, but did not respond, just narrowed her eyes slightly. AC and the other 2 suddenly upgraded, which she did not expect. If the 3 did not upgrade, then with the strength of the first-level adventurers of Loki's family, it would be impossible for them to be opponents of Oda and others. But now, the upgrade of the 3 people has greatly increased the strength of Loki's family. The situation on the scene has become slightly clear. The combat power of both sides is completely evenly matched, and neither can do anything to the other. However, as long as the balance of any party is broken, the battle will end soon. Judging from the situation on the scene, the battle tonight should end in vain. Except for Shakti, the other gods and adventurers at the scene could not see the changes in the situation on the battlefield. They only knew that the battle between Freya's family and Loki's family was very fierce. They watched with great interest, liked it very much, and enjoyed it very much. They were not satisfied with this delicacy. Hey, Loki, can I join the battle? At this time, Morning Star suddenly spoke, turned his head to look at Loki, and asked with a smile. Loki was stunned by the question of Morning Star. Immediately, Loki laughed. Yes, I believe they will not refuse. As soon as these words came out, the other gods and adventurers were stunned. Do these 2 guys know what they are saying? This is a first-level battle, can an IV.2 adventurer like Morning Star participate? Even Freya was frightened by this sudden conversation. After hearing Loki's words, Freya wanted to stop him immediately. However, before she could speak, Morningstar's figure turned into a black shadow and flashed out. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar, and their faces were full of disbelief. Why didn't you stop, Morningstar? Watching Morningstar rush down, Freya realized it later, and then directly shouted at Lucifer. The eyes of others also instantly shifted to Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar. Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar. Ah, don't worry, that kid is capable of participating in their battle. The thought body of Lucifer sighed and said lightly. Except for Loki and Hermes, no one at the scene believed this. Heisei, go and bring Morningstar up. After scolding the thought body Lucifer, Freya quickly gave orders to the family around her. Yes, Lady Freya. The female adventurer next to Freya responded, and then rushed out quickly. Heisei, the Golden Witch, is a female adventurer who is as famous as the battlefield Saint Amide of the Dean Kate family. The two are known as the most powerful healers in the city, is AV.4 adventurer. However, not long after this adventurer rushed out, the whole person flew back. In full view of the public, this shocking scene happened. Everyone present saw with their own eyes that Heisei, who rushed out, came to the side of Morningstar at a very fast speed, stretched out his hand to grab Morningstar's shoulder, and wanted to bring Morningstar back. However, the next second, Morningstar's body bloomed with a blue flame of light. Then, Heisei's figure flew back at a faster speed than when it went out. Seeing that it was about to hit Freya, the people around Freya, another figure, Pan, who was half of the dwarf race, quickly dodged her Huchu and took Heisei. This guy. After taking Heisei, Pan looked at the blue figure who seemed to have done nothing but a trivial thing and continued to rush to the battlefield in shock, and murmured in a low voice. If his memory was correct, Chenxing was only in 4.2 adventurer, and it was the kind that had just been upgraded not long ago. But now, Chenxing knocked Heisei away with one move, and even Heisei, the person involved, could not react. This ability can be completely called 4.5. Not only Pan, but everyone else was stunned to look at the back of Chenxing who was going away. Their hearts at this time were the same as Pan's, and they all looked at Chenxing as if they had seen a ghost. Is that why you want to snatch Chenxing from me even if you want to go to war with me? Loki, you have long known about Chenxing's incomparable potential qualifications. Freya was also briefly stunned at this time, but she recovered quickly and looked at Loki meaningfully. There is no way, Uranus told me to keep it secret. I didn't think about exposing it either. But Morningstar exposed it herself, and I couldn't do anything about it. Loki shrugged and said with a smile. The gods and adventurers also heard the conversation between the two, and they all came back to their senses, and then their eyes were extremely hot, staring at the battlefield. They wanted to witness what happened today and witness this outrageous development with their own eyes. After today, the whole of Orario will probably be in an uproar. Freya didn't say anything but looked at Loki deeply, and then turned to look at the battlefield. Her eyes were hotter than anyone else. Chapter 95, The 4 Flame Gold Warriors Killed Instantly, Their Strongest Potential. Chenxing also knew that if he exposed his strength now, it would definitely cause a huge sensation in Orario. But Chenxing didn't care. Chenxing never thought of hiding his strength, but there was no need. Before, he told the guild about his experience, and he didn't worry about what would happen if his situation was leaked. It's just that Chenxing knew that the guild would never leak his situation. However, those are all in the past. Chenxing didn't plan to hide himself today. If he participated in the battle below, he would definitely get a huge improvement. Maybe after this battle, his ability value will reach the limit and he can upgrade. Moreover, Chenxing also wanted to try how much his strength improved after updating his grace. Facts have proved that after updating grace, Chenxing's strength has made a huge breakthrough. Chenxing didn't know the identity of the adventurer who stopped him from going down just now, but Chenxing could feel her strength, which was also the top among LV4. But just now, after he entered the Samsara Eye mode, he hit her hard with a casual blow. At the moment of launching the attack, Chenxing clearly felt that after entering the Samsara Eye mode, his power seemed to have entered another level. It was no longer IV.4, but IV.5. The power that was originally between IV.4 and IV.5 officially entered the IV.5 level after the Grace update. This means that Chenxing's own strength has been greatly improved, so the increase in the Samsara Eye mode will allow Chenxing to enter this level. Moreover, it seems that because of the improvement of Chenxing's strength, the increase in the Samsara I mode has become more powerful. Chenxing, who entered the Samsara I mode, already has the power of the best at the IV.5 level. Boom. The members of the two major clans on the battlefield did not expect that someone would suddenly intervene in their battle. Bang. 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 The sound of collisions rang out one after another, and 4 short figures flew out. AC, leave them to me. Chenxing, who appeared in front of AC, turned around and said with a smile. Morning Star suddenly appeared and kicked the 4 flame gold warriors away in an instant. AIC was a little confused. But the next second AIC came back to her senses, and did not bother about Morning Star snatching her opponent. She nodded to Morning Star and then flew to other battlefields. As for whether Morning Star could handle it, she was not worried at all. It might be troublesome to deal with the 4 flame gold warriors by herself. Because the 4 flame gold warriors have a good combination of skills. But if it was Morning Star who dealt with them, the combination of the 4 flame gold warriors would be a piece of shit. With Morning Star's terrible fighting skills, the 4 flame gold warriors could not have such a good coordination. They would only be easily defeated by Morning Star. On the other side of the hill, the gods and adventurers were surprised again. It was fine to kick High CI back with 1 kick before, but I didn't expect that once he entered the battlefield, Morning Star would give the 4 flame gold warriors a warning with lightning speed. Those were the 4 flame gold warriors, first-level adventurers who could fight against the IV.6 adventurers when they united, and they were also adventurers who were particularly good at joint skills. Unexpectedly, they were kicked away without noticing anything. After a brief moment of shock, the gods climaxed again. These gods who liked to watch the fun and the adventurers screamed and cheered excitedly. Many gods realized it later and ran directly to Lucifer's side, asking him about Morning Star's situation. However, Morning Star now put most of his mind on his body. There was not much consciousness in his thought body, only some basic consciousness, so he naturally would not respond to these gods. He answered a few perfunctorily, and then ignored them and continued to watch the battlefield. On the battlefield. You are Morning Star. Morning Star only entered the reincarnation I mode, and did not superimpose the super death chi mode, so the power used by Morning Star just now was not strong. Although the 4 Yanjin warriors were kicked out, they were not seriously injured and quickly stabilized their bodies. After seeing the person who kicked them and others away, the 4 of them were stunned, and their faces under the armor were full of astonishment. They knew Morning Star, because their Lord God had been eyeing Morning Star for a long time, and often mentioned Morning Star in front of them. However, even if he was targeted, Morning Star was just a newcomer who had just become an adventurer not long ago. Even if he broke the fastest upgrade record, Morning Star was still a little Karami, a little newbie in their side. In their hearts, no matter how much potential Morning Star had, that potential had not been transformed into reality, and he could not be compared with them. Only when Morning Star's level reached the same level as theirs, they would regard Morning Star as an equal. But they never expected that Morning Star now had the strength to match them. In that kick just now, they clearly felt the power of IV.5, which was not false. For Flame Gold Warriors, I will be your opponent next. Chenxing smiled and nodded, and disappeared in the next second. Chenxing suddenly disappeared, and the pupils of the 4 Tanjin warriors shrank. In particular, Alflick, the eldest brother of the 4 brothers, was the primary target of Chenxing's attack. Because Chenxing's speed was too fast, Alflick had no time to react. He only had time to block the attack with his weapon, and then was chopped away by Chenxing. The other 3 of the 4 Flame Gold Warriors, Du Hualin, Belen and Gear, were not vegetarians. When they found Chenxing attacking Alflick, they immediately launched a pursuit, trying to save Zhao from Wei. The 3 attacked one after another, with almost no gaps. If it were any other first-level adventurers, they would have been injured by the 3's joint skills. But the 3's joint skills did not work at all for Chenxing. Chenxing saw through the 3's joint skills at the first time, and found a tiny gap, easily disintegrated the 3's attacks, and sent the master the same set as their eldest brother. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The gods and adventurers on the hill only saw that the moment Chenxing's figure disappeared, Du Hualin, Byerlin and Gear also disappeared instantly. After that, the 4 Yanjin warriors flew up at the same time, leaving only Chenxing standing there, maintaining an attacking posture. This is too exaggerated. Watching this scene, the gods were extremely shocked. Most of the gods and adventurers swallowed their saliva unconsciously because they couldn't believe what they saw. However, before they could get over the shock, Morning Star took action again. The Morning Star, with azure flames all over his body, turned into a stream of light and flashed across the bodies of the 4 brothers of the Flying Flame Gold Warriors. Swish. 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 Instantly, scarlet blood appeared on the bodies of the 4 brothers and floated in the air. The speed of Morning Star was so fast that the 4 brothers could not fight back at all. Please give me flowers. This scene stunned the gods and adventurers on the hillside. Not only the gods were stunned, but other people on the battlefield were also attracted by what happened here. Originally, Morning Star's sudden entry into the battlefield to take over the battle between AIC and the 4 Flame Gold Warriors had already distracted their attention. Now this scene made them feel even more deeply. Especially the Loki clan, after seeing Morning Star's actions, everyone's hearts were extremely complicated. Is this the actual combat ability of Morning Star? It seems that he was completely letting us go before. Tioni, who was fighting with Alan, noticed this scene and couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Before, she entered a rampage state when fighting with Morning Star. At that time, she could be said to have used all her strength. But the combat power shown by Morning Star in the battle with her was not as terrible as it is now. If Morning Star really showed the same actual combat ability as now, she would not be able to resist even one move from Morning Star, let alone fight with Morning Star. It seems that the battle between Morning Star and them was completely to guide them. Not only Tioni had this idea, but also other people in the Loki clan who had fought with Morning Star. However, Tioni was not wrong. When fighting, Morning Star would naturally not really kill him. But when fighting with the enemy, Morning Star could be a little unscrupulous. Morning Star, is it so terrible? While resisting Grace's attack, Oda kept an eye on the battle on Morning Star's side and murmured in his heart. Even he could only suppress the 4 Flame Gold Warriors with the difference in ability value when facing their combined skills. But now, the strength shown by Morning Star is not much different from that of the 4 Flame Gold Warriors, but it is easy to severely injure the 4 Flame Gold Warriors. Bang. 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 While everyone was in shock, 4 sounds rang out, and the 4 Flame Gold Warriors were volleyed by Morning Star like footballs and flew towards the hillside. Bang. 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 The 4 people fell on the slope in front of Freya at the same time. Looking at the 4 unconscious people on the slope, the gods and adventurers at the scene were silent. They didn't expect things to develop like this. As soon as Morning Star left the field, he ordered all the 4 Flame Gold Warriors to leave the field. This was completely beyond their psychological tolerance. Heisei, heal them. Freya's eyes were always on Morning Star, without shifting, and she lightly instructed Heisei, who had recovered from her injuries, behind her. Yes, Lady Freya. Heisei was also in shock at this time, but she immediately accepted Freya's order and began to use magic to heal Flame Gold Warrior 10. Lucifer, what's going on with Morning Star? Freya looked at Morning Star for a while, then turned to look at Morning Star's thought body, and asked calmly. Freya's question awakened the silent gods and adventurers, and everyone's eyes shifted to Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star. In response, Morning Star controlled his thought body Lucifer and spoke slowly. Very powerful, right? I can see through a person's soul just like you, but I am more powerful than you. I can see through a person's talent and potential. Morning Star is the one with the greatest potential I have seen since I came to the lower world. Morning Star's potential is definitely more terrifying than those people 1,000 years ago. Gods. 7. Chapter 96, Full Strength, Level 6. Novel image. Morning Star was not lying. Morning Star's potential was indeed the strongest among the adventurers born so far. As for being able to see through a person's potential, this was naturally Morning Star's nonsense. Lucifer was made up by himself anyway, so he could brag as much as he wanted, and others could not tell that he was bragging. After hearing what Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, said, no one refuted. After all, Morning Star's upgrade record was enough to show that Morning Star's talent was very strong. And now Morning Star has shown this combat power that has even jumped 3 levels. This cannot be said that Morningstar's talent is terrifying. What level is needed to say so? Talent potential does not only refer to the speed of becoming stronger, but also combat power. Hey, Lucifer, I have always had a question. I didn't find you before, so I kept it in my heart. Now I want to ask. What is the value of Morningstar's ability value when it upgrades? Loki came over and said to Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar, with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar, rolled his eyes. Are you sure you are serious about asking others about their ability values? Not only Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar, but other gods and adventurers also had similar reactions to Morningstar. How could the ability value, which is very important to the adventurer himself, be leaked to others at will? However, Morningstar did not care about this. Of course, although he did not care, Morningstar would not tell others about his ability values. Seeing that Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar, did not answer, Loki did not care. She did not expect Morningstar to answer, but she had been holding back her doubts in her heart and took this opportunity to ask. To be honest, all the gods present wanted to know what was so special about Morningstar that allowed Morningstar to fight across several levels. But this kind of thing is a personal secret, and asking it out would cross the line. Loki had already crossed the line just now. However, after this battle, they would have to raise questions from the guild. After all, what Morningstar showed was too shocking. His adventures could not possibly be the same as what the guild showed. The guild must have hidden Morningstar's situation. Then, everyone's attention quickly shifted to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Morningstar was holding a long sword and quietly floating in the air, looking down at other battlefields. Have you seen the scene in Yongzhou Dicuo? Gao Haoguang came out and used his innate magical power to step on the void and look down at the enemy. Morningstar was choosing an opponent. After a glance, Morningstar finally chose Alan, who was fighting with Tioni. With a flash of his figure, Morningstar turned into a stream of light and flew towards the battlefield where Tioni was. Is Morningstar going to snatch my opponent? Everyone present noticed Morningstar's actions, and Tioni naturally noticed it as well. Tioni seemed a little helpless at this time. She was having a great time fighting, but now Morningstar was going to snatch her enemy. If it was someone else, and he came to snatch the enemy from her when she was having a good time, she would have to punch him twice. If it was Morningstar, it would be fine. However, she was still a little worried that Morningstar could not beat Alan, so she was not prepared to let Morningstar deal with Alan alone, and was prepared to fight Alan with Morningstar. Tisk, did you choose me? Alan naturally noticed it. After Morningstar joined the battlefield and quickly dealt with the 4 warriors of flame gold, Alan knew that Morningstar would definitely look for other battlefields. But he didn't expect that he would be so lucky to be chosen. Yes, it was lucky. After seeing such a strong strength and killing 4 idiots in seconds, Alan wanted to fight with Morningstar. Even if he didn't fight this time, he would find an opportunity to fight with Morningstar next time. Whoosh! Bang! Morningstar was very fast, and appeared in the place where Dion and Alan were fighting in an instant. It also attracted the attention of the gods and adventurers on the mountain. In the eyes of the gods and adventurers, Morningstar was a dark horse that suddenly rushed out, bringing them an extremely huge surprise. Now they just want to know how far this dark horse can run and how much power it can exert. Especially Freya, who is the most concerned at this time. The eyes in her violet eyes are extremely hot, almost sparking, and even the people around can feel this heat. Tioni, can this guy be given to me? Morningstar forcefully inserted into the fight between Tioni and Alan, separated the two, and said with his back to Tioni without looking back. Ha, can you beat him? This guy is IV.6. Tioni, who was originally going to fight Alan with Morningstar, was stunned when she heard this, and then blurted out. As far as she knows about Morningstar, Morningstar has an invincible combat power of LV5. As long as it is 4.5, no one can beat Morningstar. But now he is facing an IV.6. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Alan in front of him had come a long way in 4.6 and was very powerful. Even though she has upgraded now and learned powerful fighting skills from Morningstar, she is still no match for this guy and can only barely keep herself invincible. The powerful fighting skills she learned from Morning Star can only erase a small gap in ability value, not too much. Now hearing that Morning Star is going to deal with Alan alone, Ani is naturally shocked. However, Alan on the opposite side is not the kind of person who will wait for Morning Star and Tioni to communicate. As soon as Tioni finished speaking, Alan took action directly. As the fastest in the city, he did not hesitate to activate his fastest speed and instantly appeared in front of Morning Star. The spear in his hand attacked the vital point of Morning Star without holding back. If it were an ordinary IV.5 adventurer, facing Alan, the fastest and strongest in the city, and a surprise attack, even if he could dodge it, he would still suffer considerable damage. However, clang! Morning Star easily blocked Alan's surprise attack, sparks flying. Alan's eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect that his fastest attack was actually blocked by Morning Star. Even Dion behind Morning Star was full of surprise. It's really rude to attack without saying hello. Morning Star slowly raised his head, with a deep orange flame flashing on his forehead, and the Vongala ring on his finger kept flashing. Samsara I mode plus Super Death mode plus Flame of the Sky. At this moment, Morning Star fired at full power. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Morning Star clenched the long sword in his hand and chopped it out. Bang! The powerful force spread along Alan's spear to Alan's body. Alan was hit hard and was caught off guard and was chopped away by this force. This scene directly made the gods and adventurers on the hillside open their eyes wide, with incredible faces. Even the two sides fighting on the battlefield stopped briefly at this moment. Especially Oda and others from Freya's family. My goodness, he showed the strength of IV.5 before and killed the 4 warriors of Yenjin in seconds, which shocked them. In a flash, Morning Star showed the power of IV.6 again, not only blocking Alan's full-strength attack, but also chopped Alan, IV.6, away. This guy Morning Star has refreshed their 3 views again and again. Has this world become so magical? It's okay for a LV2 to have the combat power of IV.5, but now he has shown the strength of 4.6. No, IV.5 is already incredible. At this moment, even Oda began to doubt whether Morning Star had falsely reported his level. In fact, Morning Star's level is IV.6. Everything before was an illusion, which was revealed by Morning Star to others. The current Morning Star is real. Not only Oda, but even Finn and others who watched Morning Star's strength improve step by step had a little doubt at this moment in Yeshur. For levels of leap, everyone at this moment no longer doubted life and God. However, these people's doubts about life will not stop Chenxing. After knocking Alan away, Chenxing threw down a sentence and then rushed towards Alan who was flying out. Tioni, leave this guy to me. Oh. Hearing Chenxing's words, Tioni nodded blankly and responded blankly. Soon, Tioni came back to her senses, looking at Chenxing's flying back, her eyes flickered slightly, and then gradually became hot and wild. The red lips opened, Tioni licked her lips gently, and a wanton smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chenxing, I'm attracted to you. Looking at the direction where Chenxing left again, Tioni announced something to herself in her heart, and then rushed towards Grace and others to support Grace and them. Freya, it looks like you're going to lose. On the hillside, Loki looked at Freya and said triumphantly. 2.0 Everyone's eyes were attracted by Loki's words, because given the current situation, Loki's words might really come true. They also wanted to know what interesting reaction Guan Ke would have. But, unfortunately, the gods were disappointed. Freya's expression did not change at all, she still had a faint smile on her face, her eyes were still hot, and she completely ignored Loki's provocation. She didn't care too much about winning or losing. Even if she really lost, she could just use charm directly. Looking at Freya like this, Loki suddenly felt bored, curled his lips, and didn't say anything. On the battlefield, Morning Star had already officially fought with Alan. It must be said that Alan is worthy of being the deputy leader of Freya's family, and his strength is really strong. The reason why he was chopped away by Morning Star just now was that he underestimated the enemy. He never thought that Morning Star could jump another level after jumping 3 levels and possess the power of IV.6. Otherwise, he would never be chopped away by Morning Star. Now he no longer underestimates the enemy. Alan's strength is naturally revealed. Even if Morning Star is now at full strength, he can't take him down as quickly as he did with the Golden Four Warriors just now. The two of them are now completely afterimages, constantly intersecting and colliding on the battlefield. This is an extremely fast battle. Chapter 97, Hestia's Thoughts, Infinite Possibilities, and the Two Defeated. While Morning Star and Alan were engaged in a fierce battle, on the other side, in Orario. At this time in Orario, many gods and adventurers were completely shocked by the scene in the magic mirror. Before Morning Star took action, no one could imagine that Morning Star actually had such terrible strength. After all, in the gods' cognition, Morning Star has always been just an IV.2 who had just upgraded, and at most the upgrade speed was a little faster. I didn't expect that Morning Star, who was only IV.2, would have such terrible power. At first, it was a 3-level jump, and now it was a 4-level jump. The gods and adventurers' 3 views of this world were refreshed twice by Morning Star. Is this really something an adventurer can do? In the underground altar space of the guild, Uranus and Fels were also watching the battle outside Orario through the magic mirror. Looking at the picture in the magic mirror, both the men and the god fell into silence. After a long time, Circles slowly spoke. Uranus. Fels, try to contact Morning Star. As soon as Fels opened his mouth, Uranus knew what Fels wanted to say and said it directly. What Fels wanted to say was nothing more than wanting to find an opportunity to contact Morning Star and prepare for the future. Ah, leave it to me. Fels replied indifferently. On the other side, in the Chenxing shop, Mihi looked at the picture in the magic mirror, and his slightly narrowed eyes opened wide. It's really incredible, Lord Mihi. Naza was next to Mihi at this time, looking at the picture in the magic mirror, whispering softly. Ah, it's incredible, I didn't expect Morning Star to be so evil. 26 miles he nodded and agreed. Hey, Naza, do you want to re-enter the dungeon? If there is such a powerful adventurer like Morning Star following you, I believe your safety will not be a concern at all. Want to test it? Mai turned around and said to Naza. The reason why Naza has never dared to go down the dungeon is that her arm was destroyed by a monster when she was in the middle level, and it was the kind that could not be restored at all. Because the experience at that time was too tragic, Naza's heart was shadowed by monsters and she never dared to face monsters again. But if Naza had such an adventurer with a combat power of IV.6 by her side, she would have a very strong sense of security, and perhaps Naza could try to overcome this psychological barrier. If Naza is willing, then he will ask for the help of Morning Star even if he gives everything. Hearing Mai's words, Naza did not refute immediately, but fell into silence. Sorry, Lord Mai, let me think about it. Naza thought for a while, but still couldn't make a decision in the end, and said apologetically. Ah, it's okay, if you are willing, you can tell me at any time, I will go to talk to Morning Star. Mai shook his head slightly and said gently. Yes, Lord Mai. On the other side, in the library. Hephaestus, am I seeing right? Morning Star actually has such terrible strength. Hestia widened her eyes, staring at the picture in the magic mirror, and said without turning her head. Ah, I didn't expect that Morning Star would be so exaggerated. Behind Hestia, Hephaestus' mouth twitched slightly, and she said with some disbelief. She didn't know much about Morning Star's strength. It was just that Morning Star still guessed Morning Star's strength from the weapons forged by Tsubaki, knowing that Morning Star's strength could not be measured by level, and perhaps it could cross levels. But she didn't expect Morning Star to be able to cross so many levels. First 3 levels, then 4 levels, directly from IV.2 to 4.6, if it wasn't witnessed with one's own eyes, who would dare to believe such a magical thing? However, this also indirectly shows that the possibilities of the children in the lower world are really infinite. Hephaestus sighed. Ah, that's right, it's really infinite possibilities. Hestia was also very moved when she heard this, and then, Hestia changed the subject, but Morning Star has been hiding his strength, this matter can't just be let go. When he comes back, I will make him look good. Hestia put her hands on her hips and said aggressively. Haha, now you are relieved. Seeing that Hestia no longer had the worried look she had just now, Hephaestus laughed. With the strength of IV.6, even if Freya targeted her, nothing would happen. We can't let our guard down yet. What if Freya can't afford to lose and uses her power? Hephaestus, do me a favor and gather the children of your clan to help me. Hestia turned around and said seriously. Seeing Hestia like this, Hephaestus was slightly stunned, and then seemed to understand something. Okay. Hephaestus nodded, and then took Hestia out of the library. Although Hestia didn't say anything, Hephaestus knew what Hestia wanted to do. If there is anything that can restrain Freya's charm ability, it is Hestia's power of the Virgin Goddess. P.S. The Virgin Goddess is one of Hestia's companion divine powers, and it will not change because of Hestia's own changes. If Freya really uses the power of charm to charm Morningstar, then Hestia will need to use her power to remove the charm. While Hestia was preparing a response, in addition to Orario, the battle between Morningstar and Alan had completely entered a white-hot stage. As the deputy leader of Freya's family, Alan's strength is no weaker than any IV.6 adventurer. Morningstar has now reached IV.6 with full strength, and with powerful combat skills, he still cannot take Alan down at the fastest speed. This is quite in line with what Morningstar wants. Morningstar joined this battle just to have a fierce battle with equal strength. Because Morningstar wanted to improve his ability value again through this battle. A battle like the one just now that killed the 4 Flame Gold Warriors instantly could not train Morningstar at all. And the battle with Alan now is just right. The hot grace behind him let Morningstar know that his grace ability value is increasing again. When he updates again, the increased grace ability value will skyrocket. The Azure Streamer and Black Afterimage kept wandering on the battlefield, colliding violently, and the white light magic quickly circulated in the air, bombarding, and the earth was pitted under the bombardment of light magic. The roar continued to sound, but it did not affect the battle between the two. Since it is to improve the grace ability value, Morningstar naturally cannot not use magic. The ability value of magic power also needs to be improved. However, compared with the use of magic, Morningstar mostly uses hand-to-hand combat. He will only release magic when the opportunity arises. There is no way. The current situation does not allow Morningstar to exhaust its magic power. It still needs to maintain its thought body. However, although it was not possible to take down Alan at the fastest speed, Morningstar firmly suppressed Alan. Alan had already fallen into a disadvantage not long after the battle began. He was completely unable to turn the tide and was suppressed by Morningstar. Facing the magic bombardment of Morningstar, Alan did not dodge easily. As soon as he dodged a glowing magic and came to the other side, the next glowing magic followed. When he dodged again, as soon as he appeared, Morningstar's attack had already come again. Morningstar almost firmly grasped the rhythm of the entire battle. If Alan's ability value was not higher than that of Morningstar, he would not be able to withstand the attack of Morningstar without any gaps. It is estimated that it will be the same as the previous 4 Yenjin warriors. Relying on the strong ability value, although Alan was suppressed, he was also able to fight back, but the effect of the counterattack was not very good, which made Alan very frustrated. TSK, what a frustrating battle. Alan cursed in his heart while launching a counterattack at the fastest speed of 307. Since becoming a first-level adventurer, this is the first time he has encountered such a frustrating battle. Although his strength and speed are stronger and faster than Chenxing, he was suppressed by Chenxing because of Chenxing's strong grasp of the timing of the battle and his fighting skills that were so strong that he felt ashamed of himself. Unlike the fight with AIC and others, Chenxing fought with Alan with all his strength and gave AI Tiao almost no chance to learn his fighting skills. Chenxing would not let himself become the food for the enemy's growth. After more than 10 minutes, Chenxing finally caught a great opportunity and slashed Alan's arm with a sword. TSK. Scarlet blood flowed from Alan's exposed arm, and the wound was so deep that the bones could be seen. However, Alan didn't care at all and quickly launched a counterattack. However, even if Alan didn't care, such a serious injury seriously affected Alan. The deep injury made Alan's attack a little stiff. In this kind of intense battle, this is undoubtedly fatal. Morningstar also took advantage of your illness to kill you, and his attack became more fierce, and the magic in his hand became more frequent. In just 5 minutes, Alan was covered with wounds under the attack of Morningstar and was completely seriously injured. Under the decisive blow of Morningstar, Alan was kicked unconscious with 1 kick. At the moment when Alan was knocked unconscious by Morningstar and went offline, on the other side, under the siege of Aci, Diana, and Lafia, Hegni, the king of the middle school Black Elves, was also defeated by the 3 people. While resisting Aci's fierce attack, he was knocked unconscious by Diana's Urga from the side. The two happened almost one after the other. On the battlefield, only Oda and Hayden were left in Freya's family. Chapter 98, a battle that starts strong but ends weakly, updated again. Hegni was very strong, but he still lost under the siege of Aci, Tiona, and Lafia. As for Alan, Morningstar defeated him alone. The only ones who had not lost at the scene were Oda and Hayden. However, given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before Oda and Hayden lost. Even if Oda was the strongest adventurer in the city, it was the same. After all, there were too many IV.6 adventurers on the Loki Familia side. And two of them were on the verge of upgrading, and at least one of their ability values had reached S. Among them, Lavilia was the strongest magician in the city. In addition, there were 3 adventurers who had just upgraded to 4.6, and Bert, who was IV.5, and Morningstar, who could defeat Alan. And there were only Oda and Hayden on the Freya Familia side, who could not be the opponent of the Loki Familia. The victory or defeat could be said to be a foregone conclusion. Even Freya on the hillside, looking at the current situation, Xin had made a decision. However, Morningstar was determined to win. Just as she had thought before, even if Oda and the others were defeated, Freya would not let it go. Her violet eyes flickered slightly, flashing with infinite purple charm, and Freya was ready to use the divine power, charm at any time. However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in Freya's heart. Freya, stop it. Your charm will not work. Someone in Orario is ready to deal with your divine power and can remove your charm at any time. You will never be favored by the morning star by then. Uranus. Listening to the voice in her mind, Freya narrowed her eyes slightly, and the charm flickering in her eyes gradually disappeared. Uranus would not contact others casually, nor would he lie casually, and he was very fair. She knew this very well, and it was precisely because of this that the gods trusted him very much and let the gods' families live in Orario in accordance with the order of the guild. Now Uranus deliberately told her such a thing through telepathy, which meant that this matter was true. Although she can charm Morningstar now, it is impossible to keep Morningstar locked up. If the gods mentioned by Uranus take the opportunity to remove the charm, then she and Morningstar will definitely stand on opposite sides. This is not the result she wants. In other words, I have to slowly cultivate feelings with Morningstar as before. But, Morningstar's personality doesn't seem to be willing to communicate with strangers. Even if I pretended to be Sheer and chatted with him many times, I couldn't get close to him. What a trouble. Thinking of this, Freya rubbed her eyebrows. Heisei, Pan, let Oda and the others retreat. Freya said to Heisei and Pan next to her, and then turned and walked towards Orario after taking a look at Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar, and no longer cared about the situation here. This scene surprised the gods and adventurers present. I didn't expect Freya to give up so easily. Hey, Freya, are you ready to give up? Loki was so surprised that he chased Freya and asked. Loki, I didn't lose to you, I just don't want to fight anymore. Freya stopped and glanced at Loki. Then, Freya looked at Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar. I won't give up. Whatever, if you can get this kid to join your clan, I won't stop you. Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar, shrugged and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Freya looked deeply at Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar, and then turned around again and left without looking back. What the hell is going on? Seeing Freya leave like this, Loki was a little annoyed when he saw that things were going on so badly. The others looked at each other, not knowing what was going on for a while. Soon, Heisei and Pan passed on Freya's divine will. Oda and Hayden both stopped fighting. Finn and others did not continue to fight, because several people discovered the situation here. The battle ended badly. At the same time, in Orario, Hestia and Hephaestus. Uranus, that guy, seems to have been ready to deal with Freya's divine power. Looking at the backs of many guild members going away, Hephaestus said with a smile. After all, he belongs to the Olympus god realm like us, and knows my divine power. Hestia smiled and said. Originally, I thought that even with the help of members of Hephaestus's family, it would take an hour or two to do it. As a result, Uranus suddenly contacted her and sent a large number of guild members to help. Her preparations were completed in just half an hour. Now Aurario has been arranged by her, and she can ignite her simulated temple in the heaven at any time, the pseudo-stone temple of the Hearth Goddess. In the future, whenever she finds that Freya has activated the power of charm to attack Morning Star, she will immediately activate this temple, ignite the sacrificial flame of purification, and purify Freya's charm. It seems that Uranus is on our side, so there is no need to worry. Hephaestus nodded and said, I don't know how the battle outside is going. Hestia said worriedly, and then unfolded the magic mirror again. Just now, in order to arrange the preparatory preparations for the temple, she closed the magic mirror and concentrated on the preparatory preparations. I don't know how the Battle of Morning Star is going. As soon as the magic mirror was opened, Hestia saw the situation on the battlefield outside Aurario. Ah, is it over? Where's Freya? Looking at the picture in the magic mirror, Hestia was a little surprised, because Freya's figure was completely gone, and Freya's family seemed to have begun to retreat, leaving only members of Loki's family and Morning Star on the battlefield. It should be Uranus who made a move, causing Freya to retreat. Hephaestus was also a little surprised, and said after thinking for a moment. Outside Aurario, on the bumpy plains that were completely unrecognizable after being ravaged by the first-level adventurers, Xing has gathered with Cha and others. I didn't expect your strength to become stronger again. Morning Star, you have now completely reached the realm of IV.6. Looking at Morning Star, Finn said with great emotion. In the morning, he suppressed his strength to the limit of LV5 to fight Morning Star. As a result, in the evening, Morning Star's combat power broke through IV.6 and even defeated Alan, the deputy leader of Freya's family. Even though he knew the terrifying growth rate of Morning Star, Finn still couldn't help but sigh. Yes, brother Morning Star, your speed is too fast. Diana nodded in agreement. Morning Star, Brother Morning Star, please teach me more in the future. Dion came over with a smile and looked into Morning Star's eyes and said. Morning Star. Morning Star, see you next time. AIC came to Morning Star and said. Well, okay. How did Mr. Morning Star do it? He was obviously not so powerful in the morning. Lafia muttered softly. It should be the improvement gained from the sparring with Finn and others in the morning. Revelia said. Tisk, I'm really upset that I couldn't wipe them out in one fell swoop. Bert curled his lips, very dissatisfied. Bert, shut up, you are the weakest now, it doesn't matter whether you fight Oda or not. Tioni glanced at him lightly and said. What did you say, you stinky woman? Why, do you want to fight? Tioni said tit for tat without any fear. Ahaha, I feel like the old Tioni is back. Tiona, who was standing aside, looked at Tioni's reaction and immediately complained in her heart. Okay, hurry up and meet up with Loki. At this time, Grace, who was always steady, said. Well, go and meet up. Finn nodded and said. You go find Loki, I'm going to find Lucifer. Morning Star nodded and said. Well, see you next time. Finn nodded in response. Morning Star glanced at the others, nodded slightly, and then soared into the sky and flew towards the hill. When passing by the thought body Lucifer, he picked up the thought body and flew towards Aurario. Hey, brat, put me down. The whole play was done. The gods and adventurers at the scene. Ahaha, it feels like this person and God are not like the main god and his followers at all, but rather bad friends. Looking at Morning Star's actions, Diana laughed. It seems so. Why did you let Morning Star run away? I still want to poach him. At this time, Loki, who ran down the hill, also came to Finn and others. As soon as he came, Loki complained to everyone. What can I do? Morning Star seems to be in a hurry to leave. I have no reason to stop him. Faced with logical complaints, Finn said with a smile. You want to poach people, talk about it tomorrow. Lavilia followed. Anyway, now we know who Lucifer, the main god of Morning Star, is. Grace relayed. It's not that simple. Although we just met, Lucifer's personality is that he is a wanderer. It is impossible for him to stay in one place. It is very troublesome to find him. Is that so? On the other hand, after flying back to Aurario with the thought body, Morning Star quickly returned to the library and could not wait to update his Grace. Morning Star. LV2. Strength, SSS 1336 SSS 1689. Durability, SSS 1359 SSS 1785. Dexterity, SSS 1389 SSS 1852. Agility, SSS 1348 SSS 1878. Magic, E305 D533. Upgrade. Optional development ability, Berserker, Sword Tent Warrior. Development ability, Magic H. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Reincarnation Eye. God of War's Protection. Flame of the Sky. Chapter 99, The God's Judgment. The gains from fighting with IV.6 adventurers are much greater than those from fighting with AC and others before. Just an IV.6 is equivalent to half of what I gained from fighting with AC and others this morning, or even more. The difference in fighting across one more level is really huge. Although I fought with Finn and Grace before, both of them suppressed their strength to the limit of IV.5 at that time and did not use the combat power of 4-6. But this time, the battle with Alan was a real IV.6, and it was a fighting method, which was much greater than the gains in the morning dash. However, I have been left behind too much in terms of magic power. Next time I go to the dungeon, I need to focus on improving my magic power to help the group. Well, buy more potions to restore magic power and mental power. Next time I go to the dungeon, I will focus on magic battles. I can't be biased. Looking at the values on the Grace, Morning Star solidified the updated Grace, and nodded with satisfaction after feeling the increased strength again. After burning the favor paper, Morning Star walked out of the room. Where are Hestia and Hephaestus? Although he was in a hurry to update the favor just now, Morning Star did not update the favor without caring about anything as soon as he came back. He did not see Hestia and Hephaestus here, so he updated the favor. Now that the favor has been updated, Morning Star naturally wants to find Hestia and Hephaestus. After leaving the library, Morning Star opened the light vein and began to look for Hestia and Hephaestus. However, because it was night, it was pitch black everywhere, and the light was too weak. Morning Star's light vein consumed a lot of magic power to use, and the effect was not very good. It seems that next time I have to create a magic that uses darkness to explore. This is the first time that Morning Star uses the light vein for large-scale exploration at night. Now he has discovered the weakness of this magic, but Morning Star immediately thought of a way to make up for the fact that he cannot effectively explore the surrounding situation in the dark. That is to create a dark magic that is opposite to the light vein. That being said, Morning Star still started to search with the light vein. The first stop was to rush to the direction of the Hephaestus clan's base camp. Hestia was with Hephaestus, and if she was not in the library, then it was most likely that she was in Hephaestus base camp. It was already late at night, and although Auraria was dark, it was still bustling and noisy. After all, such a big thing had happened, it was impossible for it to be the same as before. But it was only a little lively, and there were still not many people on the street. Morning Star drove the light vein all the way and didn't see many people on the street, most of them were in their homes and fields. Morning Star didn't search for long before he found Hestia and Hephaestus on the street. It seemed that the two were rushing towards the library, so Morning Star went directly to meet them. Morning Star. As soon as they met, Hestia threw herself into Morning Star's arms as expected and hugged Morning Star tightly. "I'm back, Hestia." Morning Star reached out and gently stroked Hestia's hair, saying softly. Then, Morning Star looked at Hephaestus and nodded to her, as a greeting. "You really gave us a big surprise." Hephaestus crossed her arms and said with a smile. "That's right, Morning Star, you hid it so deeply and didn't tell me." Hestia raised her head from Morning Star's arms, puffed her cheeks, and stared at Morning Star like a squirrel. "Well, it's mainly because what happened to me was too exaggerated, and Lucifer didn't allow me to disclose it, so I didn't tell you. I had no choice today, so I took action." Morning Star smiled slightly and said, "Throwing all the pot on your own thought body. Well, Lucifer did the right thing. What happened to you is too incredible. Normal people would cover it up. However, now that you are exposed, the gods will definitely not sit idly by. I guess tomorrow, no, they may apply to the guild for a ruling later." Hephaestus agreed with this approach, but then told Morning Star something. Ruling. Morning Star was a little puzzled. It was the first time he heard this word. It's just that the adventurer's performance was too exaggerated, beyond the imagination of the gods, making the gods worry whether the adventurer's main god had done something to the adventurer. Your performance was too exaggerated. It's just that you leveled up faster, which the gods can accept at this time. But you have crossed 4 levels in a row, fighting against IV.6 with IV.2 and even winning, which is already beyond the belief of the gods. So the gods will intervene and apply to the guild for a ruling. It's not a big deal, it's just a lie detector ceremony, asking Lucifer if he used any divine means to make you have such a fast improvement speed and such a strong combat power. As long as the ruling is passed, then the matter will be determined, and the gods will not have any doubts. Hephaestus explained with a smile. Even if I don't say it, Lucifer will tell you. At the end, Hephaestus added another sentence. No, 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 absolutely not, I don't know this thing at all. Morning Star waved his hands quickly in his heart. Although the grace of my own world records the situation of the gods, it really does not record this. This thing is probably a rule jointly formulated by the gods in Orario after they descended to the world. But, it's okay. When showing his strength, Chenxing knew that the gods would definitely doubt this. In the original work, when the gods met, Loki asked Hestia if she had done anything because the protagonist's improvement was too fast. Now that I have performed like this, it would be strange if the gods didn't doubt me. Morning Star knew this, but he didn't care. After all, his martial arts had reached the peak of Orario, IV.6, and there were few opponents in the whole of Orario who could be his opponents, so what was there to be afraid of? Afraid that the gods would take action directly. This thing is totally unrealistic. Except for paranoid people like Freya, most gods will not break the rules. Even Loki, the god of mischief, abides by the rules of Orario. If possible, Morning Star doesn't want the gods to stare at him and doubt him. Now there is such a ruling, and the gods can directly dispel their doubts by letting them make a ruling. At that time, the gods will only think that he has such a powerful fighting power because of his terrible talent. At that time, even if the gods will set their sights on him, it will only be because of his talent, and there will be no other reasons, which will reduce a lot of trouble. There is also this. Hestia was also a little confused when she heard this. You have only been in the lower world for a few months, and you don't pay attention to the establishment of the family, so you naturally don't know. Hephaestus rolled her eyes at Hestia's words. Any main god who wants to establish a family and understand the rules of Orario will know this. Only Hestia, who plunged into the ocean of books after going to the lower world and ignored the outside world, would not know this thing at all. He. Hestia was embarrassed when Hephaestus said this. Let's go back. Ignoring Hestia's embarrassment, Phisto said to Morning Star. Yeah. The three of them immediately rushed towards the library. At the same time, on the other side, in the southeast street, the goddess of gods, the base camp of Ishtar's family, Ishtar looked at the magic mirror, trembling all over, with excitement on her face. Freya, I finally found a way to deal with you. Morning Star, I must get it. With Morning Star's strength, plus Chun-Ji's magic, we can definitely defeat Oda, the strongest adventurer in the city, and pull you down from the altar. Looking at the magic mirror, Ishtar murmured slightly. Pass my order, call Freni over. After calming down, Ishtar turned around, waved her hand, and ordered. Yes, Lord Ishtar. Morning Star didn't know that he was now being targeted by another goddess of beauty in Orario. At this time, Morning Star had returned to the library with Hephaestus and Hestia. However, there was a person standing at the door of the library at this time. Adventurer Consultant. Hestia looked at the person in surprise. Aegina, why are you here? Morning Star also looked at Aegina in surprise. Goddess Hestia, Goddess Hephaestus. Aegina first greeted Hestia and Hephaestus politely, and then turned her light to the star. Are you okay? With a gentle tone, Aegina looked at Morning Star with concern, her eyes following Morning Star's body back and forth. She also watched the battle just now through the magic mirror. To be honest, when Morning Star rushed out, her heart stopped beating for a moment, and she was completely scared. After all, it was a first-level battle, which Morning Star could not participate in at all. It was not until she saw Morningstar kill High Ci in one blow and kicked High Ci back that she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was still very worried. Even if Morningstar's performance was amazing afterwards, she was still very worried. After seeing the scene of Morningstar leaving the battlefield, she rushed over as soon as possible. Morningstar is fine, so I'm sorry to worry about the adventurer advisor. Before Morningstar could answer, Hestia protected Morningstar behind her like a calf, and stared at Aegina. Perhaps because of the incident with Freya, Hestia is now in a state of panic and is very wary of any girl who approaches Morningstar. Hephaestus shook her head at this scene. This kind of thing is not good. If Hestia does this, it will easily put their relationship in crisis. I have to find a time to talk to Hestia. Ahaha, God Hestia, don't stare at me like that, I'm a little scared. Being stared at by Hestia, Aegina was a little embarrassed. Immediately, Aegina's expression became serious. Morningstar, the guild's notice, the gods request a ruling, please talk to God Lucifer, and let God Lucifer go to the guild tomorrow to make a ruling. Hearing Aegina's words, Hephaestus on the side secretly said, as expected. Ah, I see. Thanks, Aina. Chenxing smiled and said. Advertisement. Chapter 100, Chatting with Aina, Family Level, Tsubaki's Request. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, a guest came to the library early. You don't know anything. In the library, Hestia looked at Belle in surprise. I don't know anything. I was too tired after fighting with Miss Angel last night, so I went back to rest early. I heard the adventurers passing by talking about this when I came out this morning. Lord God, is Lord Morningstar really that powerful? Belle scratched her head in embarrassment and apologized. Then her eyes quickly showed little stars, and she asked about the truth with admiration. Although it is very incredible, Morningstar has indeed crossed 4 levels. With the combat power of IV.2, it has the combat power of IV.6, and defeated the war army of the Freya Circle. Belle, you must work hard, and it's best to be like Morningstar. Hestia nodded with a smile, and then said. Lord God, you really think highly of me. Don't even mention asking me to jump 4 levels, I can't even jump 1 level. Hestia asked this, Belle's face fell immediately, and she looked at Hestia with a resentful look. Yes, I think too highly of you to let you fight across levels. Let's go, I'll update your favor, and then go to the dungeon. Hearing this, Hestia nodded and said. Hey. Have some confidence in me, Lord God. No, I don't expect anything from you, come with me quickly, I still have to continue to look after the store after the update. I'll be there soon. By the way, Lord God, why didn't I see Morningstar celestial being? Has Lord Morningstar gone to the dungeon? He went to the guild. Morningstar did go to the guild. For matters decided by the gods, only Lucifer, the thought body of Morningstar, needed to go there, but Morningstar was also called to the guild. It seems that the guild wants to ask about Morningstar's adventure experience again, and repeatedly classify the Lucifer family. Although there is only Morningstar in the Lucifer family, the situation shown by Morningstar can be called a large family. Of course, it does not refer to the power, but the strength. As long as there is a first-level adventurer, it is a large family. Like the Hephaestus family and the Ishtar family. Although I already know that you are very strong, Morningstar, I am still a little scared when I heard that you ran to the 30th floor alone. In the company's conversation room, Aina listened to Morningstar's report and looked a little dazed. However, thinking of your current strength, Morningstar, I am not worried anymore. Morningstar, considering your situation, the guild should directly classify the Lucifer Familia as B level or even above A level. Aina combined her understanding of the guild rules and then predicted. I guess it will be these 2 levels. Morningstar nodded. Morningstar is not very clear about the guild's level classification, but he knows what levels there are. They are D, C, B, and As. There are only 2 large S-level families, the Freya Familia and the Loki Familia. As for the A level, there are currently only 3 families, Hephaestus, Ishtar, and Ganesha. As for the rest, Morningstar doesn't know. Morningstar also positions the family he established between B and A. Morningstar, the Lucifer Familia is an adventurous family. After the classification, you will need to complete the guild's expedition remake from time to time. This cannot be refused. Aina nodded and then reminded. Ah, I know. It is estimated that the expedition will start in 2 days. Morningstar smiled and nodded to show that he understood. That's not right. The guild won't issue an order for the expedition so soon. Hearing that Morningstar said that the expedition would start in 2 days, Aina was shocked and blurted out. Ah, it's not the guild's order, but my exclusive blacksmith is Chun, and she wants me to take her to the deep layer. Seeing Aina so panicked, Morningstar hurriedly explained. I didn't expect your exclusive blacksmith to be Chun. Morningstar, you are so lucky. However, it's a bit reckless for only the 2 of you to go to the deep layer. Aina was happy that Morningstar's blacksmith was Chun, the first master craftsman in Orario, but then she became worried. No problem, you should have seen the picture of the magic mirror last night. I have the ability to fly. Even if there is danger, I can use my flying ability to take Chun out of trouble quickly. Morningstar smiled and comforted. Yeah, that's right. You can fly, so you don't have to worry too much. But I still say that adventurers should never take risks. Aegina also reacted and said with a smile. Yeah, I promise you. Come on, let's make a pinky promise. Chenxing nodded, then put his hand on the table, stretched out a little finger, and said to Aegina. Aegina was slightly stunned, then stretched out her little finger and hooked it with Chenxing. After shaking it twice, Aegina spoke softly. Pink and hang yourself, don't change it for 10,000 years. Hearing this, Chenxing was a little dazed. Because Hestia said the same thing at the beginning. What's wrong? Seeing Chenxing's dazed look, Aegina asked with concern. Ah, no, nothing. Really? That's good. Come to think of it, Chenxing, your talent is really terrible. Tell me how it feels to have such a terrible talent. Aegina supported her chin with one hand, put her cheek in front of the table, looked at Bird Star and said with a smile. Ah, it feels pretty good. Chenxing also came forward and smiled. The 2 began to communicate quietly. At the same time, on the other side, after updating her grace, Belle was very excited to find that her grace had been improved again. After saying goodbye to Hestia, she began to rush towards the Tower of Babel. When she arrived in front of the square, Belle was stopped. Adventurer, do you need supporters? Palom, carrying a huge backpack, stopped in front of Belle and said to Belle with a smile. Belle was a little surprised to be stopped suddenly. After hearing that Palom in front of her was a supporter, Belle thought about it and said that she had already conquered the 8th or 9th floor, which was already a very deep floor, and she had gained a lot. It would be inconvenient for her to carry it with her alone, so she agreed. Yes, I need it. My name is Belle Crane, and you? Miss Supporter. Lily, adventurer, just call me Lily. Without Morningstar knowing, Belle's bond officially began. Morningstar chatted with Aegina for a long time in the small compartment of the guild, starting with Morningstar's talent feelings, then adventure experiences, and then Morningstar's childhood experiences, etc. The 2 chatted for more than 2 hours before they ended. After saying goodbye to Aegina, Morningstar left the guild headquarters under the hot eyes of many adventurers in the guild. After last night's battle, Morningstar has become famous throughout Orario. Almost all adventurers on the 9th floor know about the existence of Morningstar and how evil Morningstar is. However, this world does not have any star effect. No, there is, but most adventurers are very rational. Although they met Morningstar and were very jealous of Morningstar, they did not surround Morningstar. At most, they whispered with their companions and talked about Morningstar. So under Aina's watch, Morningstar left the guild smoothly. Aina, you are so lucky to become this adventurer's consultant. A person came over, it was Aegina's best friend Misha. Misha said to Aegina with envy. Now many staff members of the guild envy Aegina very much. For the staff members of the guild, it is a great honor to be the consultant of a powerful adventurer. When a powerful adventurer does something earth-shattering, they, the Mao Xing consultants, are also proud of it. Just like what Morningstar did last night. As the adventure consultant of Morningstar, Aegina is now wearing a cloak of honor in the eyes of everyone, which is very dazzling. Haha, yes, I'm so lucky. Aina smiled and said. As for what kind of good luck she was talking about, only she knew. And here, after coming out of the guild headquarters, Morningstar rushed straight to the base camp of the Hephaestus family. Last night, after returning from Orario, he immediately invited Morningstar to enter the deep layer. Tsubaki wanted to go to the deep layer to find precious forging materials. Morningstar did not refuse Tsubaki's invitation and agreed directly. Hestia and Hephaestus had no objection. The time was set for 2 days later. At the same time, Chun took Morningstar's sword away, saying that he would upgrade Morningstar overnight. Morningstar is now 1.6, so he went to see how Chun's upgrade was going. Without spending too much time, Morningstar came to the base camp of the Hephaestus clan. Under the respectful and admiring eyes of the guards, Morningstar entered the base camp and walked straight to Chun's forge. When Morningstar came to the forge, Chun was bare-armed, bandaged, and hammering a piece of material. Chun noticed Morningstar's arrival at the first time. Ah, Morningstar, you are here. Your weapon has been upgraded successfully. It is now the first-level indestructible weapon, and I have added enchantment properties to your weapon, so you can attach magic to it in the future. Hearing this, Morningstar looked at the exquisite long sword on the forging table next to him, walked over and picked it up, and felt it carefully. It's really good. Sheathing the sword, Morningstar looked at Peng again. Tsubaki, what are you forging now? Magic swords. I plan to forge a few more magic swords for backup. Oh, really? In that case, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go find Mike to order a batch of potions. Yeah, leave the equipment to me, and the supplies to you. Okay, good, clear division of labor. Happy cooperation.
Hey, it's me, Audiobook Collection. Before we wrap up this video, I wanted to let you know about my exclusive Google Drive link. It's available for just $35 on my Patreon and Ko-fi shops. With this link, you'll get access to over 400 plus audiobook novels. If you're interested, check it out and enjoy even more amazing content.